お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
I'm sorry, Sasuke. There will be no next time. These were his last words. He said them and smiled sincerely. And then he accepted death, ceasing to fight with her, falling into her arms. Did Itachi regret something at that moment? Definitely regretted, and about so many things that it even became scary. And what have you been doing all your life? However, he was able to come to terms with many things that did not suit him in his life. With almost everything. There was one single moment that I could not come to terms with. He was the type of person who knew all his mistakes and even then wouldn't change if they had the chance. For a long time, almost all his life, and the day before his death, he realized that he would change, he would definitely change, but he no longer had a chance. To the last, he assured himself that he was doing the right thing. Until the very end, he succeeded. She shattered that illusion. When did this belief cease to be a reality and become an illusion? Probably when she came into his life. Did it happen the first time they met? Or to another? Fourth? Fifth? When did she start destroying what he had built so long and hard? Itachi didn't know. Yes, and that's not the point. The main thing is that he realized it too late. It's too late to change anything. It remained only to regret not being able to reconcile. Itachi walked in the dark. It didn't seem long, but it was already depressing. Did the end look like this? A dark void where you're all alone? It was at least sad, but no one asked about his wishes. Why did he even go? And did you go? Maybe he was just standing still, moving his feet? This place completely took away the sense of time and space. For some reason, he just felt like he had to go. At least somewhere, and then you will definitely get there. Where? It is not known, but he definitely needed to get there. Suddenly he saw the light. In front of him was a fire surrounded by stones. On one of the stones, with his back to him, someone was sitting. I didn't think you'd be here so early, Itachi. He trembled. He recognized that voice. Come on, why are you standing there? She spoke with warmth. She did not wait, but she was glad to meet. Izumi? He sat down on a nearby stone, looking at her. You didn't want to be here, right? She knew what she was talking about. I don't know. So, it was right. He shifted his gaze to the fire. But I would have acted differently if I had the chance. Will you tell? It's not a very interesting story, he grinned bitterly. Why do you think so? A sad story with a sad ending. Is it interesting? Yes, for me. She's yours. She smiled kindly. Uchiha Izumi. She looked the same now as she did the day she died. She was only 13 years old, and he killed her with his own hands. Killed the first of all. Why her? Probably because she was dearer to him than others, because deciding to take her life was the hardest thing. Although no. The hardest thing was to bring the katana over the father and mother. However, Izumi's death caused him more pain. Perhaps because she was the first. Perhaps she really was just closer to him than his parents. Many considered them a couple and were absolutely wrong. They were friends. Itachi, who had only 2 friends, clung to them like a drowning man at straws. All the time he didn't spend on missions or with Sasuke, he spent with Sasuke and Izumi. With Izumi, he was seen more often, so the rumor began. He could say that he loved her, but this love was brotherly. He sincerely tried to think of her as a girl to build a relationship with, especially considering the fact that Sasuke constantly made him think of it, but it didn't work. You can't command the heart, but you can't forbid thinking about another. After Sasuke's death, he distanced himself from her as well. Even then, he knew how it would all end, and he wanted her not to be as hurt as it could be. She understood a lot and probably guessed everything. However, she didn't say a word to anyone. She did not share the position chosen by the clan, but she did not agree with Itachi either. However, she did not intervene, she allowed him to do this. Why? It's simple, they are friends, which means they should help each other. She couldn't help him, so she just didn't interfere. Fine. I was 10 when it started. Itachi Uchiha was born on 06/09/978. Sasuke Uchiha was born on 07/23/983. Naruto Uzumaki was born on 10/10/983, the day the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Their first meeting. Then it all started. He did not understand this for a long time, but it was then that this monstrous process started. It was his vacation. He was literally forcibly excommunicated from work. He was almost 10. He's been a Chunin for 6 months now. The management decided that Itachi was overworking himself and forced him to rest. He honestly tried, but he did not really succeed. Shursui and Izumi were on missions, so it was impossible to see them. Usually at such moments, he spent all his free time on Sasuke and training. However, he was forbidden to train, as this is not a vacation. No one bothered to ask Itachi's opinion. He was also not allowed to sit with Sasuke, since taking care of his younger brother is also work. Again, he was not allowed to express his thoughts on this matter. Realizing that he simply did not know what to do, he asked the elders for advice. The answer was laconic: walk. So everyone answered. He had no idea what to do alone on this walk, but in the absence of an alternative, he decided to take the advice. The walk was extraordinary. He did not go to the central streets, which he knew inside and out, but preferred to wander around the outskirts. He had never been there, literally. Only sometimes I got somewhere on the roofs of gloomy houses. Although even that was rare. It was a dysfunctional area inhabited by people who were unable to purchase their own housing after the Kyuubi attack. Itachi has seen a lot for his age, but even so, he never ceased to be surprised by all the new aspects of life opening up for him. Knowing that there was such a place in the village is one thing, but seeing it with your own eyes is quite another. The place that most residents preferred to avoid. Not that there was some kind of crime zone here. In this regard, the quarter was not particularly distinguished. And even if there was a risk of running into this kind of trouble, Itachi was not afraid of them. He could well stand up for himself and gave odds to many jonin of the village. The whole problem was the atmosphere of poverty that hovered here, exerting an extremely depressing effect. Suddenly, Itachi caught the sound of a struggle in the distance. They came from an alley near the exit to the more attractive parts of the village. However, it was evening time, so it is unlikely that anyone was passing there now. Maximum a couple of drunkards who were walking from a tavern nearby, but they still would not help in any way. Upon reaching the right place, Itachi saw something that he would prefer never to see. This picture made an impression on him similar to that left by the landscapes of the war, which he saw at the age of 4. 3 men, apparently the same drunkards who were supposed to go from a tavern nearby, cornered a little girl. Their intentions were very clear and absolutely disgusting. The girl looked to be about 4 years old, she looked even younger than Sasuke. Apparently, she did not fully realize what exactly the alcoholics wanted to do with her due to her small age. Nevertheless, she understood that nothing good was shining for her. She didn't call for help. I never even tried, although that would be to be expected. At the same time, she did not put up with what was happening, but fiercely resisted, now and then inflicting extremely unpleasant blows on the offenders, using absolutely all parts of the body. Based on the way she hit, Itachi concluded that she had been involved in fights more than once. She understood that she could not escape, but she did not give up at the mercy of her enemies. She, like that small animal caught by a predator, which realizes the inevitability of its death and bares its teeth, clawing more painfully in the end, acted on the principle if not even to take revenge on a full scale, then definitely do everything possible for this. She did not even think about giving up, which inflamed the drunk and brutalized minds even more. Itachi didn't think for long, about a tenth of a second, before he rushed to the girl's rescue. Those she fought so desperately but unsuccessfully against were incapacitated in a matter of moments. It took about a minute to tie them up. Leaving such actions unpunished was unacceptable. Itachi was going to hand over the failed rapists to the authorities and let them decide what to do with them. Although, one had to admit that Itachi, almost for the first time in his life, experienced a real thirst for blood. Killing these scum did not seem to him a crime against human life. There was nothing human in them, only dirty, lustful animals. He was disgusted with amazing strength, but he controlled himself. No one would pat him on the head for breaking the law. After all, shinobi are supposed to protect civilians. Itachi shifted his gaze to the girl who had been silently standing at a distance all this time. She was not afraid of the rapid cycle of events, but she was in no hurry to thank the savior either. Only now has it become possible to see her, grimy because of the struggle with dangerously sparkling, even in the established twilight, unnaturally bright blue eyes, with tousled, boyishly cut, gold-colored hair filled with small stones and dust, in a gaudy, acid-orange t-shirt, torn here and there, 3 sizes too big, with frowning light brows and resolutely clenched fists, with tanned, sun-loved skin, with symmetrical tendril stripes on his cheeks that didn't have the childish roundness that Sasuke's cheeks were distinguished by. Probably Itachi would have mistaken her for a boy in any other situation. However, he heard. She looked at him warily. She was not afraid of him, but took him for a potential threat. She did not act herself, she waited for what the unknown would do. Itachi did not even want to think about what kind of life a 4-year-old should have if she took anyone, even the one who helped her a minute ago, for a potential enemy. He didn't want to think, but he couldn't. Was she really helpless? What happened to her parents? Drunk? Or did one of them die, and the second one disappeared on missions all the time, leaving the girl alone? He raised his hands in a gesture of obedience and took a step forward. She twitched, but not in fear. This is how a tightly stretched spring twitches, unable to withstand the tension. Itachi had a lump in his throat. He froze, not daring to move on. What should he have done? Take her to, where? Leaving her alone seemed so unacceptable that he instantly dismissed the thought. He began timidly and very quietly so as not to arouse suspicion of aggression, but loud enough for her to hear him. The girl didn't move. I won't harm you. She took a cautious step. Itachi didn't move. Something told him not to do anything. The girl circled around him, as wide as the rather narrow alley would allow. With her back to the now free exit, she did what Itachi least expected of her. She smiled broadly, sunnily, brightly, truly. So few people could. Her eyes had stopped sparkling, now they were shining. So special in its charm was that smiled at Itachi, still in a bit of shock from the completely unexpected turn, involuntarily smiled back. Thanks, Databeo. She shouted this joyfully and rushed like a bright hurricane in a direction known to her. Itachi was able to orient himself quickly. He created a clone, leaving him with the attackers. And he himself went after the girl to make sure that she would not stumble upon new troubles. He didn't know why, but he felt some personal responsibility for her safety. Similar to the one he experienced with Sasuke. They got to her house surprisingly quickly. The girl ran amazingly fast for her age. Sasuke couldn't do that even though he was a boy and probably older than her. It was sad to admit it, but apparently she didn't have much of a choice. She had to learn whether she wanted to or not. She lived in the same area, in a dilapidated hostel, on the top floor, which had to climb a flimsy staircase. The walls around her door were scribbled with obscene language, and broken glass lay in a small scattering under the threshold. She slowed down in front of the fragments, completely oblivious to the scolding on the walls. The smile with which she made her way slowly faded, leaving behind a bitter aftertaste. Databao. Yes, how much is possible? She got furious. What have I done to you all? There was desperate anger in her voice. Demon. Monster. Monster. The anger has diminished. An ordinary orphan who has nothing to eat. Now only despair remains. She slammed her fist furiously into the wall, causing plaster to fall off her and her knuckles to bleed. She hissed in pain but did not cry and seemed to calm down. Apparently, the neighbors were not imbued with the cry of her soul, because streams of abuse poured from several directions at once. When everything calmed down, the girl repaid them with the same coin, using no less rude expressions. After that, she, deftly avoiding all the fragments, penetrated the unlocked door. Itachi stood on a nearby rooftop for another 10 minutes, staring at the shabby door, covered with death wishes, and trying to calm the rage raging inside. How could a child deserve such treatment? That's right, nothing. She was not even 5 years old. What offenses can we talk about? He awoke from a kind of trance when the golden-haired crown reappeared. The girl went out to sweep the glass so that she could safely leave the house. It probably didn't last long though. Her eyes were slightly reddened. Itachi sadly thought she was crying. However, her lips were once again stretched into a smile. Soft, a little dreamy, and not too bright. He really wanted to know what exactly caused such a smile. This knowledge seemed to be something extremely important. As if hearing his mental request, she spoke. Though it's not all that bad. They helped me today, so not all people are bad. It's just that I, except for the old Hokage, have never met such people before. Itachi felt himself start to smile again. For some reason, the understanding that she treated him so warmly warmed the soul. If I become Hokage, then everyone will respect me, Tebeo, and not just good ones. Itachi was surprised. She clearly did not look for easy ways. Actually, she was weird. Anyone else in her place would hate everyone and everything, and she decided to gain their respect. He didn't linger any longer and left. Soon it was supposed to be dark, and he still had to hand over those moral degenerates to the police. When Itachi showed up at the station for the night with 3 bandages, everyone was surprised, to put it mildly. He explained the essence of the problem. When asked about the victim, he said that she fled while he neutralized the perpetrators, but described her appearance. As soon as they realized who he helped, he was sent to Fugak. The father, knowing the skills of his son, did not believe that the girl had run away from him, but did not pry the truth. He only made it clear that he knew Itachi was dark. Fugaku also demanded that Itachi not contact her. When asked about the reason, the father replied that the clan did not need unnecessary problems. Itachi was aware of the clan's problems, as he had been attending meetings at the Naka shrine for 2 years now, but he didn't understand how that girl could become another problem. Fugaku didn't explain and told Itachi not to tell anyone that he helped her. He didn't tell anyone. Didn't start talking to her. However, he began to look after her. Now his route always ran through the unattractive area in which the little son lived. He did not betray his presence, only made sure that nothing happened to her. It seemed to him that now he was obliged to take care of her. For some reason, Itachi didn't share this even with Shursui, from whom he hadn't kept anything from before. To be honest, he really didn't manage to hide anything from his best friend. He had amazing insight. Now he didn't seem to notice. Was it really so? Now no one will answer, but Shursui never made it clear if he knew about Itachi's secret. At some point, Itachi realized that the Umbu were always following her. A quiet but destructive anger slowly began to build up inside. Why didn't they help her that day? If he had not intervened, then the girl would definitely have been abused. He also had more questions. Would the secret services watch over an ordinary child? Of course no. However, the only thing that, according to Itachi, distinguished her from ordinary children was the bad attitude of those around her towards her. The day Sasuke entered the academy, she was there too. Naruto sat alone on the swing, looking at the whispering parents with a sidelong glance. It wasn't a threat, it was a challenge. So loud that it covered the whole world. She was ready to fight to prove to everyone that they were wrong about her. Suddenly, Naruto abruptly jumped off the swing and smiled wide, and then shouted, "I will become the best Hokage in history. You'll see, Databeo." She radiated confidence, positivity, and cheerfulness. Everyone started whispering again, laughing at her stupidity. And she did not seem to notice this at all, joyfully swinging on a swing. And Itachi saw that all this was feigned, that she was really scared to attract attention to herself like that, and now she was sincerely offended by the caustic words of the townsfolk. Sasuke just snorted and said he didn't want anyone in his class to be that noisy. They ended up in the same class. That day, Naruto didn't even look at Itachi, which made him surprisingly sad. Sasuke, unfortunately for his brother, never made any friends at the academy. But Itachi knew that the younger already had a whole obsessive fan club, and therefore sincerely sympathized with him. Sasuke didn't like to share what happened at the academy at all. However, there was one point that he still couldn't help but share: Naruto. If he told something about his everyday life, then this somehow affected her. Usually these were complaints about her tactlessness, pestering, loudness, mediocrity, sometimes even idiocy, and much, much more. Naruto chose Sasuke as her rival and did not take any of his protests about it. Sasuke kept saying that he couldn't stand her, and yet she was the only one that aroused any interest in him from the whole class. She was also different from all the girls Sasuke knew. All of them, absolutely all, sympathized with him, but she did not. The only thing that sympathized with her and was connected with him at the same time was the prospect of a fight. Moreover, the more injuries she inflicted on him and the less she herself received, the more sympathy she experienced. Itachi was not happy that his brother could not make friends with Naruto, because a few months of fleeting observation of her allowed him to say with confidence that she was a very good person who would be an extremely devoted friend. However, the thought that she wasn't looking at Sasuke with loving eyes made him glad. Itachi believed that he was glad of this, because it once again proved her specialness and unusualness. However, in reality, the reason was completely different, even if Itachi himself did not understand this yet. At 11, Itachi joined the Umbu. Then he received an answer to all his questions: the girl was a Jinchuriki. He also learned that her name was Uzumaki Naruto. Their second meeting. It happened almost 2 years later. She was exactly the second, because the rest of the time he saw her, but she did not see him. Then he realized that she meant more to him than he could admit. Itachi still continued to keep an eye on the Sunny girl. Along with assassination and espionage missions, he regularly carried out missions to spy on his own clan and keep watch on Jinchuriki. It just so happened that not once since that day had Naruto found himself in a situation where his help was needed in front of his eyes. Not to say that he was upset by this state of affairs pleased him, but he was upset that she found herself in these situations when he was not around. It would be better if it happened with him, and he would be able to help her. However, fate had its own opinion on this matter. During his service, Itachi noted that Kakashi-senpai, unlike the rest of the Umbu, showed concern for Naruto. When Itachi dared to ask what caused it, he unexpectedly received an answer. Naruto was the daughter of the Yondaime Hokage, of whom Hatake was a student. Then Itachi once again felt bitter disappointment in his leadership, and once again it was because of something related to Naruto. If the villagers were aware that she was the daughter of their hero, they would hardly have treated her in this way. Itachi continued to move exclusively through the same block. He had practically no free time left to spend simply looking after her during the day. Now he could do this occasionally and only in constant motion, hoping to see the golden crown from the roofs of houses. She never grew her hair. Where was she to bother with these girlish entertainments? Hair is a danger, They could be grabbed, they could be caught on something, they were an extra burden. Itachi felt that Naruto's presence in his life had drastically dwindled, and for some reason that fact saddened him. He did not want to stop patronizing her, even if no one except himself was even aware of the existence of this guardianship. 10th of October. On this day, as usual, he went on a mission by the upper paths through the deserted gloomy streets. It just got light. He knew that he would not see her at this time, he simply chose this path out of habit. On top of that, he knew that she had had a hard day yesterday. The 10th day of the 10th month is the hardest day of the year for her because it is the anniversary of the Kyuubi attack. He sincerely hoped that nothing terrible had happened yesterday, and regretted that he had not been able to look after. Last year, he succeeded, but this year, he was on a mission. Itachi was jumping over that very alley, what an irony, and he saw movement in it. The man raised his leg to strike at something or someone lying on the ground. And next to him were 4 more disgustingly giggling bastards who clearly did not take the role of observers in all this. Itachi reacted with lightning speed. A second later, the man's leg was broken, and 4 others lay unconscious on the ground. The Umbu who were in control of the situation immediately found themselves standing nearby on the ground. It was from their appearance that Itachi realized who exactly was being beaten. Colleagues were able to convey condemnation in their eyes even through masks. However, Itachi managed to do it just as well. They were ordered not to intervene until the situation was out of control. Itachi didn't know what kind of idiot had set those limits, if rape fit within them. However, there was a clear indication that the Jinchuriki should not be allowed to be killed. A kick from the foot could well have killed if it hit the wrong point. As it turned out later, everyone who was on duty that day had a tooth on a vessel for a demon. All of them lost every single one of their loved ones on the day of the attack. Itachi didn't feel sympathy for them, just a dull annoyance. He protected his mother and brother at the age of 5, his clan was persecuted because of the attack, so why didn't they, and not he, hate Naruto? As a result, they were all handed over to the tribunal. What happened to them next, Itachi did not know and did not want to know. He still remembers, with a shudder, what she looked like back then. Naruto lay like a limp, broken doll on the ground and stared straight at him with an expressionless blank stare. Itachi had only seen that look on dead people. When a man lifted his leg over her, when the realization came to her that this was most likely the end, when the Umbu suddenly appeared, she simply continued to lie down, even her eyelids did not flinch. The right leg was twisted at an unthinkable angle. The same orange t-shirt, now small and probably darned hundreds of times, hung on his body like a miserable torn rag. Almost all of her skin was lilac, and in some places darker spots of a blue-violet hue were concentrated. Blood was flowing from the nose and corner of the mouth. On dusty striped cheeks, paths from tears. Late. My legs buckled at the thought. He had seen corpses before. A lot of. He must have seen several thousand in his life. And many of them were in a much more deplorable state. However, he had never felt as bad as he did at the sight of Naruto's small, tortured body. The eyes were scorched. The Sharingan has evolved. The third Tomo has awakened. Itachi was in pain. It hurts to think that he will never see that bright smile again, which made him smile involuntarily in response. He had long ago forgotten how to smile, perhaps he had never really been able to. Apparently, he would not have learned. But her eyelids fluttered. The glassy gaze remained the same, but now looked at him, and not through. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Blood poured out of his throat. Then she went into a painful, hoarse, gurgling cough. She began to choke on her own blood and could not even turn over on her side to somehow cope with it. Itachi turned her over, trying not to cause more pain. He could not stay with her himself, he had to go on a mission. I had to use clones. One went to the Hokage's residence to report on the situation. 2 more were escorted to the same residence of colleagues and attackers. The other one took the attackers to the police. The last one stayed with Naruto. He gave her first aid and healed all the abrasions with shosen. I would like to heal more serious wounds, but I simply did not know how, and the clone's chakra was not infinite. I had to carry Naruto to the hospital, even though the demon was not particularly welcome there either. However, the paramedics showed much more humanity towards her than the rest of the residents. It must have been professional to take care of anyone in need. It's good that in Itachi's memory she needed this kind of help only because of her own temper, which led to fights with peers. He then went to her house to bring her a change of clothes. The window panes of the apartment were shattered, and the door was torn off its hinges. The condition of her home inside was even more depressing than outside. The walls were covered with the same curses, accusations of murder and wishes for a speedy death. Itachi knew that usually the walls were decorated with those drawings that now lay in torn pieces all over the apartment. Urine reeked from the corners of the rooms. The birthday cake she had been saving up for so long was smeared on the floor like a messy mess. The faucets were torn out, which is why large puddles ran up in the kitchenette and in the bathroom. So the villagers congratulated her on her birthday. Realizing that this could happen again, and he himself might not be there at the time, Itachi concluded that it was necessary to convey this truth to the leadership. The Hokage and the counselors were taken aback and realized that more reliable preventive measures were needed. Unfortunately, after the war and the Kyuubi attack, the village was still recovering, and Naruto was not the only orphan child with a lot of problems. But at least in some way her status as the main weapon of the village did her good. When her injuries healed a week later, which is an incredibly long time for a Jinchuriki and an Uzumaki, Naruto was escorted to a new apartment near the center of the village, where it would be much more difficult for her to find unwanted adventures. The apartment was modest and small in size, but after the past it seemed to her almost a luxury apartment. In the refrigerator, a new cake was waiting for her to replace the destroyed one. On the desk are sets of paints and pencils with quality paper. In a small closet, such a welcome literature for learning. In the drawer are several sets of new clothes, albeit boyish, but suitable in size. And under the bed was a throwing iron, which she could not afford to buy, no matter how much she saved. Itachi felt relieved, she was more or less safe now. He still, jumping on the roofs, looked out for the disheveled golden crown in the crowd, but saw it much less often. He wasn't specifically looking for a meeting with her, so Naruto began to slowly disappear from his life. And things in the clan were getting worse. Their third meeting. Then he only lost his best friend, but she dispelled the darkness that thickened in his heart. He also learned that his guardianship was no secret to her. And Naruto herself finally learned the name of the man whom she had considered a friend for 4 years now. The only factor that kept the clan from a coup d'état was Itachi and Shursui's skillful ability to balance on a thin political line. However, this could not continue for long. Shursui understood this, and therefore decided to turn to the Hokage with a proposal to prevent a coup with the help of Kotoama Tsukumi. Unfortunately, the ability of his eyes became known to Danzo, who could not come to terms with the presence of such a power at his side. When Itachi pushed his best friend over the edge of the cliff, something inside of him was irrevocably broken. Itachi's legs buckled as he almost flew after Shursui, who himself asked to be pushed. He looked at his own hands, and the horror of realization spread like cold through his body and approached his eyes like a red-hot iron. It was painful. I wanted to scream. And he did not understand, from mental pain or the one that burned his eyes. Shursui's eye had to be hidden first. And so he did. In a crow no one but himself will find it there. However, after that there was no more strength for anything. Itachi fell to his knees and cried. Not sobbing, he just began to shed quiet tears, releasing his floating consciousness. It was necessary to leave, the rude Umbu were prowling somewhere nearby, but they didn't want to do anything. Oblivion now seemed like the best option, and he took advantage of it. Waking up, Itachi felt a compress on his eyes. He took it off and, blinking, saw a white ceiling. Hospital? No, it didn't smell like drugs. It smelled like food in here. The nose caught the pleasant aroma of chicken broth. He turned his head. On a cabinet beside the bed, there was a plate with steam billowing over it. Freshly cooked, even hotter. Only after a couple of seconds, all the senses of perception fully returned to him. Then he heard someone breathing. Very close. Itachi shifted his gaze in the direction of the soft sound and saw golden, carelessly cropped tresses. Naruto sat in a chair beside the bed and slept with her head resting on her arms folded on the edge of the thin mattress. Her face was turned towards him, as if she was looking at him before falling asleep. Was he at her house? Naruto, as if sensing the awakening of a guest, opened one impossibly blue eye, which was slightly phosphorescent in the darkness. Maybe it's some kind of dojutsu? How could ordinary eyes twinkle? She smiled, pleased at his awakening. This smile came out soft and affectionate. This was usually given to him by his mother when he was still just a boy returning from training, and she undertook to treat his abrasions and bruises. You're heavy, Databeo, she said with a chuckle in her single open eye. What? Itachi blinked stupidly. The said phrase was extremely unexpected for him. I dragged you from that cliff. And then I was helped, one of yours, in a mask. You are heavy, now the second eye has opened. He hesitated. How can we keep the dialogue going? Excuse me? Come on, she straightened up and waved her hand, then she stretched like a cat, crunching her stiff back from an uncomfortable posture. Eat, she shook her head in the direction of the plate, and then jumped up from her chair and disappeared behind the door. He decided to follow her instructions for lack of an alternative. Legs did not obey, hands, with difficulty. The consequences of awakening the Mangekyo are weakness throughout the body. It should have passed soon. The broth tasted as good as it smelled. She returned 10 minutes later with a new compress. Come here, old man. You still need to lie down, otherwise you look like shit. She spoke with such a light intonation that Itachi himself had the feeling that they were communicating constantly, as if this was not their first dialogue. He handed over the previous compress. She tossed it onto a cabinet that already had an empty plate on it. After Naruto carefully spread a cloth soaked in some kind of herbal tincture over his eyes. It was nice. Even the feeling of his own weakness at that moment did not oppress him. This unpretentious concern made him smile. Too bad he couldn't see Naruto now. Thanks, she literally tore it off his tongue. I should say thank you to you. No. You helped me all the time, and I helped you only once. I don't. You've saved me twice already. She didn't let him finish. Itachi didn't see her, but he was sure her blonde brows were drawn together sullenly. I had an assignment. Don't lie, Tabeo, she interrupted him again. You just walked by both times. Couldn't stop. I know it for sure. I also know that you've been watching over me. Always. From our first meeting. Now Itachi felt terrible discomfort from the fact that he could not see the interlocutor. What to answer her? He didn't think about what she might know. She never made it clear. Nothing. Thank you, she repeated it again. It was easy for me. Itachi seemed to be trying to justify himself. But why? Nobody accused him of anything. It would be easy for a lot of people, too. He thought. She shrugged. Someone would be easy not to yell as soon as they see me. Others don't pretend that I don't exist at all. And in the end, only you helped me, the one in the mask who helped drag you, and the old Hokage. Although the Hokage is also good, if everyone knew who my parents were, then no one would treat me like that. Can you imagine I've been called a hero killer several times? It is unlikely that he would have been happy if he had found out. Her entire monologue was saturated with a bitter smile. Itachi was silent. He didn't know what to say until one thing hit him. Naruto couldn't know she was the Yandame's daughter, but she did. Who told you about your parents? To me? Kyubi, she answered casually, as if she had not just spoken in a voice full of choking resentment. Kyubi? Itachi sincerely thought that his hearing had let him down. I met him on the day when I turned 6, their second meeting. I annoy him, I guess. But he talks to me. Sometimes. Sometimes it even helps. Not that he enjoys it, though. In general, at first he constantly growled at me and scared me away with his chakra. But I can persuade, Tebeo. Itachi heard her smile. To say he was surprised is an understatement. Naruto made contact with the Kyubi. She, damn it, persuaded the most terrible demon in the world to talk and help, but she couldn't get through to people. A nauseating impotence washed over him. Cursing clan with its problems and rules. Cursing obedience and the image of an ideal son. Why didn't he just ignore it all? He could become her friend. Then she would not have been alone for so many years. He didn't before, and he won't now. Now that Shursui was dead, Itachi knew for sure that the rebellion was only a matter of time. He still did not know which side he would take when it all started, but with every fiber of his soul, he wanted to have nothing to do with the plans of the clan, and in fact, he was assigned almost a key role there. You know, you may not know, but you are my first friend. Friend? Friend, she probably nodded at that moment. And, I wanted to know your name. I know you are an Uchiha. I could come to your house, but your clan. They don't like strangers. And everyone doesn't like me. So I thought that if I showed up, I would only make it worse. And so. If you don't want to, you cannot speak. I will not be offended. I know that you, in masks, do not give your names. Itachi. My name is Itachi Uchiha, he said with a slight smile. It seemed that just one word, his name, brought them unimaginably closer. Come on, Tebeo. She sounded like she jumped up. Are you an asshole, brother? There was so much surprise in her voice that one could choke on it. Itachi couldn't help it and snorted softly. Yes, a couple of months ago, Sasuke complained that Naruto began to call him an asshole, but he apparently did not notice how he began to call her an idiot. Yes, I am his brother. Now his smile was clear, not ghostly. He loves you very much, she said slightly sadly, once again surprising Itachi. Do you think? He knew that Sasuke practically adored him, but he wondered how Naruto knew about it. It is unlikely that Sasuke walked around the academy, singing about his brother. Ugh, she probably scratched the back of her head at that moment. He and I are not really friends. I even think he hates me. Well, not like everyone else, not because of the Kyubi. It is I who piss him off myself, Tebeo. But I still know him well and for some reason understand him well. It's kind of like a kindred spirit, or what? He loves you very much, but he can't catch up. You're so super duper successful in everything. Here Itachi was embarrassed. Yeah, he hadn't felt that way in a long time. He wants to be like you, but he can't. This often makes him sad and angry with himself. But he won't succeed, because you can't become like someone else. We are all different, but he doesn't understand this. And until he understands, he will constantly make himself worse. Maybe I'm wrong, we don't really communicate, but for some reason it seems so to me. Itachi digested the revelation that had befallen him. Everything Naruto had just said was the absolute truth. Turns out she was much closer to Sasuke than Itachi would have thought. There was joy that the youngest had such a wonderful friend. You need to sleep, she said in a caring, instructive tone. I don't want to, Itachi smiled slightly. So okay, and now he imagined how she rests her hands on her hips. Are we capricious? There was a wide smile in her voice. Talk to me, he said quietly, on his breath. He felt a little ashamed of this request, but after Shursui's death, he did not want to go into the darkness of loneliness. Talk? And about what? She looks like she's perched on the edge of the bed again. I don't know. Tell me something, he wanted to hear her voice. Tell me? Come on, how did I paint the Hokage rock last week? It was fun. The police could not catch me, the maskers were hooked up. She got excited. Come on, he smiled. And she told, and then, when this story ended, another began. She talked, and Itachi listened and understood that he did not want to go home, that he had not been as well and calm for a long time as in a small apartment next to Naruto. At some point, he felt that he was about to fall asleep, and warned her about it. She paused, as if gathering her courage for something. There was an awkward silence. Itachi. Yes? Can I pull your hair when you fall asleep? I just have the shortest. There, once in a fight, they grabbed them, and because of this I raked hard, although I, of course, then killed them, but now I began to cut mine off. But I always wanted long ones. It's beautiful, but I also want to. And you have them so beautiful, and now I wanted to. She finished her chaotic explanations in mid-sentence. Apparently, she was very embarrassed because of her request. To be honest, Itachi was also embarrassed. And in general, no one has ever been particularly interested in his hair. Although he's something that? She wasn't going to cut them, after all. And even if he cuts it off, then the hair is not teeth, it will grow back. No, I don't mind, he smiled encouragingly. Really? Thank you. There was such a childish happiness in her voice that Itachi even felt embarrassed again. Perhaps for the first time in a couple of years, his cheeks were flushed. Naruto moved her chair closer to the head of the bed. She brought her hands close to his head, he could feel it, but then she didn't move for about a minute. She couldn't bring herself to touch him. Itachi couldn't help it and turned his head slightly in her direction, causing her fingers to touch his hair. Naruto shuddered, but quickly came to her senses and began to carefully, almost gently comb through the long strands. She passed them through her fingers, wrapped them in her palms, slightly touched her scalp when touched. And if Itachi had said that all this was unpleasant, he would have blatantly lied. He was thrilled by these touches, though not for long, because he quickly fell into a dream. When he woke up, he felt a surge of strength. For some reason, this made him sad. But who was he deceiving? Itachi knew exactly why he felt upset. He needed to go home, and now he could get there. He did not want to leave the small apartment, which suddenly became warmer and more comfortable than his own home. He slowly began to untangle her fingers from his hair. Apparently, she continued to touch them until she fell asleep herself. She slept so soundly that she didn't wake up from his actions. For 2 days, she only dozed in fits and starts, watching his health. And Itachi didn't want to wake her up. He got up from the bed and carefully took her in his arms. So light. Naruto grimaced in amusement as her hair fell over her face. Her 2 side strands were an order of magnitude longer than all the others. Itachi laid her down on the bed. As he covered her with a blanket, he felt a touch on his head. She looked at him half asleep, slowly running through his hair. Already leaving? She asked in a barely audible, sleepy voice. Yes, I have to go, he smiled a little sadly. Will you come again? He didn't answer, he averted his eyes. Will not come. And, most likely, very soon will be gone forever. He didn't want to. I really didn't want to, but it was the right thing to do. Did she understand what he felt? Did you see that he said no reluctantly? Itachi didn't know, but she acted as if she had seen everything and knew everything. Promise me that you will come here if you need help. You helped me for a long time, now it's my turn. Naruto ran her hair through his hair one last time before switching to bangs. She touched the skin of his face with her fingertips, causing him to flinch, and she lowered her hand to the blanket. Promise me, Itachi, she begged. I didn't force or order. She left him an imaginary right to choose, but he could not refuse. I promise. Okay, she smiled softly and fell asleep. Itachi left, tormented by conflicting feelings. He cheated. He will not come. She didn't want to get involved in his problems. This is not something that needs to be dumped on dear and close people. When did she fall into this category? Was there a difference? Their fourth meeting. Pain, terrible and so unbearable as to be beyond description, despair, deep and impenetrable, such that one wanted to howl out loud. This was what stood out more than anything else in that disgusting mess of feelings that he experienced at that moment. Itachi stood in front of the entrance to the Uchiha quarter and convinced himself that he was doing the right thing. It turned out with difficulty, but when he remembered the alternative, the revolution, he felt that his choice was correct. He simply chose the lesser of two evils. On the scales were the lives of 200 Uchiha against thousands of civilians and shinobi. Naturally, he took the side that saved more lives. The elders sincerely believed that they were manipulating him. He did not dispel this illusion of theirs. It was only better for him that way. Let those old people twitch at his brother like the apple of their eye when Itachi is gone, in fear of losing their only strand of control. Sasuke really was that thread, but she acted differently than the leadership thought. Besides, it wasn't the only leverage that could be applied to Itachi that he would leave in the village after he left. It's good that no one knew the extent of Naruto's importance in Itachi's life, otherwise she would have been dragged along. It was enough for him that they put pressure on him with threats against Sasuke. Tobi has already started. Itachi had time too. Izumi was the first. He shed bloody tears from the fact that he had lost another person who was dear to him. The rest followed. One by one, they gave him one last look. What Itachi just didn't see there: despair, hatred, plea, contempt, misunderstanding, rage, fear, anger. It's impossible to list everything. He was already nearing the end of the mission. Nearly finished when his clone collided with his father's clone. Itachi fought Fugaku for the first time and managed to overpower him. Whether it was difficult or not, Itachi couldn't remember. The memory of that night was covered with a scarlet veil. He clearly remembered only the death of Izumi and what happened after the death of his father and mother. Everything that was in between was not preserved. Perhaps it was such a trick of the mind, so as not to go crazy. Mikoto and Fugaku were just sitting quietly waiting for their end when Itachi arrived at the house. I wanted to scream why they didn't even try to resist, but neither this scream nor any other words were voiced. It was only later that Itachi was able to remember a fragment of the battle with his father and then realized that Fugaku was aware that their forces were unequal. Mother said that she accepts his decision and loves him no matter what. And my father said he was proud. Even at that moment, accepting death at his hands, Fugaku was proud of him. They also asked him to take care of Sasuke. How did they know Sasuke was the only one destined to survive? Perhaps they just felt. Or maybe they just hoped. Itachi shed tears again, looking at the unconscious bodies of the people who gave him life. Shinobi don't cry, that's what he was always told. And Itachi didn't cry. Never, except the day he lost his best friend and that damned night. Finally, he felt his brother approaching. It was Danzo who had taken the trouble to get Sasuke back so late. When Sasuke stepped onto the threshold of the room, Itachi's face was blank. All painful, mind-rending emotions were buried under a mask of indifference. I needed to talk to Sasuke. There was only one conversation left, and this hell would be left behind. Meanwhile, through the streets of the village, breathless from the unbearably high pace, Naruto was rushing. Tears ran down her striped cheeks. She was sleeping when it started. What exactly it was, she didn't know, but she was awakened by the rapid disappearance of the chakra lights in the Uchiha quarter. While she tried to come to her senses and understand what was happening, only a few remained. There were only two now, and both were too important to lose. The Kyuubi remained silent. He was terribly happy about the killing of the Uchiha, but did not allow himself to show this joy aloud. At least not as long as two of his dear Jinchuriki were in danger. He often raged about how mean his wearer was to associate with the owners of the cursed dojutsu. But now even his indomitable wickedness has receded. Naruto managed to win him some favor, so he took pleasure in her suffering. Itachi turned around one last time to leave. He could not stand it and let a tear trace a wet path on his cheek. And Sasuke seems to have seen it before passing out. Itachi hoped his brother would decide what he thought. He had no doubts. He had yet to become strong enough to kill Itachi and clear the Uchiha name. Sasuke didn't need to hesitate at that moment. I had to go, there was no more room for Itachi in Konoha. You're a liar, Itachi Uchiha. A girl's scream broke the silence of the frightening night. He had his back to Naruto and wasn't ready to turn around. The pain in his chest covered him with a new wave. You promised me. You promised you would. She was crying and her voice broke. She approached. She was right behind him. You're a fucking liar, you hear me? She was in front of him and began to frantically thrash. Naruto sobbed, sighed convulsively, and continued to accuse him of lying. It lasted no more than a couple of minutes, but absolutely everything that had managed to survive before that broke off inside Itachi. The last thin threads of hope he was desperately clinging to snapped with a plaintive crack, letting him fall into darkness. Tears of blood ran down his cheeks again. That damn dojutsu seemed to be mocking. So it made it clear, if there was room to grow, evolution would definitely take place. Why? Why, Tebeo? She abruptly switched to a hoarse whisper, stopped beating and clutched at his shoulders, trying to look into his eyes, which he was hiding. You didn't want to? Say you didn't want to. I can see that you are in pain. I can see. Itachi whimpered. He is also not iron. How much longer did he have to endure during this terrible night? Naruto was not afraid of him even after what she saw in the quarter. She did not push him away. He did not even hope that she would be there when he needed her so much. Thank you. He whimpered again. Thank you, Naruto. Tell me. She shook him by the shoulders and forced him to look into her eyes. She didn't need an answer, she already knew, she just wanted confirmation out loud. That was right. There was no other solution. There was not. I was looking for. I really searched. Itachi lowered his head, hiding the tears that had again flowed. You will go away? There was sadness in her voice, and a smile of relief on her face. Yes, he swallowed. He didn't want to cry anymore, as if Naruto's smile had burned away all the pain in his soul, covering it with a thick blanket of ashes. Forever? Forever, he looked away, unable to withstand her direct piercing gaze. I will find you, I promise. I promise we'll see you again. Naruto carefully wiped the blood from his face. And I, unlike some, always keep my promises. She grinned wryly. I believe you, smiled back. It scattered like black crows, leaving her in the middle of the dead quarter. Itachi thought that after this mission, his stupid younger brother would become his incentive to live, but he was mistaken. He wanted to live for the ghostly chance of meeting the sunny girl again. She became his light in the impenetrable darkness of Akatsuki. A light that he continued to reach for even after several years, fearing that his personal sun would someday cease to shine for him. Itachi longed for a new meeting and was afraid of her, because now Naruto was his goal. He was ordered to catch her in order to kill her later. Find me, Naruto. Find me before I come for you. You always keep your promises. Their fifth meeting. Itachi didn't want it to happen, believing it would ruin everything. And Naruto waited, knowing that only after her would he finally be able to fulfill his promise. This meeting left a bitter aftertaste, but it could not be compared with the sweet joy that came later. It has been several years since Itachi Uchiha became one of the worst criminals in the public eye. Time flew by unexpectedly quickly, even if at times it seemed to him that the days dragged on endlessly. This was especially true in those moments when he felt himself slowly losing his mind. Apostasy is clearly not what he has been striving for all his life. However, even so, this was not the most terrible thing in his position. Most of all, he was oppressed by the fact that he was an Akatsuki. If he was just an apostate, it wouldn't be such a great tragedy, but a member of the objectively most dangerous criminal group could not be just an apostate. From early childhood, Itachi dreamed of how to create a real world and stop wars. His dream was from the category of those that ordinary people considered unrealizable, but his potential made it possible to classify it as difficult, but possible. Itachi dreamed about it at the age of 4 and continued until now, when he was 17. At the same time, he managed to destroy a country, albeit a small one, to organize the escape of the most dangerous criminals from the most guarded prison in the world and, no matter how ironic it may sound, to participate in several coups d'état. All this caused him such a powerful internal dissonance that he literally felt how he was gradually losing his mind. However, looking back now, Itachi realized that those years had passed quickly. He had long realized that Zetsu knew and could do much more than he tried to show. That nasty plant was definitely aware that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki mattered to Itachi far more than just a goal issued by the organization. In fact, he himself volunteered to capture Naruto. After learning that the main task of Akatsuki is to catch all the bijus, he realized that he had come there for a reason. He had nowhere to go after becoming an apostate, so Itachi made a deal with the devil. He becomes a member of the organization. Toby refused any claims to Konoha. He would have refused such an unequal deal if Itachi had not had a very real chance of killing him in the event of a fight. Neither of them knew for sure who would survive the collision, and both of them still had two important plans for their lives to part with. Now Itachi was completely confident in his risky decision. Choosing Naruto as his target, he sought to protect her and Konoha, who would be harmed by an attack, to capture the Jinchuriki. Itachi was going to put off capturing her for as long as possible, even if it ended up declassifying him. He did not betray his plans, but at the same time he was convinced that Zetsu knew everything about them and even more. Even Toby, who was pulling the strings from the shadows, pretending to be a rare idiot in front of everyone, did not arouse as many suspicions in Itachi as the ubiquitous Zetsu. Most likely because Itachi had some hunches about Toby that were very close to the truth. But about the Zetsu comrade, only one big thing was found out. And that was very, very disturbing. Itachi's only light in that impenetrable pit he had sunk into was the memory of the sunny girl he sought to protect. But the memories of her, although they warmed the soul, did not bring consolation. He was afraid of the moment when they would meet again. He was truly terrified at the thought that this meeting could be fatal for her. Itachi himself had destroyed too much in his life, and therefore was not ready to go through it again. Just not her. She became Itachi's light long before he was plunged into darkness. Too bad he figured it out too late. Sometimes it seemed to him that she did not come that night, did not make a promise, would not forgive his lies. Sometimes it even seemed to him that she did not know him, that all their meetings were nothing more than a figment of his imagination. Sometimes, he was sharply undermined at night, escaping from dreams in which Naruto did not recognize him, was afraid, repulsed, called the killer. Usually these dreams came on those nights when the red moon shone just the same as then. Itachi's partner never asked what he dreamed about. But Kisame had already figured out the pattern a long time ago, and therefore he himself offered to be on duty all night without forcing Itachi to ask for it himself. It's surprising that the chatty-loving Kisame never once tried to expand on this topic. If thoughts of Naruto were painful but necessary, thoughts of Sasuke were comfort to Itachi. Sasuke has always been determined and Fugaku has always underestimated his potential. Itachi knew that the day was not far off when his younger brother would come to take revenge. You can't imagine a more just death for the killer of your own clan. Then you won't have to step over yourself again and again on missions from Akatsuki, be responsible for killing the clan and torment yourself with thoughts about the sunny girl whom Itachi could not give anything but pain, which without his participation in her life was enough. Itachi saw only one single way out of the swamp in which he got stuck. That way out was death. Cowardly? Maybe. But he had no other paths with the stigma that the murder of the Uchiha put on him. Itachi sacrificed almost everything he had. Isn't that enough to deserve at least death? His insides were frozen with fear when Zetsu told of the third's death. This completely changed the balance of power, because Danzo began to take a direct part in the party. Sasuke's life and Naruto's freedom were in danger. Itachi needed to show up in Konoha to be reminded that he was still taking part in the game. The scraps of information left in the taverns of the stock market towns where Jiraiya collected them from were only ephemeral reminders of his existence, that he was still alive. The threat of divulging a number of state secrets no longer frightened anyone. Too much water had flowed under the bridge, new ones had long since taken the place of these secrets. It was necessary to show that Itachi was nearby and, if necessary, could make a move. It was necessary to put pressure on the advisors before they tried to put pressure on him to tie their hands. However, Itachi's already precarious mental balance cracked when Zetsu casually dropped the details of the third stage of the Chunin exam. Other than Itachi, no one present at the meeting of the organization cared who fought whom and who died in the process. Everyone listened purely out of idle interest. Only Itachi struggled to control his heartbeat as Zetsu ranted about the battle between the last Konoha Uchiha and the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and the out-of-control Ichibi. Moreover, all his short, but meaningfully rich monologue, Zetsu looked at the Uchiha. So he made it clear that nothing was a secret for him, but for some reason he was in no hurry to share his observations with other Akatsuki. What kind of dirty game he started, Itachi did not know. However, he clearly understood that Zetsu was playing the game in his own interests, bypassing both Pain and Tobi, all other members of the organization. When Itachi arrived at the village, he prayed to Kami not to meet Sasuke, much less Naruto. If with his brother he had at least a little idea of the course of the dialogue, and therefore thought out a line of behavior, then no one knew what to expect from Naruto. Sometimes even she herself could not say exactly what she would do in a couple of minutes. Itachi did not meet them, he only caught a glimpse of his brother, but immediately disappeared. But fate won back, pushing him against Kakashi-senpai. To get involved in such a fight with a man to whom he owes his life turned out to be frankly unpleasant. Itachi was only 8 years old when Tobi almost killed him after his teammate Tenma, and only the appearance of Kakashi Hatake saved Itachi's life. At a certain moment, the understanding came that if they did not retreat, then someone's blood would be shed. Itachi definitely did not want this, he had to get out. The use of Tsukuyomi was a suitable excuse to retreat without arousing the suspicions of either side. Everything would have been perfect if a nasty smiling Zetsu hadn't jumped out of the ground and declared that the Jinchuriki was only 10 kilometers from Konoha, and she was accompanied by a Sannin. Getting Jiraiya out of the way was embarrassingly easy. It remained only to hope for luck, which Itachi had not seen for several years. He couldn't afford to capture Naruto, but the ubiquitous Zetsu left no choice. Itachi did not see him nearby, but he knew for sure that the organization's intelligence officer could even deceive the Sharingan. They came. Kisame just stood behind him, and Itachi felt like his partner had his sword at the back of his head. It was impossible to delay this moment any longer. He knocked in the hope that Naruto would think to escape. When the door opened, a pair of bright blue, slightly phosphorescent eyes stared at him. Itachi could see in her eyes that she hadn't left because she was waiting. How she has matured. But she remained the same small. She only reached his chest. Despite her boyish, wild orange tracksuit and unchanged boyish haircut, she became more feminine, no longer a girl. Facial features are more graceful, eyelashes are longer, cheekbones are sharper, lips are fuller. Itachi-san, is this exactly what we need? Jinchuriki Kyuubi is a girl, and this is a boy, Kisame, without realizing it, with this remark ruthlessly destroyed something quivering and tender that had been established between Itachi and Naruto. Naruto glared at Kisame and raised an eyebrow skeptically. "It's you with so-and-so, She made a circular motion with the brush near her face. Face? In general, it is not for you to judge the shortcomings of someone else's appearance. Itachi-san, can I chop off her legs so she doesn't talk as much? If you cut off my legs, I'll scream and you'll have to drag me," Naruto said enthusiastically. "Then head first? Who said it would stop me from talking?" Itachi didn't have time to answer. "We can check it out," Kisame smiled wickedly, becoming even more like a shark. "No," she waved her hand. "Bad idea, Tebeo." Naruto started backing away, her gaze fixed on the one she had been waiting for so long. "Naruto-chan, you'll have to come with us," his face and voice are empty, just like when he was talking to Sasuke. "Come out," the complete indifference in his eyes responded with pain in hers. She went out. It was foolish to resist two S-rank shinobi. What will a mosquito do to an elephant? Unless he drinks dry. But will it burst while drinking? Naruto thought it was going to burst. She looked at Itachi the same way she had when they first met in the alley. I didn't want to see danger in him, but I did. And he watched his dreams take on a material form, and did nothing to stop it. So it was right. I had to push her away before it was too late. What he didn't realize was that it was already too late. He refused to understand that he could no longer live without her, just like she could not without him. Long time no see. Sasuke. His emotions hid even deeper behind an impenetrable stone mask. Uchiha Itachi, a new hero, appeared on the scene. Well. Today is definitely a special day. Apparently, Kisame did not even imagine that there were owners of the cursed dojutsu, with the exception of his partner, and today he saw two at once, Sasuke and Kakashi. "I'll kill you." A desperate cry. This is the sound of pleas for mercy, not death threats. Sasuke was still doubtful, and Itachi understood it. Why? What did he do wrong? Who is it? Does he have a Sharingan? Kisame ignored Sasuke's scream. My little brother. No matter how dense and thick his mask was, Naruto had already learned how to take it off. She could see his pain. I saw a scarlet sea of pain splashing behind the soulless Tomo. I thought the Uchiha clan was completely wiped out. Kisame seemed to be scratching his head in puzzlement. By you. She looked at Itachi, begging him not to do what he planned. How did she know? He wanted to look away again, just not to see those piercing eyes. I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. I hate you. And just to get to your throat. Naruto saw Sasuke's every word build confidence in Itachi's idiotic decision. I survived. Birds chirping filled the corridor, and deadly lightning covered Sasuke's arm. Chidori? Itachi was surprised, but he couldn't convey it with intonation. Sasuke rushed to the attack, breaking through the wall. A fraction of a second, and he was near his brother, but nothing came of it. Naruto stepped between them. Itachi wanted to grab Sasuke's hand, but she grabbed his wrist instead. Crazy speed. Sasuke's wrist was also in her grip. Naruto was both a dividing line and a link at the same time. Both appreciated her, but treated her completely differently. Both did not want to involve her in this, but for different reasons. Both were angered by her meddling, but they had different reasons. Sasuke saw her as an annoying friend who couldn't live a day without adventures, always climbed into her own business and regularly pestered him with her presence. And even though she was his best friend, he wasn't ready to admit it out loud. Itachi considered her his light and did not want her to be in danger, but he himself became a source of danger in her life. He was ready to leave her forever, just to take away all the threats. Let the absence of a sunny girl in his life morally destroy him, but he agreed to this in exchange for her quiet life. Naruto, what the hell? Sasuke tried to break free, but in vain. He's stronger than you, idiot. Her eyes were startlingly like ice. Jiraiya's appearance created a way out of a situation that had previously seemed hopeless. Itachi used Tsukuyami on Sasuke, cruel, disgusting, but Sasuke had to stop doubting, and the best way to expel doubts was to once again make him believe that Itachi was a monster who did not deserve to live. He fled with Kisame, ignoring the intense gaze of bright blue eyes. While resting, Itachi felt a burning sensation on his right forearm. Where Naruto was holding on, few patterns were now drawn. She always keeps her promises, right? Their sixth meeting. Not like all the previous ones. She broke the usual rhythm of their communication and created a new one. There was no more need to keep count. No need to wait years to talk. Now is the time to say something and be heard. Itachi looked at the seal Naruto had left on his body and tried to understand its purpose. It was strikingly similar to the one used in his famous Yondaime technique. Was it really her? Itachi couldn't know for sure, so he could only agonize over vague guesses and wait. He knew how to wait like no one else, but this time it did not take long at all. The next day, when he was alone, a sunny girl appeared in the room with a yellow flash. On her face was one of those sincere smiles that were rarely shown among those who worked for the public. This smile was full of joy, awe, tenderness. As promised. I was waiting. He smiled involuntarily for the first time in years, and again next to her. Now I can always come to you, she nervously tousled her hair at the back of her head. And still continued to stand a little further away. The hanging silence crushed, it interfered with breathing, speaking, thinking. Itachi was afraid that now Naruto would disappear again. 2 days ago, he was ready to exclude her from his life forever, and now he understood that he could not let her go. Naruto rushed over to him and pulled him into a hug. She leaned her head against his shoulder and breathed deeply, as if after a long run. It really was a long run, the chase. She was chasing time to learn her father's technique. She ran, knocking her feet into the blood, in fear of not being in time. She didn't want to lose the first person who had treated her really well. Itachi gave her faith in people, but lost faith in himself. Naruto wanted to help him regain that faith, because she herself still believed in him and nothing made her doubt. The silence instantly ceased to be oppressive. Now it was comfortable, you could hide in it like in a fluffy blanket, and enjoy its comfort. His hands themselves reached for her golden hair and began to gently sort it out. Naruto still smelled of oranges and only a little bit of grass. A completely inexplicable calm flooded my mind. I didn't want to do anything, just keep standing like that. After that, they still spoke. Naruto told him about what had happened in those 4 years. She talked about absolutely everything, and Itachi listened and reveled in her presence nearby. She talked about how she graduated from the academy, how she failed the exam several times due to not coping with the illusionary clones, how she succumbed to Mizuki's persuasion, and how he turned out to be a traitor. But in the Hokage scroll, she found a detailed description of the Hiratian seal, which allowed her to finally master the technique. She described in detail the beginning of teamwork, which, in fact, did not exist at the beginning. She told about the meeting and battle with Momochi Zabuza and his partner Haku. Had some fun over how she and Sasuke got stuck on one of the missions. Retold the events of Chunin exam. It turned out that Gaara, Ichibi's Jinchuriki, is now her friend. She made Itachi worry about Orochimaru and his Juin, but promised that if necessary, with his fists, he would drive into Sasuke that he had nothing to do with the pale-faced perverts. She explained why she left Konoha with Jiraiya. She jumped from topic to topic, her speech was incoherent and a little confused, as if she was afraid of not being on time. She talked all night, sitting with her feet on the bed across from him. Itachi listened to her and smiled a little wider each time when such a bright databao slipped through her enthusiastic speech. He noticed how she blew her bangs off her face, stubbornly refusing to remove them with her hands. Followed her sweeping gestures. I realized that her most frequent movement is tousling the hair at the back of her head. A little less often, she scratched her cheek, which looked completely childish and stupidly cute. He watched her and regretted that his vision had already fallen significantly and did not allow him to see the smallest details. Suddenly came the realization that his feelings were like mania. His world narrowed down to one sunny girl, and everything that was around seemed gray and dull. Only she was painted in colors, only she began to matter. It wasn't normal. And yet it was. It became painfully important to know if she felt anything remotely similar. Just a little, just a little. That alone would be enough to give him hope for. For what? What did Itachi want from her? He had no moral right to demand anything from her. He didn't have much time left, so why did he need this hope? Why? At dawn, Naruto left and promised to return. She didn't say it would be soon, and she didn't say he'd have to wait a long time. She just promised and vanished into a yellow flash. Itachi knew how to wait like no one else, and therefore simply believed that his son would return to him. Several meetings. They walked one after the other. Now he couldn't remember how many there were. Not so many, really, but they all merged into one big memory, from which a soft, dreamy smile blossomed. Naruto was gone for 2 weeks, and then returned, and with her story plunged Itachi into righteous horror. She managed to get involved in the Battle of the Sannin. But, more importantly, she almost died in it and dismissed this fact as an annoying fly. They say, this is not the most interesting moment in history. And she also jumped enthusiastically on the unfortunate bed, like a small child, when she shared that thanks to Jiraiya she mastered her father's Rasengan in some miserable week, while on her own she fought over him for 3 years and nothing came of it. She surprised Itachi by providing the village with a new leader with a dispute, and made her laugh when, with tears in her eyes, she complained that she herself had dragged the first female Hokage to the village, although she herself had dreamed of becoming one all her life. Naruto came to him almost every day, completely ignoring the body's need for sleep. She always took advantage of the moments when Itachi was left alone. His seal was special. Naruto had been poring over it for half a year, that is, since she borrowed the scroll from the Hokage. She, with the help of Kurama, was able to embed sensory perception into her so that she always knew when Itachi was alone. In one of their first encounters, Naruto timidly asked for permission to comb through his hair. Hers were still just as short. She admitted that she tried to grow them, but, apparently, being beautiful is not her thing. Itachi laughed again and, without noticing it, told her that she was beautiful without long hair. Of course, when both realized what he said, they lowered their eyes and awkwardly fell silent. The public should have seen them at this moment. The creator of the seduction and harem techniques and one of the strongest shinobi in the world sat and hesitated, shyly averting their eyes. However, this atmosphere quickly dissipated after some replica of Naruto, but no one will remember its content. As a result, any meeting between them was reduced to the fact that Itachi's head was on her knees, and she began to thoughtfully sort through his hair. Naruto was always silent at these moments. Sometimes he allowed himself to look at her, infrequently, because she was frankly embarrassed by the close attention. Still, he managed to snatch moments when Naruto was too engrossed in the process of combing through his hair and her own thoughts in order to notice his searching gaze. She seemed beautiful to him in any situation, even when she fell to him right from the mission smeared with soot and disheveled from the fact that she woke up in the middle of the night and felt that she could visit him, but did not have time to do anything with herself except brush her teeth. But most of all he liked her in these moments of thought. Her lips, which despite Kisame's words were full even for a girl, had a soft, almost tender smile. From under half-closed eyelids, her twinkling, dreamy eyes were visible, a blue color that he could not find a worthy comparison. Her slightly quivering fluffy eyelashes cast long shadows on her striped cheeks. Itachi desperately wanted to know what she was thinking at that moment. It was only in those moments that Naruto was truly calm. Her mood was always rushing from one extreme to another, and only when she was pulling his hair did she show a consistently identical emotion, peace. But Itachi did not dare to ask the question that worried him. For some reason it seemed that this question would definitely destroy their little idol. The decision to die at the hands of a younger brother in order to clear the name of the clan in the eyes of the public no longer seemed as justified and attractive as it had been just a couple of months ago. However, Itachi stubbornly stifled his sense of wrongness. For what must have been the first time in his life, he let go of the situation and allowed himself to just go with the flow. It didn't last long. 6 months after Tsunade's inauguration, Sasuke went to Orochimaru for power. Here is the same miscalculation that Itachi made Orochimaru. Or, to be more precise, Konoha, which did not allow Sasuke to turn around at full strength. He would hardly have left the village if he saw an opportunity there to develop to the desired level. When an unscheduled meeting of the organization was announced, Itachi became alert. Never before had good news been announced at such an event. This time was no different from the previous ones. Sasuke fled the village to Orochimaru, and the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki almost died trying to stop him. Zetsu spoke with particular gusto about how she smashed her back into the rocks after a powerful blow, how she fell from 300 meters into the water, and how the Chidori easily pierced her lung. Itachi was glad that they were present at this meeting in the form of holograms, because none of the practices he underwent in his Umbu training could help hide the deathly pallor of his face. Zetsu concluded his narration by saying that neither Naruto nor Sasuke were in danger, and even flattered their abilities, saying that they showed the level of if not weak Jonin, the strong Chunin for sure. However, Itachi didn't hear a single word after it was said that neither Naruto nor Sasuke were in danger. 3 days later, she came back to him. Pale, covered in bandages, with bruises under her feverishly shining eyes, she made him feel frightened again. Itachi, perhaps for the first time, allowed himself to touch her before she touched him. He carefully embraced the sunny girl, whose habitual radiance at that moment could hardly be called a dim shimmer. Naruto clung to him in response and burst into tears. She did not allow herself this weakness with others. She smiled at Sakura when she arrived hoping to hear that Naruto had done it. She smiled at Tsunade as she treated her broken ribs and broken kidneys. She smiled at Shikamaru when he shared his worries about the threat to Choji and Niji's lives. She smiled at Kakashi-sensei when he tried to find out if she really took everything that happened so lightly. She smiled at the Erosanin when he told her to turn her back on the subject. She smiled even when she was alone, because even alone with herself she was ashamed to show weakness. But she couldn't suppress those damn smiles anymore. Everyone has a limit, and so does she. Naruto had only one person around whom she could afford to be weak. Their acquaintance began with the fact that he constantly saved her. He saw her weaknesses all the time, so he was not afraid to open up in front of him, not afraid to disappoint him, not afraid to see disapproval in his eyes. She knows he will not be there. Itachi, after all, also appeared weak to her. She, too, saw what he did not show to anyone. Naruto didn't go into hysterics, but let all the worries of the past days come out with salty drops. And Itachi ran through her short golden hair again and waited for her to feel better. He was just there, just like she was next to him that fateful night. As the pain subsided and other feelings took over, she felt ashamed. But not for tears, she was ashamed that she had failed. She promised Itachi and Sakura that she would not let Sasuke go to the creeping reptile. Naruto always keeps his promises, she will definitely return him. I'm sorry, she pulled back and looked into his eyes. I will keep my promise, Tibeo. I will return him to Konoha, even if it costs me my life. What would be the point if the cost was her life? For Itachi, only 2 real values remained in his life: his stupid younger brother, in exchange for whose life Itachi personally washed his hands in the blood of loved ones, and the stupid sunny girl who painted his meager life in bright colors. But if Sasuke will return to the village only in case of her death, then let everything remain as it is. In the end, Sasuke may not know where, but he is alive, he becomes stronger, he is preparing for a battle that will clear the name of the clan and save Sasuke from the fate of an ordinary apostate, make him a hero. Don't, Itachi said as they left. Hey! What are you, Databeo? Buried me already. Right? I'm figurative. Do you really think that some asshole will kill me, the future Hokage? Yes, he beat me up this time, but that's only because he tried to beat me, and I didn't. Moreover, he didn't leave unharmed either, Naruto snorted offendedly, because of which a bang flew up. I'm sorry, Itachi smiled wryly. After her speech, he even felt ashamed of his thoughts. He was also worried about Sasuke. Why did he do this to Naruto? After all, she is his closest friend. That's it, the closest friend. Sasuke wanted to get the Manjikyu Sharingan, but was unable to take the life of his girlfriend. Itachi felt his insides freeze at the memory of Shirsui's death. He would have died from the poison anyway, but Itachi was the one who killed him. Another burden of responsibility that choked him for many years. Itachi himself suggested to Sasuke this way of gaining strength, but he did not even suspect that everything would turn out like this. Itachi, her face was slightly haggard, as if from an illness. I'm leaving with the Erosenin for training. For several years. And, all this time, I won't be able to come to you. She bit her lip for a couple of seconds. Now I am weak. I need to get stronger to get Sasuke back and... Itachi's everything collapsed, but for some reason he could not even let out a sharp sigh or clench his fingers into a fist to somehow indicate this. He just continued to sit there, not moving, as if he didn't care. Naturally, Naruto could not see how his inner world trembled at this news, as if someone had knocked out a support column. And it turned out to be surprisingly embarrassing. The fact that she doesn't understand how scary it is to be alone with herself again, without a person who never expected anything from him, didn't demand anything, just happened to be there when Itachi went crazy from the inability to share his feelings with someone. It was probably selfish to wish that she was always there and cleansed the wounds in the soul from pain, like from pus. Nasty occupation, especially when there is as much pain as Itachi had. She was not even from loss or betrayal, but from the impotence that accompanied him all his life. The right to make the desired decisions was never assigned to him. He himself always chose only under the yoke of circumstances. He was allowed only futile attempts to seek the lesser of evils. Except for the personal choice to protect a strange girl in the alley and patronize her further. Making Naruto a part of his life is the only example of complete freedom of choice in his life. Naruto's presence gave him, bound by duty, a sense of freedom that he selfishly wanted to keep. And I want to break into the archives of the root to find documents that will help exonerate you. Naruto tossed her head resolutely. For him? For what? He does not need it, he will die in a few years. Even if he wasn't going to die at the hands of Sasuke, he would still die 5 years later from constant use of the Mangekyo and long-term trauma to the chakra system. There was no point in saving him. Itachi just wanted Naruto to be there. He doesn't need anyone's confession, it was enough that she still believed in him. He not only saved the village from the war, but the clan from the shame that the Uchiha was waiting for after the inevitable failure. If everything is revealed, then all meaning is lost. The name of the Uchiha will be branded much worse than the current one. And for what? Itachi is already a non-resident. Those damned eyes gave amazing power, but only in installments, and the payment was life. Don't leave me, quietly, almost timidly, without faith in the success of this request. I'll get back to you, I promise. She tucked his bangs behind his ear, but they fell right back out. A deliberately meaningless action that Naruto for some reason performed almost every time they met. I will become strong and be able to help you as you once helped me, Itachi. She dissolved into a yellow flash, leaving him alone again. He sank onto the bed, hunched over, and dropped his elbows to his knees, letting his hands hang limply. I wanted to scream out loud in frustration. He didn't need this help. He just needed to have her by his side. Although rare, but did not disappear for several years. Years, how long to wait this time? And will Itachi even live to meet again? I will miss you. You promised to return. I will wait, otherwise I won't be able to. Their new meeting. Itachi didn't remember what number she was. She left behind a strange feeling, ambiguous. The joy that he saw her again clung to the despair that the circumstances caused. Never before had he been so afraid that she would disappear and never return. 2.5 years really passed quickly, but certainly not unnoticed. Disgusting time, covered with thickened darkness. Itachi again began to feel that leaving her life and not coming back was the right decision. It would be right, and he clearly understood this, as well as the fact that as soon as they met again, he would not be able to refuse her presence. What he was experiencing was not love, it was definitely mania. A disease he knew about but didn't want to be cured. It was precisely the disease, because since Naruto left, there was no happiness, no joy, only constant longing, almost aching pain. Love, even unrequited, even if at a distance, should bring at least something good with it, but there was nothing good in his dependence. Even the memories of Naruto no longer warmed the soul, but poisoned it. Nevertheless, thoughts kept returning to her vivid image, forcing her to suffer from a feeling of painful uncertainty. Itachi left Konoha 6 years ago. During this time, he had 8 girls, and all just for one night. 5 of them had been in the last 3 years. Each was a blue-eyed, tanned, smiling blonde. The Uchiha was getting sick of himself, and he didn't know what was more, the fact that they were all carbon copies, or the fact that they were at all. For such a long time, there were few of them, or rather, few, but even so he was disgusted that there were things that he was not able to control. And why did he even have to control it, limit himself, literally mock his body? Did he make any promises to Naruto? Have there been any confessions? Were there similar obligations between them? No, none of this happened, but the feeling that he was betraying her gnawed at him with incredible force. It was even more disgusting that Naruto knew about each of these girls, thanks to the seal. Itachi wanted these connections physically, but didn't want them emotionally. It turned out to keep exactly as long as he did not notice her in the crowd. It was like a self-genjutsu. He knew for sure that it was not her, but he saw her image. In those moments, the only thing that distinguished them from the real Naruto was their long hair. None of them had short hair. But even so, consciousness played a cruel joke with him, to which he succumbed. However, in the morning only another unknown girl appeared in bed. Itachi knew that his perception was not objective, but for him in the morning they were all unattractive and wildly unlike Naruto, although anyone would consider this an outright lie. Her hair was golden with the sun entangled in its strands, while everyone else's was just blonde or dark, anything but hers. Her eyes were the sea with deep blue streaks of deep depressions, turquoise splashes of shallow lagoons, the azure of the water surface in calm and the shimmer of sun glare on the waves, and all the rest were just blue, no different from hundreds of other blue ones. Her skin was bronze, with shadows playing with precious tints, and everyone else was just a tan, which thousands can boast. Her smile made Itachi involuntarily smile in response, feel his need, significance, value, understand that there is someone who will always be there, who will always find him, and the rest just had a smile. He knew that his perception was clouded by a veil of caustic pink mist, but he did not want to get rid of it. Itachi was greatly impressed by the situation that happened when Tsurugi Deidara joined the organization. When Kisame first met Deidara, he laughed like crazy. No one could understand what was the reason for such unbridled fun, until Kisame said that the new member of the organization was absurdly similar to the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Only the guy looked prettier and more feminine. For such a statement, the newcomer blew up Kisame right in the same place, and when he found out that the carrier of the Kyuubi was a girl, he blew it up again. The partner wondered for a long time why Itachi had not noticed such a clear similarity between Uzumaki and Tsurugi before, but calmed down when he remembered that he was simply more tactful and silent. In fact, Itachi still did not see such a big similarity in Naruto and Deidara, although he assumed that the whole problem again lay in his biased assessment. He left the bathroom. The girl remained in the negligee, and at the same time took an unambiguous pose. He could not hold back a heavy sigh. They also agreed that upon his return there would be no one in the room. This girl was the ninth, and her name was Amy. Sweet, smiling, perhaps he would really like her, but not in this life. They had an agreement that everything was just for one night. This arrangement was with each of the girls, and each in the end refused to leave so easily. Itachi walked past, completely ignoring the undesirable presence of others, and began to dress. "Hey, I really liked you." She turned around differently, still keeping her position unambiguous. "I said nothing would happen after one night." He still continued to show absolute disinterest. However, he did not even have to try for this, because she really did not interest him. "Why didn't you take off the whore then? What was the point of bothering? Woo me, spend money?" She was really interested. The answer was trivially simple. Emmy was disgustingly similar to the one Itachi was crazy about. He said nothing. The viscous silence was broken only by the rustle of his clothes, which he continued to slowly put on. "But it was interesting to chat with you, and it's good in bed, and you yourself are handsome." "I was thinking." This girl was strange, and that made her even more reminiscent of Naruto. Everyone before Emmy either tried to throw a tantrum in frustration over dashed unreasonable hopes, or silently walked away with their chin held up proudly, and only one reacted to it the way Itachi would have liked. She just left without any pretense. And Amy decided to talk, and it was strange. Moreover, she started the conversation in such a tone, as if they were old friends, and not casual acquaintances. However, the Uchiha again left her remark unanswered. "If we hadn't slept together, I would now think that you are impotent." She finally took a decent pose, and began to look around the room in search of her clothes. Itachi chuckled at her. "There are two reasons for this male problem: you don't want to, and you can't." Itachi suffered from the first option, which was easily cured by the appearance of his girlfriend in bed. However, he again did not answer Amy. "And yesterday he looked at me as if I were the most beautiful girl in the world, and at night in general," she sighed dreamily. "Wait a minute. Maybe you weren't looking at me?" She gleamed with self-satisfaction at the thought that came to mind. Itachi pursed his lips, wanting to ignore the overly perspicacious girl again. "Are we very similar?" She did not let up. "Not now." He didn't even look in her direction. "And yesterday, huh?" He was silent again. He wanted to get out of this room as soon as possible and be as far away from Amy as possible. The whole situation caused a feeling of nagging irritation. She seemed to be digging up a festering wound without an anesthetic. "Listen, something is clearly wrong with your passion, since she refuses such a guy. If anything, know that I will always not mind your company." Itachi silently walked out the door. From this conversation and this girl, the sediment remained even more disgusting than it was from all the previous ones. He leaned back against the wall, lightly kissed the back of his head against it, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He looked very tired, despite the fact that physically he felt fine. Another 6 months and he would see Naruto again. Just a little bit more, and soon after that, death. After Emi, Kisame could not stand it, and told Itachi that since he chose such a type for himself, he simply had to add the QB carrier to the collection. Moreover, he reasoned that Naruto would be her crowning glory in some way. Kisame took too long to say that. He had never allowed himself to play a prank on Itachi before, but holding back in this situation was beyond his strength. He also strongly recommended not to bypass Deidara, which for the first time received a murderous look from Itachi. He was murderous in the truest sense of the word, because in the place where the blue-skinned one had stood a second before, the black unquenchable flame of Amaterasu was burning. Itachi didn't know what specifically in his partner's statement angered him more, the fact that he spoke about Naruto in a similar vein, or the fact that he was offered to enter into a relationship with a man. As a proven straight man, he was extremely outraged by such a proposal. Kisame didn't bring that topic up again for his own safety. Itachi thought about his partner's words. He would never add Naruto to any collection, much less consider her as some sort of achievement. The Sunny Girl was a separate aspect of his life, which occupied a significant part of it. It would be just ridiculous to compare Naruto to anyone else. If it were possible to achieve its reciprocity, then the so-called collection would cease to exist, there would be no meaning left in it. The problem was that Itachi wasn't going to get the much-desired reciprocity because it was the right thing to do. He couldn't refuse Naruto's presence in his life, but he could limit his presence in hers. He was sure that before meeting with her there were still 6 months. But when Pain announced the beginning of the 3rd stage and sent Deidara with Sasori for Ichibi, Itachi realized that he would meet with Naruto very soon. She would never be able to stay away if her friends were in danger, and she spat from the Hokage mountain that she herself would have to plunge into this very danger up to her ears. That's how it all happened. As the Bija ceiling drew to a close, the Konoha group found themselves critically close to the hideout. True, it turned out to be a group of Might Guy, with whom Kisame really wanted to meet in order to take revenge. But when the news of the second group came, Itachi's desire to go there didn't surprise anyone. Besides the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki that was there was his target. An interesting jutsu was used to delay the Konoha people. Itachi seemed to be there, but at the same time he wasn't. He saw and felt, but bluntly, not fully, as if through glass. There were 4 people standing in front of him: Kakashi-senpai, Elder Suna, the girl with pink hair, and Naruto. Now Itachi couldn't exactly call her a girl. Now Kisame would definitely not think of calling her a boy. She was wearing a different suit, but still the same wild orange and sporty again. However, he clearly outlined the smooth curves of the girl's body, the waist, albeit small, but high chest, hips, which became noticeably wider. In Naruto, as before, there was practically no femininity in the generally accepted sense of the word, nevertheless she had it. It was absolutely unique, because Naruto could rush into the thick of it, refusing any help, but at the same time maintain external fragility. And there was still not a single gram of mannerism in her, which she absolutely did not need either before or now, because she already attracted all the attention to herself. And the hairstyle remained boyish, but it was impossible to imagine it on the other hand. Long time no see. Kakashi-san. Naruto-chan. The situation was utterly idiotic, because Itachi didn't want to fight as much as he wanted to see Naruto. Apparently, they were not given to see each other after a long separation without all these gloomy nuances. Naruto's appearance was far from the best. Apparently, the prospect of fighting Itachi did not appeal to her at all. She looked at him with despair. She had to rush to the aid of her friend, Ichibi's Jinchuriki. The conversation with Kakashi-senpai unsettled Itachi, to say the least. How did he know Itachi was losing his sight? Did he also have a Mangekyo? However, the worst thing was that Naruto heard it all. He never dared to admit to her that his techniques were slowly but surely killing him. Now, if her friend's death didn't turn her back on Itachi, she would ask questions he didn't want to answer. Although it is unlikely that Naruto will be able to forgive him for the death of a friend. Everything has a limit, and this is probably what will exhaust her trust limit. She continued to believe in Itachi even when he had sunk to the bottom. Now all she had to do was see the futility of that belief. Naruto didn't want to fight him, but it wasn't in her nature to give up. If there is no choice, then she will fight to the last. After all, fighting Sasuke to the death wasn't fun either, but that didn't mean she didn't give it her all. Naruto followed Sensei's advice and looked down, as much as she wanted to look up, to try and read Itachi's thoughts and feelings in his eyes. His eyes were his weak point, even though the all-powerful Sharingan burned in them with a scarlet flame. It was they who let her know what Itachi had in mind. "I'll politely ask you to come with me." He raised his hand that had the ring on it. "Naruto-chan." She got caught. "Not all cards are revealed yet, Kakashi-senpai." Naruto saw Sensei launch an attack that, although it worked properly, was on a clone. She rushed after and attacked another Itachi, who also turned out to be a clone. Suddenly, all those with whom she came turned into Uchiha, but the real one was not among them. She reacted instantly. 3 kunai flew at each imaginary Itachi, but they all scattered like crows. Part of the birds gathered the image of Itachi in the purple sky. Now Naruto realized that he had been caught. I didn't look you in the eyes. How did you catch me? She didn't fear him as much as one of the world's most dangerous criminals should have. For her, it was just a friendly sparring that happened at the wrong time and place, from which there was no way to refuse. I don't necessarily need eyes to cast Genjutsu. Sometimes one finger is enough. He showed her the brush, on which the ring stood out like a scarlet spot. So then, she breathed out, shaking her head in resignation. She closed her seal of concentration and tried to break free from the illusion, but in vain. Itachi was still stronger than her, even though she was close to making it. From the realization of her defeat, she writhed in a sorrowful grimace. You have become stronger. Her sadness made him laugh. And then, Tebeo. A victorious smirk appeared on her face, which immediately disappeared. But you still caught me with a genjutsu. He appeared next to Naruto. She looked into his eyes. There is nothing to lose, she is at the mercy of his technique. And she hugged him the same way as after the last long separation. And Itachi also began to sort out short golden strands. But the silence did not become comfortable, it crushed and did not let you forget that there is no time, you need to hurry, run, you can't stop. I need to go. Gaara wasn't just grabbed. Itachi, tell me, is he? Her voice was quiet and slightly muffled from the fact that she was burying her face in his shoulder. Time is short. You need to defeat me, but you may not have time, Naruto shuddered. If he dies, you won't come back? Itachi was afraid to hear the answer to this question, but to suffer in the unknown in the company of guesses was even more terrible. Idiot, she muttered indignantly. I'm scared. I'm afraid, Gaara. But you'll be no more to blame for this than I am if you don't show up on time. I promised that I would save you. I will find a way out. Her eyes returned to his face. Naruto tucked his bangs behind his ear, but it immediately fell back. And then she was finally helped out of the illusion. Further battle was short-lived. Itachi smiled involuntarily as Naruto landed the finishing blow. When he came to, Kisame's prototype had already been defeated by his opponents. The partner carefully peered into Itachi's face and at the same time looked extremely surprised. He asked with a glance what was the matter. Itachi-san, you were smiling. I have been working with you for so many years, but for the first time I see something other than indifference on your face. It's even scary for me to think how funny what you saw must be, even if it hit you. You know, Kisame, Itachi thought about whether to answer him or not. Now you definitely won't confuse Naruto-chan with a boy. I came to the conclusion that the best way is to laugh it off. Kisame's eyes widened. Itachi-san, I definitely want to know what happened there if you started joking too. Kisame didn't wait for an answer. With the sealing completed, Sasori and Deidara volunteered to fight the Konoha squad. When colleagues asked Itachi for a description of the Jinchuriki, they received only the phrase, she will immediately start yelling and will be the first to attack you. Kisame was once again in shock and regretted that no one but him could appreciate the Uchiha's humor. True, for the next 2 weeks Itachi looked grimmer than ever before. The lips were always bloodless and tightly compressed, the eyebrows were constantly slightly drawn together, and the face was haggard. Kisame didn't know what caused his partner's painful appearance, but for some reason he felt that it would not be possible to find out. Itachi really wouldn't share with Kisame that he'd been waiting both weeks to meet Naruto, who was in no hurry to get back into his life. He was afraid that the death of Gaara, whom, fortunately, it turned out to be saved, still managed to break one of the 2 main ties in his life. He had long lost count of their meetings, but he looked forward to this one more than any other. It was scary that it wouldn't happen. It hurt to think that the Akatsuki had taken away the most valuable thing in his life, although it was already sickening to be part of the organization. But Naruto always keeps his promises, and she promised to return. Naruto emerged from the yellow flash on the first day of the third week. Again, she told what happened during the separation. She talked about how the training went, how she pulled Jiraiya out of the taverns, and how she handled his injuries after he was caught by the girls he spied on. She shared how she succumbed to the Kyuubi's hatred. For some reason, it was not possible to use the Bija mode, even if the Kyuubi himself did not protest. How to solve this problem, none of Naruto's acquaintances knew. She then described her return to the village and genuinely amused Itachi with the story of exactly how Kakashi-senpai had been defeated. She also regretfully mentioned that she wanted to go to Itachi right away, but there was no way. In every detail, she explained exactly how Gaara managed to survive. Painted how they enchantingly returned to Suna. And then she darkened. The thread of the story reached a certain Sai, who was now a friend, but acquaintance with him was not a pleasant one. And then there was something that made Itachi sick, Sasuke. Naruto, with a frozen face, talked about how the meeting with him went and what preceded it. The battle with the Sannin, the loss of self-control, terrible injuries, hellish psychological stress, Sasuke's coldness, all this mixed up into a disgusting mess that stood in a tight lump across the throat and made it difficult to breathe. Without a smile, without words, completely devastated by the end of her story, she looked at Itachi with slightly twinkling eyes and asked for permission. She wanted to cry. Not on emotions for a couple of minutes, but systematically release everything that torments and gnaws from the inside. He did not forbid, he did not see the point in it. Naruto hugged him and felt something that was critically lacking in recent days. She felt calm. Even if he was at least 3 times the most terrible and merciless Nukenin, she was calm next to him. Tears flowed down striped cheeks, taking with them all the negativity that had accumulated during the separation. Helpless at Gaara's death, resentment at Sasuke's behavior, anger at Sai's words, fury at Orochimaru and the very fact of his existence, powerlessness at the wounds of the Erosanin and Sakura-chan, annoyance at every unknown girl who spent time with Itachi's night, and anxiety due to a long separation from him. All this Naruto now let go, to again easily smile carelessly at everyone and everyone. After the calmness forced out each of those feelings, she decided to ask the question that had been tormenting her for 2 weeks. Itachi, Naruto pulled back slightly and peered into his eyes. What did Kakashi-sensei mean? What's wrong with your eyesight? He looked away. Didn't know what to answer. He did not want to tell the truth, but he was not going to lie either, he could only remain silent. Itachi, her voice sounded more insistent. He looked at her, but again didn't say a word. Why the hell are you silent? She shook him by the shoulders, but again received no answer. Itachi pressed her against him, which made her unable to fix him with a demanding look. He nuzzled the top of his golden head, trying to collect his thoughts. He will have to tell everything, otherwise it will simply be dishonest towards her. And Naruto, meanwhile, felt panic slowly overtake her. What did he hide from her? Why did he do it? What were you afraid of? I'm sorry. He sighed heavily. I should have told you earlier. Say that? She pulled away again, trying to catch his eye. I'm going blind. Every time I use the Sharingan, my eyesight drops. But the main thing is something else. It was many times easier to say this in thoughts than it turned out in reality. A wry smile appeared on his face. What? She asked in a hoarse voice. I'll die pretty soon. Naruto shuddered. In 1.5 years. Or maybe in 2. Mangekyo techniques destroy the body. In addition, I suffered an injury to the chakra circulation system when I joined the Umbu. My body is already not functioning normally. The lungs began to fail. So far, the medicines help, but not for long. Another year and I'm not a fighter. No. What the heck? She jabbed her finger into his chest, emphasizing every word. Do you think I'll let you just go and die like that? Yes, don't wait. If necessary, I will drag you to Tsunade by force, you understand? She will cure you of everything, from Sharingans, and from idiocy, and from all other sores. Itachi grabbed her hands, forcing her to calm down. He saw that she was scared. Naruto, it's not something that can be cured. This is the price of strength. Sooner or later it will have to be paid. And the greater the debt, the worse the payment. No, she shook her head. No, I don't believe in it. Itachi, right, tears were running down her cheeks again. Why is this power needed at all? Why is Sasuke so eager to get her? Why don't you tell him? Why are you hiding the truth from him? About yourself, about your clan, about that damned dojutsu? I don't understand a damn thing. Explain to me, Itachi. Why are you doing this to him? With me? Why Itachi? Come on. Answer. Why? For the first time in her life, Naruto was hysterical. He hugged her reassuringly, giving them both time. This will be a long and difficult conversation. When she recovered a little, he began to speak. He knew everything about Naruto, but she didn't know much about him. Itachi often told her about the countries he had visited during his missions, about the people he met, about the books he once read, but did not say anything about himself. The moment has come when such silence will only make matters worse. He told her everything. I started with how, at the age of 4, I saw a battle, which was a massacre, and how I decided then that I would definitely get rid of all wars. He talked about how his father drilled him, how he had to go out of his way, for the sake of the notorious what was expected of my son. He shared his feelings from the fact that his mother became pregnant. He remembered how he dreamed about his brother, how he did not want him to have to experience the pressure that was exerted on Itachi. He talked about the Kyuubi attack, about how hundreds of people were dying right in the middle of the village, crushed by the rubble. He told how Shisui and Izumi appeared in his life and how his teammate, Dark, died. He told how he went through the Chunin exam alone, about the nasty mission to join the Umbu, on which he and Shisui almost died. He talked about what his first meeting with Naruto was like and how the desire to protect her woke up. Described the situation in the clan. He told how it came to the coup d'état, how he and Shisui tried to prevent everything, and how it turned out that Itachi essentially killed him. He talked about accepting Danzo's offer in order to keep the clan's name and save Sasuke. And in the end, Itachi explained the most important thing to her. He explained why he put so much pressure on Sasuke, forcing him to become an executioner for his own brother. Naruto listened to his monologue with tears in her eyes. She had probably never cried so much in her entire life as she had cried that evening. She closely watched Itachi, catching his every word, every movement. She paid attention to how he clenched his hands into fists, how he licked his dry lips, how he nervously swallowed or sighed convulsively, how tiredly he closed his eyes. She saw literally everything. She saw in him a string stretched to the limit, heard her plaintive ringing, and understood that she was about to break. Naruto didn't want to let him break, and the solution was surprisingly simple. She just took his hand. At that moment, Itachi paused for a couple of seconds and looked at her with surprise and gratitude, and then intertwined their fingers and continued the story, but he looked calmer. When Itachi gave her the answers to all of her many whys, she realized that none of those answers suited her. Everything rested on the fact that Itachi would eventually die. Naruto didn't just dislike this, it drove her to despair. It was even more depressing that persuasion would not help here. Every person who knew her in the slightest degree believed that she was capable of leading legions to death with just a smile. He knew that in the middle of a battle she could convince the most inveterate of the villains to go over to the light side. And he believed that she did not know the meaning of the word impossible, because in her opinion something cannot be impossible simply because no one in history has ever done it. It was all true, almost. Naruto couldn't do anything about death. Even if she could convince Itachi not to fight Sasuke, she wouldn't be able to delay his death. Death is something that neither perseverance, nor efforts, much less a smile, can cope with. Nothing can cope with her, and Naruto understood this, so she accepted Itachi's decision, but did not come to terms with him. They didn't speak again that night. They tried to make up for what was missing either at the last meeting or at the beginning of this one. The long-awaited joy of reunion was not enough, because it shattered into fragments from the gloomy consequences and difficult conversations. And now I just wanted to be there, to show that everything remained as before, that they still have each other. When Naruto calmed down, she again turned to her favorite pastime, which she yearned for several years. And Itachi was once again surreptitiously admiring the calmness on her tanned face as her fingers slowly ran through the dark strands. She left in the middle of the night, but now Itachi knew for sure that she would return to him. The sun has risen again in his life. They started seeing each other again. Itachi felt the desire to live come to him with her light, which remained even after her departure. A new cycle of events dragged them along and left no chance to escape. They again began to see each other almost every day, but these meetings were negligibly short. Itachi was in constant motion, and, of course, his partner was constantly nearby. However, even in this scenario, Naruto managed to snatch those rare moments when you could see each other without the risk of being discovered. For Itachi, it was like torture. She seemed to mock him, constantly flickering before his eyes, but remaining elusive. They had only minutes to talk and Naruto was making the most of them. She managed to tell that she started learning how to operate a futon, and even showed results when she cut a leaf from a nearby tree. She had time to share the events of the whole day in seconds. Itachi didn't even have time to fully get scared for her when she told how she died, but at the same time she didn't die when she was on a mission in the demon country. And he didn't have time to ask a single question after the story of how she smashed a flying fortress with Raisengans, fought with a tailless one, which in fact had nothing to do with tailed ones, and met Sasuke, and he fought on the same side as Naruto. At some point, she began to complain about a certain monk Sora. And once, in 2 minutes, she gave out a whole epic about. Itachi found himself more and more openly staring at Naruto, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sometimes he completely lost control of himself and took her hand or gently brushed a golden lock from her face. He saw that all this terribly embarrassed her, but from this the desire to stop did not disappear at all. Itachi admitted that he wanted more, but he still held himself back at the thought that such a thing would be base and mean to her. True, the more often he saw her, the more difficult it was to convince himself. Shortly after the story of the protector shinobi, something Itachi had long wished for, but least expected, happened. He was walking with Kisame through the forest towards the country of the earth, when the yellow flash of Hiraishin flashed. For the first time in their entire relationship, Naruto showed up in front of a stranger, but that was not the main thing in the situation. She looked determinedly at Itachi and exhaled deeply. And he did not understand what she was doing, why she was so disheveled, blushed, and even in house clothes, and what kind of biju she was ignoring the presence of Kisame. However, many questions fell away on their own when Naruto, with the same unwavering determination, jumped up to Itachi and kissed him. It was so unexpected for him that for the first couple of seconds he did not answer, but when the realization of what was happening came to him, he instantly seized the initiative. Thoughts of Kisame, who was somewhere nearby experiencing a culture shock from what was happening, quickly vanished under the onslaught of sensations. Naruto didn't know how to kiss. There were only 3 kisses in her life, and none of them was a kiss in the truest sense of the word. However, she more than made up for her lack of experience with ardor and sensuality, and she was always a fast learner. But Itachi didn't care if she could or not, what mattered was that she was kissing him now. When their lungs burned from the fact that they forgot to breathe, they stopped, but did not move away from each other. Naruto still held on to his shoulders and was afraid to let go because she felt her legs giving way treacherously. He still kept one hand in her hair, and the other pressed to his waist. They were so close that her heavy breathing scorched his neck. Finally, he had the opportunity to examine it. Rapidly falling vision did not allow him to do this earlier. He carefully studied all those small details of her appearance that were inaccessible to him before. And Naruto reached out for another kiss. But the entire romantic atmosphere was ruthlessly destroyed by everyone's forgotten Kisame when he tactfully cleared his throat. Databao. She jumped back 2 meters to the side and stared dumbfounded at the destroyer of the idol. What are you doing here? She waved her hand towards Kisame. I work with Itachi-san. He shrugged casually. And what are you doing here, young lady? The question is more interesting, he grinned in anticipation. She came to Itachi, she also shrugged casually. Oh. Holy tomatoes, what am I doing? She began to imitate the named vegetable. Kisame stared inquiringly at his partner, who, apparently, had little idea of what was happening. On this day, for the first time, Kisame saw on Itachi's face such an emotion that could be called confusion, albeit with a big stretch. Meanwhile, Naruto closed her eyes and covered her face with her hands before shaking her head. Then she slowly parted the fingers of her right hand and looked at Kisame through the gap. Seeing they're the same thing as a minute ago, she groaned doomedly. It didn't seem like it, she muttered doomedly and, bravely, took a deep breath. So that's it, I've been working up the courage to say this for 2 days now. So I won't leave until I'm done. So she pointed her finger at Kisame with an expression of unhealthy determination on her face, now go away and let us talk in private, Tabeo. The absurdity of the situation was just over the top. On the one hand, there was no order to capture the Kyuubi yet, because he would have to be the last to seal it. And on the other hand, the bearer of the tailed one himself rushed into their arms, and in the literal sense. It wasn't difficult for Kisame to leave tactfully, but this time he definitely didn't want to be left without details, and it wasn't even a matter of curiosity. Itachi-san. He blinked sluggishly and turned to Kisame. He obviously didn't know how to act either. Hey! Just try to drive me away now. She glared angrily at Itachi. Since the lady insists, Kisame drawled mockingly. Yeah, I guess so, Itachi said surprisingly calmly. He knew that because of such a miscalculation of Naruto, he now would not turn away from explanations with his partner. However, what bothered him more was the fact that she was now standing 2 meters from Kisame, who was interested in killing her and was a damn unfortunate opponent for her. He gave the pair a meaningful glance and walked away just enough to not hear the dialogue, but to be back in seconds if a confrontation broke out. When Naruto was convinced that Kisame wouldn't hear them, she spoke up. Itachi, I guess since you were at my house, Then I thought it was stupid, we only talked normally once. And then this mission of yours. And when you returned, you were such an adult, and well, I didn't think you could like me either. And now I'm 16, I'll be 17 very soon, I'm no longer a little girl. I wanted to confess to you as soon as we meet again, but when I found out that you were dying, I got scared, Itachi. I didn't know what to do. I really wanted to be with you, but everything rested on this damn death. And yesterday I realized that it would be better for us to be together for at least a few months than not to be at all. I would regret it all my life if I didn't. Itachi, you are for me. I just feel bad without you. Here, she blurted out that speech in one breath. He wanted to answer, but she didn't. Just don't push me away. Please. I know you always thought it would be better for me, Databao, but I feel better with you. I can see that you want it too. This hadn't hit me before. I'm a break in such things, what to look for. Here, this time she fell silent and was not going to continue. He didn't say anything, but smiled softly and pulled her towards him. He wanted to say something, but his lips refused to betray anything but a smile. Itachi had long since admitted to himself that he was stupidly and hopelessly in love, but he didn't feel he had the right to seek reciprocity. And now everything was resolved by itself. Naruto's eyes sparkled with joy, and his lips stretched into a smile. This smile was not as wide as usual, it was gentle and timid. Naruto was afraid he would push her away, believing it would save her from pain or some other idiotic reason. "Itachi, can I?" she blushed. "Can you kiss me?" She blurted it out in one word and in a whisper. It was embarrassing for her to ask for such a thing, but she couldn't muster up the courage to start first again. He didn't have to be asked twice. This kiss was completely different. He turned out to be quivering and gentle, almost innocent, but no less pleasant for that. They were on that heel until late in the evening. Itachi tracked Kisame's whereabouts and knew that Kisame must have already reported the incident to the leader. It was disturbing as hell, even though the feeling of joyful euphoria did not let go for a minute. Even though Tobi and Zetsu knew that. There was no reason to be afraid that everything would turn out worse than it already was. A more compromising position than the one in which Itachi found himself could hardly be imagined. So he tried to relax and listen. Naruto told all the stories that she gave him earlier in a stripped-down version. The details that emerged, which for the most part were related to the danger to the girl's life, made Itachi turn pale with fear, then blush with anger. True, all these color differences were within 1 or 2 semitones, so that Naruto, carried away by the story, did not notice them. By the end of the evening, his head, as always, was in her lap. This time he did not deny himself the pleasure of carefully examining her. The only pity is that only blurry features were available to him. They hadn't completely lost their sharpness yet, but it was enough to hide small details. And Naruto this time was not embarrassed. She looked at him as carefully as he looked at her, and did not limit herself to touching only her hair. She studied him and for a long time moved weightlessly over the mysterious wrinkles that crossed his face. She wanted to touch them for an unbelievable amount of time, all these years. She also liked brushing her long charcoal lashes, which made him squint cutely. As she left, Itachi was struck with the realization that he needed to explain himself to Kisame somehow. It turned out that Naruto appeared with her partner, because she was just worried before the confession and forgot to check the presence of outsiders. As it turned out a little later, Kyubi knew that Itachi was not alone. He did not warn the wearer about this, because, firstly, she could not decide for 2 days, and the delay in time could again shake her confidence, and secondly, it turned out to be fun, though no one except Kyubi thought so, and, thirdly, he simply did not like the Uchiha, and this situation definitely provided Itachi with problems. For about 10 minutes Itachi sat alone, Kisame coming back slowly. Itachi, to his frank displeasure, realized that the most effective way to reduce the number of problems from this incident was to tell part of the truth. Itachi admitted that he maintained a warm relationship with Naruto back when he was still living in Konoha, and this has somehow inexplicably turned into an attraction now. Kisame was puzzled, to say the least, by the suicidal nature of Naruto's confession. Itachi, continuing to draw a relatively honest line, replied that he was equally puzzled. Of course, this turn of events aroused a lot of suspicion and obvious disapproval in Kisame. But he was well aware that Itachi didn't have much longer to live. Not so much that he absolutely did not catch the moment of sealing and capturing the Kyubi. Consequently, this romantic interest could not be reflected in his work. After all, on all other missions, Itachi has always been exceptionally efficient. As a result, Kisame did not digest this information for long. He was generally a quick-witted person. However, he could not avoid another topic. He wondered if Itachi followed his advice and added Naruto to his collection. After all, the girl would now definitely become her crown. Kisame never received an answer, but received the second murderous look in his life from the Uchiha. They couldn't keep up with the times. It seemed that it accelerated its course and sought to separate them as soon as possible. The cycle of events, into which they had long been drawn, also accelerated its course in order to send them to the very bottom faster. They submitted and allowed themselves to be pulled away. Naruto came to Itachi's almost every evening and without hesitation dragged Itachi to take a walk somewhere on the sidelines. The disclosure, which at first seemed like a disaster, eventually allowed them to buy time, which even so was too little. Of course, Kisame consistently reported that Itachi allowed himself to get up, but it seems that the proximity of death took away the remnants of his self-preservation instinct from him, and Naruto did not have it initially. Tobi hissed at him once or twice, and then calmed down, because it was still not profitable for him to enter into an open confrontation with Itachi. The nature of the meetings has changed, but not radically. Naruto kept telling him about what happened to her. And on her adventures, one could already write several bestsellers. I wonder why Jiraiya hasn't taken it yet. And they always ended up the same as a few years ago. The difference was that now Itachi hugged her without a twinge of conscience. And she told her stories in the ring of his hands. And they also kissed. In some meetings, they needed only a couple of gentle touches of the lips and tremulously intertwined fingers of clasped palms, while in others they were lost in sensations, to burning in the lungs, to dark spots in front of the eyes, to pain in the lips. Itachi felt indirect guilt again when Haiden and Kakuzu killed Asuma. Naruto then had a very difficult time, but, understanding the reason for his limbo, she only smiled condescendingly and complained about stupid geniuses. When Zetsu said at an organization meeting that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki had destroyed 2 of Kakuzu's hearts with a single blow, Itachi instantly remembered her talking about training to complete the Rasengan. He realized that Naruto had succeeded. However, when she showed up with a cast on her arm and a devastated look, he doubted his conclusions. It turned out that the technique she created greatly harms the user, and because of this was classified as a kenjutsu. After this story, Itachi squeezed out of her an almost sworn promise not to resort to this technique until it became the only possible way out of the situation. Tsunade Bie-chan, Kakashi-sensei, Ero-sanin, Sakura-chan and Yamato Taishu have already asked her about it, but only Itachi's request caused her shame due to the fact that she put herself in danger, and only his words did not provoke an internal protest. Then there was a fight with Suinbi, but that's a completely different story. Much more important is what happened after this story. Naruto appeared at night when Itachi was alone in a hotel room. She was disheveled and reddened, breathing heavily, as if after a long run, resting her hands on her knees and twinkling eyes, in which every now and then a crazy glint slipped. What's happened? He sat her down on the bed and handed her a glass of water, to which he received a look of gratitude. I was running away from an angry Sakura-chan, she smiled cheerfully. Can you imagine Tsunade Bie-chan being furious? Suppose Itachi understood what she was getting at. It was exactly the same, only the breasts are much smaller, the hair is pink, and the cry Shinaro all over the street. And what did you do to provoke her anger? He raised an eyebrow in interest. Ugh, let's get it right, okay? She took a deep breath and looked determined. Itachi, I'm no longer a child, and you know it. In less than 2 months I'll be 17. I have no idea when you will die, but we both know it will be pretty soon. I don't want to regret all my life what I didn't do, especially if I wanted to do it, but I was afraid. Naruto, wait, are you oh? He interrupted her in a whisper. Let me finish, Tebeo. She took a deep breath again, as if gathering her strength for something. I want to spend the night with you. And not one. I know that you yourself will never ask me about this, because you protect and appreciate me too much. But we both want it, don't we? She bit her lip in excitement. In their relationship, it was she who clearly acted as the engine of progress. Is it true? Itachi saw no point in lying or prevaricating. He wanted to, and very much, but Naruto was right when she said that he was too reverent towards her, and therefore would not allow himself too much. Ugh. Do you know what's difficult with you? Why should I offer the most obscene first? Itachi smiled and she laughed back. About Sakura-chan. In general, I asked her about, well, protection from, all determination disappeared, and with it the ability to calmly speak on frank topics. I understand, you cannot continue. His smile became a little wider. She guessed that you were not just asking and began to ask questions. You didn't answer them, did you? He brushed the golden lock from her face. Right, she relaxed a little. But she helped me anyway, so if then nothing, that is, she buried her face in his shoulder, but he still saw her red ears. This is terribly embarrassing, Databeo. He put his arm around her. You are embarrassed to talk about it, but at the same time you were going to take a direct part. Itachi. She abruptly pulled away and dazedly, almost frightened, stared at him, and in the meantime, the color had already flooded her neck. He realized that it was time to save the situation, which he himself exacerbated. Itachi kissed her gently, after which she calmed down. The redness had visibly diminished, and she felt comfortable. Before the next kiss, he looked into her eyes, asking permission. Reauthorization to go further. She gave her consent. His lips softly touched her neck, collarbones, lips. Naruto slowly melted, plunging into sweet bliss. Consciousness began to blur. Itachi didn't know at what exact moment the Sharingan lit up in his eyes, but he did remember how eagerly he peered into the curve of her neck as she threw her head back, her face, the line of her shoulders. The cursed dojutsu was his blessing that night, allowing him not to miss a single detail of her image, which would be inaccessible to him in the gloom of the room. She had amazing skin, completely smooth, delicate, soft, without a single scar. No other shinobi had this, even among civilians it was rare. And under this skin were tight, elastic muscles that rolled smoothly under his palms and barely yielded to his insistent fingers. With Naruto it was not like with others, with her I wanted everything at once. He burned with the desire to get it as soon as possible and at the same time wanted to delay this moment to the limit. Itachi was calm and gentle, but Naruto was impetuous and impatient. For her, it was like a challenge to be overcome. However, he saw her cheeks blush desperately as he accessed a new part of her body. He felt her arms tremble as she clung to his shoulders and neck. He saw her flinch as his hair, which was left without an elastic band, brushed against her collarbones. He listened with rapture to the way her breath hitched as he traced the contours of the seal on her sunken stomach with strong abdominal muscles with his tongue. Itachi knew that he could not stand it even a little more when she asked in a broken voice to finally end this unbearable torture. He hesitated, afraid to hurt her, although he practically gritted his teeth from the effort. But then he snapped, losing control. Not that she didn't like it. Obviously, she herself was already unbearable to pull. Itachi ran two cold fingers over her perfect skin, up the sides and up to her chest, which made her goosebumps. And she buried her hot, thin fingers in her beloved black hair, slightly touching the scalp, ran her short, neat nails along her broad shoulders and strong back, and again returned to her hair. Naruto didn't hear her own scream, nor Itachi's muffled moan against her shoulder as she felt her stomach tighten at the peak of her pleasure. She had never thought that it was possible to experience such pleasure. She believed that all these book descriptions of unique sensations were exaggerated and inflated. Now she knew that words couldn't describe it. This intimacy did not seem vulgar to her. Itachi was more than a partner to her, more than a man, more than a lover. Itachi became her addiction, occupying all her thoughts and feelings, constantly crowding out everything else. Itachi became a part of her, he knew more about her than anyone else, did not force or subjugate, but imperceptibly grew into her, becoming one with her. Now he penetrated her not only with his soul, but also with his body, completely erasing all the boundaries that separated them. After all, when Naruto relaxed her head on his shoulder, Itachi knew that he wouldn't let her go tonight. Even if she needs a briefing at 5 in the morning, he won't let her go anywhere. He wanted to wake up and see that she was real, that this was not another Samijin jutsu, to see golden short hair, 6 stripes on bronze cheeks, a faint shimmer of the sea in her eyes, and a smile that would involuntarily smile back at him. He wanted to wake up next to her every morning, see the joy in her eyes, gently touch her skin and catch her smile with his eyes. He imagined how they would wake up together for a briefing, How they would wait for each other from missions in a common house, and even in an apartment, if only it was common. He closed his eyes and saw them cooking dinner together and Naruto begging for ramen, which he would only allow her on holidays and sometimes on Sundays because shinobi need to eat right. He wanted her to fall asleep in his arms in the evenings after telling about her adventures, and not disappear in a yellow flash with a mute promise to return someday. Itachi wanted to live not only with her, but with her. All of his many desires were formulated into one: Itachi wanted to live with Naruto. This desire is very simple, but absolutely impossible, because very soon death awaited him. He didn't let her go that night, just like the next few. Naruto, as always, began meetings with her epic stories, after which, imperceptibly for both of them, kisses began, which became more and more frank, and as a result, Itachi's head rested on her hollow, naked stomach, and her thin fingers, as always, went through his hair. They voluntarily plunged into a fairy tale, knowing that it would not have a happy ending. On August 28, Sasuke killed Orochimaru and the countdown began. Itachi could see that Naruto was afraid. He himself was afraid of what was there to hide. Who is not afraid of death? However, she was not just afraid, she was waiting for something, as if she wanted to ask something, but every time she pulled herself up. She looked at him with an unreadable look and decided something. Itachi felt the immense importance of this decision, but could not understand what it represented. Naruto didn't say so. Their last meeting. They realized that they had made a mistake when they did not try to find another way out, believing that there was none at all. They realized that they were late. Always, no matter how hard they tried, there were circumstances that required them to give more than they had. They gave everything, but it was not enough. Then they realized that they did not even have a chance to save their fragile happiness. It shattered into pieces. The last day of the first week of September is their last day together. Naruto didn't run through his hair, instead laying her head on his shoulder the same way she did the first time. 3 full weeks have not passed since that day. So little for anyone else, but so much for them. They did not even count on this period. Itachi. Naruto settled down so she could look into his eyes. I'll come tomorrow. Don't think that I'll just let you die. I didn't even doubt it, a faint smile graced his face. I'm serious, Tebeo. She furrowed her eyebrows and pursed her lips. If Sasuke comes at you with a Chidori at the ready, then I'll put myself under attack to protect you. He rolled over abruptly and loomed over her without breaking eye contact. Do you think I'll let you do it? He was also serious. I never liked that idiotic idea of dying for the clan. Why didn't you try to dissuade me? He really wanted to activate the Sharingan to see her facial expressions, to try to understand Naruto's thoughts from it. You would regret for the rest of your life that you did the wrong thing. There was pain in her eyes. What if I regret now? He was really sorry, the feeling was evident in his voice. Too late, Itachi. You can't change anything already, she smiled dully and tucked his lock behind her ear, but it immediately fell out. The silence became viscous, heavy. I wanted to get rid of it, to throw off its burden. And Naruto suddenly laughed loudly, with a slight touch of hysteria. Such laughter did not cause a desire to support him. He was frightening, because desperate people laugh like that when they understand the hopelessness of their situation. I just realized one thing, she said after 2 minutes of hysteria. All this love of ours, it was doomed to failure from the start. It's so obvious. Besides death and your rank of Nuknin, there are a whole bunch of things that would not allow us to go any further. And since there is, it's generally a miracle that we could even be together for a little bit, she smiled gently and sincerely, as if this understanding had taken all the burden away with it. Do you think that no matter how things turn out, happily ever after would still not be about us? But Itachi didn't share her joy. Think about it, everything worked out against us. And there are so many of these contrary that it's even ridiculous. Funny? Was that why it was funny to you? He clearly felt helplessness and despair gnawing at him. Yes, but just listen. You are the heir of the clan, and I grew up in the back alleys. After all, you obviously had a bride from birth. Besides, I was a spouse for an heir, like a fairy godmother from Danzo. You are an Uchiha and I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The elders would never allow such a relationship to develop. You are an Akatsuki member and I am a Bijou. Your mission is to catch me so that you can kill me later. You are a Nukenin on the international wanted list, and I dream of becoming the Kage of my village. This is low from the point of view of morality, even though you are innocent in reality. Sasuke is my best friend and he hates you and I love you. I am a traitor. I say that we are friends with him, but his dream is to kill you, and I am ready for anything to prevent this. And these are only the most obvious, and how many more are less significant? But the word impossible doesn't exist for you. He agreed that this situation was indeed kind of funny. Only now Naruto does not seem to have noticed that there is much more sad component in it. Why is this? Very even, Tebeo, she smiled playfully. Yes? And what? He smiled back. I didn't want to, it happened again involuntarily. You can't make me give up ramen. It is impossible to make a decent person out of an Arasenin. There is no way to get Tsunade Ba-chan to stop playing and drinking. You can't get Sasuke the asshole to think with his head and not with his ass without using force, she provoked him. Is that all? He slightly raised his eyebrows. Is not it so? Naruto leaned in for a kiss. I think you forgot something. Itachi accepted the rules of the game. You can't live without me, love. She smiled cheerfully, one of the last smiles she would give him. So, then? He finally kissed her. They still had the whole night ahead of them. The morning came too quickly. Itachi woke up first and didn't wake her up. It was hard to leave in silence, but parting would be even harder. Moreover, he knew that they were yet to see each other today. It was on this morning that he felt ready to give up the fight with his brother, but he knew that he would not do so. Naruto was right, it was already too late to change anything. Itachi was waiting for her in the forest with one more unfinished business. He was going to trust her with something he wouldn't dare trust anyone else. Uchiha Itachi. She jumped out from behind the trees. How the Bijou bully you, did you do it? She was furious, bordering on despair. Why isn't printing working? Why can't I find you? It doesn't matter, Naruto, he replied in a flat, calm voice, which inflamed her even more. She ran up to him and grabbed his shoulders. I was afraid to let go, although I knew that it would not help. If he wants to leave, he will leave, and she will not be able to stop him, no matter how hard she tries. Doesn't matter? Doesn't it matter to you? What is important to you then, Itachi? She no longer wanted to scream, she wanted to cry from the realization of her helplessness and uselessness. I won't let you get hurt. Just not in this fight. You're protecting me again. When will you let me protect you? She was hurt, she felt guilty. I don't need this, he pulled her to him and buried his nose in the golden top of her head. I need this, do you hear? I never gave up, refused to act, yes, but I did not give up. Better to start late than never. Do you remember I promised to find a way out? And I'll find him, I won't give up. She pulled back and tucked his bangs behind his ear, but it fell right back out. Too late, Naruto. It just doesn't make sense anymore, we're too late, he didn't voice the thought out loud. Itachi kissed her. The last touch to the golden-haired girl who became the sun of his world. It was not ordinary, it was a technique. He handed Shursui's Sharingan to her and exploded into crows, leaving her forever. The whole fight. Itachi was afraid that she would come. He didn't know what was holding him back from fighting more, physical weakness from a long illness, or obsessive thoughts about how she was throwing her chest at Chidori at the last moment. The battle was long and exhausting, and it ended exactly as Itachi planned. "I'm sorry, Sasuke. There will be no next time," these were his last words. He said them and smiled sincerely. And then he accepted death, ceasing to fight with her, falling into her arms. He couldn't see Naruto, crying over his body in the ruins of the Uchiha clan's hideout. He could not know that she had not told him about the most important thing. He could not guess exactly what decision she had made the night before his death. And he didn't think at all that Naruto always keeps his promises. But Sasuke could hear the painful, desperate sobs that Naruto couldn't suppress after Itachi's body stopped flickering with life. Sasuke could see the ocean of pain in the eyes that always seemed to Itachi as a sea. Sasuke was able to feel the tenderness of her touch to Itachi, to his face, which froze in a sincere smile. Sasuke once again felt the pain of loss, but he did not understand whose it was, his own or Naruto. He no longer knew where illusions ended and reality began. He was able to catch a quiet, hoarse whisper filled with tears, but the meaning of what was said escaped his fading consciousness. "I will find a way, Itachi. I always keep my promises. The word impossible doesn't exist for me." The meeting that shouldn't have happened. A lot has changed in the month since Itachi's death. Many, but not all. The battle, the problems, and the impossibility of conversation are the invariable components of their reunion after a long separation. They were present this time as well. Itachi was silent. He kept looking at the fire throughout his monologue, or, more correctly, confession. Surprisingly, he told Izumi his story inside and out, but all the time he only talked about Naruto. "You were wrong," the girl said thoughtfully. "I know," he smiled sadly and turned his gaze to his interlocutor. "That's not what I'm talking about." Izumi shook her head. Itachi misunderstood her. "Your story. It's interesting. She is really sad, but very beautiful." "And the sad end?" "You know, as cruel as it sounds, you ruined everything yourself. You love her, she is dearest to you. So why did you always put something above her, village, clan, brother, duty? Why, Itachi? Why did you do this if you wanted something completely different? And Naruto? She could have talked you out of it if she tried, but she didn't." "I didn't, because I saw the significance of this decision for you. She's just resigned herself to the fact that there's always something more important to you." "It's too late to talk about it," Itachi lowered his head. The realization that Izumi was absolutely right about everything was overwhelming. He reproached himself for not giving a damn about everything, for not allowing himself to do what he wanted, and not what he should. He was ashamed to admit it, but he felt resentment towards Naruto for not trying to stop him when it was real. And he felt a taste of bitterness from the fact that everything could be different if there were too many of these notorious if only. "You know, I believe that your story is not over yet." Izumi said this with a dreamy smile. "Naruto always keeps his promises, right?" "True, but..." "And nothing is impossible for her." Joyful lights played in her brown eyes. "I'd like to believe it." His eyes softened, those joyful lights leaving him no other choice. "Believe it, Itachi. What's stopping you?" "She promised to find a way out." "Trust that she will find him." "Is it so difficult?" The girl smiled condescendingly. "Difficult? You have no idea how much." Itachi exhaled heavily. "Why? Has she ever cheated on you?" "Never." "But that's impossible, Izumi. It is objectively impossible to bring a person back from the dead." He turned his gaze back to the fire. "I didn't know her, but I'm still sure she'll find a way out. It's objectively impossible to befriend the Kyuubi. In any case, I thought so before your story, and you thought so before talking with Naruto. So how is this situation different?" "I don't know." He closed his eyes wearily. Itachi didn't really know. To do something objectively impossible was quite in the spirit of Naruto, but it was terrible to believe. Scary, because the chance is too great that this belief will be unjustified. Naruto was stronger and tougher than anyone Itachi knew, but there are things that can't be changed no matter how hard you try. One of those things is death. Suddenly Itachi felt a strange lightness in his body, as if he was being pulled somewhere. Consciousness began to blur. I hope you don't come back soon. Izumi smiled at her friend in farewell. He came to his senses very quickly and saw something that he did not like at all. He saw a whole army of resurrected Edo Tensei. Itachi realized that he was one of the fighters of this army. He could see, listen, think and nothing more. His body was not in his power. However, hearing was enough for him to understand that Kabuto had called them. Moreover, Kabuto discussed with Tobi the tactics of actions in the war for the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. If Itachi had controlled his actions, a plaintive moan would have escaped his lips. Previously, when Naruto was his assignment, he thought that the irony of the situation was downright off scale, but now he realized that it was all just a slight irony. Consciousness swam again. Itachi was able to realize the situation again only after a couple of hours. He came to this conclusion based on the changed position of the sun. Someone was walking next to him. And to be more precise, this someone was walking, leaning on Itachi. It was impossible to see who exactly the mysterious and, apparently, weakened companion was, due to the lack of control over the body. Gradually he returned, but was noticeably limited. I managed to turn my head towards the satellite. The gray-haired, extremely emaciated, chalky pale man turned to face Itachi. Apparently, he was also wondering with whom he overcomes the path. The Uchiha saw hypnotic lilac eyes patterned like ripples in water. Pain-sama? Itachi was extremely surprised, but his voice expressed nothing but a questioning tone. I bet you didn't imagine me like this. Pain's lips twitched into a faint smile. Better call me Nagato. You don't know where we're going? I don't know, but I'm guessing what kind of Jinchuriki. Nagato's face darkened. Why do you think so? This time, Itachi found it much harder to hide his emotions, and his interlocutor noticed it. You and I are the strongest members of Akatsuki, and this war is for the sake of capturing Kyuubi and Hachibi. And I feel like we're getting closer to them. Plus, Tobi knows a lot more about us than we'd like to let him know. Especially for you, Itachi. How do you know? Itachi asked, not abruptly, not with emotion, but with humility and deep sadness. He knew Nagato was right. 5 days after your death, I went to Konoha for Jinchuriki. When I arrived, Naruto wasn't there. No one gave out her location, but after a few hours I managed to find it out. She was on Myobokuzen. Almost immediately after I figured this out, I destroyed Konoha. At that moment, Itachi's eyes involuntarily, but no less menacingly, lit up the Sharingan. Then she showed up. Heroes always come at the last moment. This phrase fully describes the situation. She was stronger than any inhabitant of Konoha. On Myoboku, she learned how to use the Sun Chakra. Time passes differently there. It's been almost 3 weeks for her, but that's an unimaginably short time to learn the art of the Sannin. Naruto single-handedly destroyed 5 of my bodies in less than 10 minutes, when all the inhabitants of Konoha combined were able to defeat only 3 bodies in more than 5 hours. She was surprisingly close to winning, but she failed against Tendo. Morally, I practically destroyed her. I killed 2 of her sensei, poked her nose into the failure of her ideals, and finally killed her friend who stood up for her. Itachi saw that Nagato felt remorse for what he had done, but even so he could not calm down the raging in his chest rage. It seemed to him that the blood was pounding in his temples, although he understood that there was no blood in him and could not be. Meanwhile, the sound got louder and louder. She lost control and partially turned into Bijou. When the 8th tail appeared, I thought that it would turn completely, but everything abruptly stopped. She became Naruto again and defeated Tendo. And then she came to me. To my real body, to talk. She was shaking with hatred for me, with a desire to kill me, but she did not. Naruto asked me to tell her story, and then, Nagato chuckled. There was a huge amount of emotion mixed into that smile. So they were not combined with each other that it was impossible to single out one thing. And then she poked me with the nose at the failure of my ideals. She said, "True peace. I don't know yet how to get to it. But someday I will break this curse. If there is such a thing as peace, then I will find it. I will never give up." She defeated me with my own words, Itachi. Then I accepted a new faith. Her name is Uzumaki Naruto. I believe she will find true peace. I used Rinne Tensei, which resurrected all those who died during my attack. It cost me my life, but this price is not so great. Naruto asked me to tell her story, and then, Nagato chuckled. There was a huge amount of emotion mixed into that smile. So they were not combined with each other that it was impossible to single out one thing. And then she poked me with the nose at the failure of my ideals. She said, "True peace. I don't know yet how to get to it. But someday I will break this curse. If there is such a thing as peace, then I will find it. I will never give up." She defeated me with my own words, Itachi. Then I accepted a new faith. Her name is Uzumaki Naruto. I believe she will find true peace. I used Rinne Tensei, which resurrected all those who died during my attack. It cost me my life, but this price is not so great. Naruto asked me to tell her story, and then, Nagato chuckled. There was a huge amount of emotion mixed into that smile. So they were not combined with each other that it was impossible to single out one thing. And then she poked me with the nose at the failure of my ideals. She said, "True peace. I don't know yet how to get to it. But someday I will break this curse. If there is such a thing as peace, then I will find it. I will never give up." She defeated me with my own words, Itachi. Then I accepted a new faith. Her name is Uzumaki Naruto. I believe she will find true peace. I used Rinne Tensei, which resurrected all those who died during my attack. It cost me my life, but this price is not so great. So they were not combined with each other that it was impossible to single out one thing. And then she poked me with the nose at the failure of my ideals. She said, "True peace. I don't know yet how to get to it. But someday I will break this curse. If there is such a thing as peace, then I will find it. I will never give up." She defeated me with my own words, Itachi. Then I accepted a new faith. Her name is Uzumaki Naruto. I believe she will find true peace. I used Rinne Tensei, which resurrected all those who died during my attack. It cost me my life, but this price is not so great. So they were not combined with each other that it was impossible to single out one thing. And then she poked me with the nose at the failure of my ideals. She said, "True peace. I don't know yet how to get to it. But someday I will break this curse. If there is such a thing as peace, then I will find it. I will never give up." She defeated me with my own words, Itachi. Then I accepted a new faith. Her name is Uzumaki Naruto. I believe she will find true peace. I used Rinne Tensei, which resurrected all those who died during my attack. It cost me my life, but this price is not so great. If there is such a thing as peace, then I will find it. I will never give up. She defeated me with my own words, Itachi. Then I accepted a new faith. Her name is Uzumaki Naruto. I believe she will find true peace. I used Rinne Tensei, which resurrected all those who died during my attack. It cost me my life, but this price is not so great. If there is such a thing as peace, then I will find it. I will never give up. She defeated me with my own words, Itachi. Then I accepted a new faith. Her name is Uzumaki Naruto. I believe she will find true peace. I used Rinne Tensei, which resurrected all those who died during my attack. It cost me my life, but this price is not so great. They walked in silence. The Uchiha considered what Nagato had told him. So, almost immediately after Itachi died, Naruto received the news of Jiraiya's death. The brunette felt disgusting. Now he felt even more clearly that he had abandoned her for the sake of his egoism. And Nagato never answered how he found out what connected the Uchiha with the Sunny Girl. For some reason, Itachi didn't repeat his question. He couldn't explain why, but he knew exactly what he shouldn't do. Nagato didn't just say nothing. There was a reason Itachi was better off hearing from Naruto. "I can't believe," the Rinnegan wielder spoke up after spending a day in silence. "Are they close?" Such a nostalgic feeling. Nagato smiled slightly, glad to see you soon despite her circumstances. "I see," Itachi nodded. He thought that their dialogue was over, but I traced where the chakra signal was coming from. "Are you talking about the person who controls us?" "Exactly. Itachi, your genius is legendary. And I think that is quite justified." Maybe, he didn't deny, but he wasn't about to agree. "Have you already figured out how to get out of control?" Nagato stated more than he asked. "Perhaps." This time, his tone was completely different. There was one thought running through his head about how to pull this off, but Itachi wasn't entirely sure of it. "He's in a cave, northwest of Ta no Kuni, practically on the border with Tetsu, about 50 kilometers from the sea." "Is he alone?" "Yes." Before them appeared two, a girl, embraced by a golden radiance, and a tall, muscular man, apparently a Nepot. "Itachi? Nagato?" She felt the approach of their chakra, knew that a collision was about to happen, and still she was not ready for it. "Do you know them, Naruto?" The merchant turned to his companion. "Yes, Bai-san." She swallowed nervously. "Both." Her gaze was fixed on Itachi's unnatural, completely black eyes, which were filled with a strong sense of guilt. Naruto was the only person who was able to see the true emotions hidden behind the dark mist, which seemed impenetrable to all other people. And the fact that only a Sunny Girl could see the emotions swirling at the bottom of the black pools was right, because all of Itachi's feelings were dedicated to her. "I was hoping that I would never have to fight you." Naruto, the brunette, closed his eyes for a moment. "It must have been some time since we last met. Although it seems to me that only a moment has passed." "You've changed, Naruto." Nagato looked at the girl, who seemed to have matured by several years. This was not expressed externally. Moreover, based on external signs, their meeting took place relatively recently. Only a couple of months have passed, no more, but her internal changes were so great that they would not have been contained in a couple of days. "Oh, this? I've learned how to handle Ku chakra." Naruto seized the opportunity to develop a topic that had nothing to do with interpersonal relationships, like a drowning man clutching at a saving straw. "So I'm in Kyubi no Kuromo now." "What?" Itachi was extremely surprised. He had seen several Jinchuriki under the influence of the tailed chakra. All of them in these moments inspired horror and fear, looked like the embodiment of hatred and pain, and Naruto now fascinated. It was not at all about the Uchiha's personal affection. The golden cover, like fire, had some hypnotic properties and gave the impression of something caring and warm. "It's clear." "But I meant," Nagato squinted his eyes slyly, "your face. And then, you." Her face took on a victorious expression. "You finally found a solution." Itachi smiled softly, the way he only smiled at her and the Ototo. It didn't matter to him that anyone else would see this gentleness in him. The new moments next to Naruto were too valuable to spend them in a mask of indifference. "How far can you go?" She did not answer his question in words, because the answer was already obvious. "For your sake, I will go further than others think possible." True, it was only obvious to Itachi and Naruto. Nagato could only guess. And B did not understand at all what kind of game of facial expressions is reflected on the faces of the Uchiha and Uzumaki. However, Gyuki explained everything to his Jinchuriki, who was far from such deep and high feelings, unless, of course, it was not about rap, and she was not about him. In the end, when exchanging chakra, both Bi and Kichibi saw that the Uchiha occupied the most important place in the golden-haired heart. Nevertheless, the man, on a subconscious level, did not want to associate the Akatsuki member, who is a priori evil itself, with a positive sunny girl. We're both students of the same sensei, so I'm not surprised at all. Nagato realized it was time to break the silence. Yes. I can be proud of myself, without me the girl would be less than 0. B seems to have taken the praise personally. Lies. Naruto jerked up belligerently, her right eyelid trembling noticeably. Apparently, there were already disputes on this topic, and the girl did not like their outcome. So you've conquered your hatred? Nagato looked at what was happening with a condescending grin. Naruto, by her incomplete 17, went through a huge number of difficulties and problems, and passed them with dignity. She was forced to make decisions on which people's lives depended, and made them in a way that saved many. She had made a choice that brought her great responsibility, and yet she had absolute confidence in it. And despite such amazing fortitude, she was able to look at the world with a childishly kind look and possessed a deadly immediacy. Well, yes. And as a senior student, you helped me understand the essence of the mission that Sensei dedicated to me. B helped me at the Waterfall of Truth. And I met Kachan and Tasan. Also, she looked into Itachi's eyes again. I won't give up until I keep my promise. I have come this far, thanks to all of you. The girl smiled broadly. Dojutsu involuntarily activated in the Uchiha's eyes. The ability to see Kirakuki-eye is one of the Sharingan's abilities. Of course, the detail is not as high as that of the Byakugan, but Itachi had enough of this to see what he had not been able to see before. The realization of this information came so abruptly and was so unexpected that Itachi's mask shattered into small fragments. Only a young confused man remained, completely unprepared for such a truth. That's what Naruto was constantly thinking about in the last days of my life. That's the decision she made. Shock, guilt, despair, pain were visible on his face, and all this was crowned with resentment. It was bitter to him to know that she had made such a decision without saying a word to him. Why didn't she consult him? Did you think he would object? If Itachi had found out, he would never have gone to his death, then he certainly would not have been able to leave her alone. Immediately, the understanding came that in such a state she fought with Nagato, now she would definitely rush to the front line, and after all, between these events, she could still find a whole bunch of problems on her head. Horror now appeared on his normally impassive face. Itachi had always cared about her, but never had that feeling been so strong. You are pregnant? He looked at Naruto with pleading and absolute helplessness. He wanted to hear that he was wrong, because the fear for her tightly blocked any positive emotions associated with this news. She silently smiled slightly sadly. Itachi realized that his guess was correct. Why? His facial expression barely changed. So many different questions he put into one short why. Why did you decide so? Why didn't she tell? Why did you let go? Why don't you get angry? Why do you love? And many more, so many that she didn't immediately know which one to answer. And after a few seconds I realized that the answer to everything was the same. Because I love you, and it was so easy to say this in front of strangers. So natural. I love because I love. It was so in her spirit. And what else did he hope to hear from her? For some reason it got boring. It would have been easier if she had screamed, accused, pointed out his stupidity, the fallacy of his judgments, and Naruto acted as always, following only one logic she knew. Even when Itachi blames her around and everywhere, she continues to take his side. The Uchiha couldn't quite figure out exactly what he was feeling. When he thought about life with Naruto, he always gradually moved to thinking about children, but all these were just ethereal fantasies that did not seem feasible. Itachi didn't want Naruto to tie herself to him for the rest of her life. I didn't want her to raise the child alone. I did not want the child to grow up without a father. And he didn't want the sunny girl to fight, He didn't want this in principle. What can we say now, given her pregnancy? He wanted to feel joy and happiness, but there was none. Itachi understood that he would never see his child and could not become a parent to him. He was also afraid that the Sharingan curse would be passed on to the child. Whatever power those eyes had, Itachi would never wish that power on his children. He was disgusted at the thought that the only legacy he would leave as a father would be the cursed dojutsu. Unexpectedly for everyone, Itachi's hands closed the seals with lightning speed, and a fireball 10 meters in diameter flew at the two Jinchuriki. The attack was repelled by using Samahata. The sword in the hands of the merchant clearly indicated that Kisame was dead. Naruto, seeing the horror on the brunette's pale face, decided that the death of his partner was the cause of his concern. He's alive, you. Just badly hurt. What? Itachi was still in a kind of prostration. Kisame-san is alive. The Uchiha widened his eyes in surprise. You may be a great friend, but in matters of love you are a complete fool. Uchiha just attacked you, that's why he pissed so hard. This time, B orientated himself in the situation surprisingly quickly. Why did he attack you? They're being controlled, Baka. B's response is surprisingly laconic. A hand-to-hand fight ensued between Itachi and Naruto. It wasn't the first time they were on opposite sides of the barricades on the battlefield, but for the first time, Itachi couldn't limit the power of his attacks. His gaze kept slipping away, Naruto couldn't catch it. He was simply ashamed to look into her eyes, which were always filled with inexplicable trust in him. No matter what happened, Naruto always trusted Itachi. Besides, he didn't want to unknowingly use genjutsu. Nagato soon joined in. The battle took on more and more global momentum. Itachi had already figured out how to stop it, but the problem was that the puppeteer was not allowing the activation of the Mangekyo, which was a key element of the plan. When the manipulator finally decided to use the Uchiha's main weapon, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. If he joins Naruto and B, then their chances of defeating Nagato will be maximum. Naru, look me in the eyes. She immediately did what she was asked to do. The girl did not even think that this could very well be a trick of the enemy. She, as usual, implicitly trusted Itachi, being unable to seriously perceive him as a threat. Naru, he had never called her like that before. There were affectionate nicknames, but Itachi had not shortened her name before. She wanted to laugh at the absurdity and inappropriateness of this kind of thinking in the current situation, but her thoughts were fixated on this Naru full of tenderness and did not want to switch to anything else. They did not want to until the moment when a crow began to get out of its mouth, and with a Sharingan. Tears welled up at the corners of her blue eyes as the sensation Naruto was experiencing was far from pleasant. Itachi! She growled, apparently not without the participation of Kurama. What Biju, did I just spit out a crow? He didn't answer, because at that moment that same crow was casting one of the most powerful genjutsu in history on him. Approximately 10 seconds later, the Uchiha regained contact with reality and felt complete control over his body. However, almost immediately after that, he felt a powerful blow to the stomach. In front of him stood the Uzumaki, blazing with righteous anger. Maybe at any other time she would not have reacted so sharply to such a trick of her beloved, especially since she would really bring a lot of benefits. But now she was pregnant, which is why the hormones were already beginning to affect her mood, although that was not the main thing. The main thing was that Naruto was very scared, but she didn't want to show it, so she covered herself with irritation and aggression. She was afraid to think that during childbirth she would experience sensations similar to those when a crow appears. It turned out that this raven kept Shirsui's eye. Itachi gave it to Naruto on their last meeting. He sealed the bird and the girl during the kiss. Unfortunately, it was not possible to figure out how to make the appearance of a raven not so painful. Itachi programmed him to show up if Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan came into view of the golden-haired one. He assumed that Sasuke would transplant his eyes into himself so as not to go blind and die, but was afraid that the Ototo might choose the path of destruction, so the genjutsu in the bird was the command to protect Konoha. However, this trump card had to be used for other purposes. Thus, Itachi freed himself from the control of the Edo Tensei with the help of Shirsui's Kotoama Tsukumi, and then destroyed his friend's eye so that it would not fall into the wrong hands, because handing it over to Naruto again meant putting her in even more danger than before. Naruto, after listening to the explanation in a short form, smiled and lamented that even she was not able to make out all of Itachi's plans. They were too cunning. She was never touchy, and if anyone managed to offend her, she always quickly moved away, not seeing the point in wasting her life on negative feelings. And with fears, it's even easier. The girl always tried to look them in the face and refused to give up her positions because of them. The only fear she couldn't overcome was the fear of losing Itachi forever. Perhaps she decided to create a new life precisely because this life would be a continuation of Itachi. The child was still quite tiny, the stomach did not even think of sticking out. He could already start, but the rigid muscles of the press did not allow it. No Iranian would be able to determine the sex in the 7th week, but Ku confidently declared that it would be a girl. The girl already loved this baby with all her heart. All the love that Naruto felt for Itachi was redirected to the baby, and the mother's love for her child was already there. Tsunade and Sakura tried to persuade Goldilocks to terminate the mistimed pregnancy when they found out about her, but they were not successful. And the answer to the question, who is the father, they never made it. Of course, for Iriajitsu masters, it would not have been difficult to conduct a chakra analysis that would identify the second parent, if not for the Kyuubi, who helped protect the secrets of his Jinchuriki. Naruto herself was well aware that in this state it was categorically contraindicated for her to fight, but Kurama agreed to protect the baby. Now the only threat to a nascent life could be the death of its bearer, and Naruto was not going to die. After Itachi regained control of his body, the battle became more rapid, but more fierce. Chibaku Tensei made everyone very nervous, but even he was not that difficult to deal with, if you omit the fact that it took 3 SSS plus class techniques applied at once. After Nagato's creepy jutsu was over, Naruto gleefully informed Itachi that he was a genius, since the idea of how to deal with the growing meteorite belonged to the Uchiha. The brunette was embarrassed by the praise for his abilities for the first time in more than 10 years. Nagato regained his senses after being defeated by the Totsuka blade, which inexplicably ended up in Itachi's Susanoo. Jiraiya's apprentice said goodbye words to Naruto and plunged into the legendary blade's eternal genjutsu. How I don't like this Itoharu, Tebeo, the girl sighed heavily. I'll stop him, and I'll leave Madara to you. Itachi understood that it would be best to leave now, but he couldn't do it. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then rushed over to him, nuzzling into his shoulder. Itachi's hands were already habitually going through short, disheveled hair that shone with a halo of golden chakra. There was a war going on, and they were key figures in it, so it was irresponsible to waste time on hugs, but they both understood that, most likely, this meeting would be truly the last. Teen decided to destroy Konoha when he found out the truth about you. She lifted her already blue eyes apologetically. Itachi didn't even notice at what point she stopped using the Kyuubi no Kuromo. He joined the Akatsuki, and, oh, he's officially a Enunin now, she sobbed and nuzzled at Itachi's shoulder again. It's not your fault. This news greatly upset the Uchiha, but he knew like no one else that Naruto had done everything possible to save Sasuke from the darkness he longed for. Madara intercepted him. She sobbed, the most terrible picture in her life again surfaced before her eyes. I came on time, Itachi, I could F him. Just when I saw why you there. Sorry. The golden-haired girl allowed herself a few moments of weakness. Only with him she could not hide the pain and fatigue with smiles, but he was gone. After Itachi's death, which seemed to be quite recent, so many things piled on Naruto that all her past life problems now seemed like baby talk to her. A couple of minutes in his arms helped her more than the constant sincere support of friends and mentors. She felt the unforced smile bloom on her lips again. I forgave you a long time ago, Itachi. It's time for you to forgive yourself too, she smiled at him, and only one feeling remained in her glowing blue eyes: love. They say that love is the ability to see in the eyes of a person what you feel in your heart. That's what Itachi saw in the eyes that seemed to him the sea. He saw the reflection of his feelings. Thanks, he smiled back at her, both of them knowing it was goodbye. The girl habitually tucked his bangs behind his ear, and she also habitually immediately fell back. Itachi was about to rush into the forest in the direction Nagato indicated when Naruto called out. Itachi, he turned around. Don't forget, I promised to find a way out. The sunny girl smiled broadly and rushed towards B, who had previously tactfully moved away from the couple to the outskirts of the clearing. The Jinchuriki quickly disappeared into the woods. The Uchiha, with an incredible effort of will, tore his eyes away from the place where he had last seen Naruto's silhouette. Last time. The thought that they would never see each other again pounded in my head. Every step, every jump in Kabuto's direction doubled the desire to turn around and try again to grab the happiness that slipped through his fingers. Even the realization that this desire was stupidity in all its manifestations did not stop his thoughts from turning to the deceptively fragile image of the girl who became the sun for Itachi. The image of happiness clearly looming before the eyes of the Sharingan was just another Samijin Jutsu. It was so easy and desirable to be deceived, to believe that it was worth turning back, and they would be able to seize their chance for happiness. But Itachi was already dead. Happiness is too fragile to be. Common sense stubbornly led the brunette into the enemy's hideout, because ending the Edo Tensei would give the United Shinobi Army an advantage. He couldn't afford to miss the opportunity to create an advantage in the war for Naruto's life, for the life of the child, their child. The Uchiha turned his thoughts back to the little life he himself had created. Now he understood that despite the fact that he could not be around, he was happy to know about the existence of this life. He was happy at the thought that next to Naruto there would forever be a reminder of his love. Itachi never found out what awaited him after death, but he was sure that feelings for a sunny girl would remain with him there as well. Let her eventually accept that he is no longer in her life. Let her be happy with someone else. He did not want Naruto to be left alone for life, but next to her now there will be a memory of him. Perhaps such logic is full of selfishness, but their child will be confirmation that all this was not an illusion, that there really was a sunrise in his life. Itachi's thoughts were interrupted by the sensation of someone else's presence. He did not attract attention himself and hoped that the stranger did not notice him, but focused on his surroundings in case a fight broke out. Stop. Itachi immediately recognized the voice, but didn't show it at all, just kept moving towards the target. Itachi, is that you? Sasuke wasn't about to back down, despite being pointedly ignored. Stand. Who am I talking to? Can you hear me? Sasuke, apparently, did not arrange the alignment in which he does not receive an answer. He tried to see Susanoo, who was pursued by hand, but, alas, he did not succeed. The violet hand of the mythical warrior was beaten off by the same, only red. So, Susanoo. So it's really you, Itachi. Amazing, you can already use this jutsu. He smiled in approval, but Sasuke couldn't see it since he was behind him. Why are you here? You're dead. Behind the irritation in his voice, there was a barely perceptible joy from the meeting. Kabuto summoned me with Edo Tensei. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but I don't have time. There are some important things to do. Itachi accelerated. It didn't make sense for him to talk to the Ototo, at least not now, and then. Then Itachi himself would be gone. I don't care. I have a lot of questions for you. And now that we've met, I want answers to them. He also accelerated noticeably, trying to level the gap in the distance. Even if I tell you, let's go next time, you won't listen to me, right? For some reason he felt funny. Maybe because he collided with Sasuke, and it happened right now? Do you remember what you told me? Come to me when you get the same eyes as mine. So why are you running now? Do you feel guilty about all the lies you fed me for so many years? Or do you just not have the courage to tell me the whole truth? By the way, I already know everything about you, Itachi. That's why I decided to destroy Konoha. To Sasuke's surprise, Itachi reacted to this statement, no way. He did not react to him in any way, and this was annoying, because there was a feeling that the older Uchiha absolutely did not care about both Konoha and his younger brother. I also told you when we were fighting that people live according to their beliefs. If the truth is just an illusion for you, then the truth about me is everything. I am no longer in the grip of illusions. Sasuke didn't let his brother finish. I can see through your genjutsu. After all, these are your eyes. And you still haven't rid yourself of excessive self-confidence. Itachi turned around to face the Ototo. I can't see through my genjutsu myself. He smiled the same smile that Sasuke had always given before, and in the last few years of Itachi's life, it was intended only for one golden-haired girl. I think there is only one person who can see what is hidden behind my illusion. He said it on the verge of hearing, just a thought out loud, but Sasuke heard it. The younger Uchiha opened his eyes wide. Memory obligingly began to throw up images of the recent past. Sasuke saw Naruto sobbing over Itachi's body again. This restless dobe never limited herself in the manifestation of feelings, and she often cried, but she never sobbed, did not allow herself to fall into hysterics. Her tears have always been a material expression of the hurricane of feelings that raged in her. With tears, she expressed joy and happiness, anger, but she never showed others tears of pain, either physical or mental. However, that day, Sasuke saw her despair, saw the bitterness that consumed her soul at the sight of Itachi dead. Then Sasuke quickly lost consciousness and could not understand if the impossible vision was a game of his mind, or if Naruto was actually so hurt by Itachi's death that she could not hide her weakness. The conversation with Madara not only explained a lot, but also left behind a lot of new questions. According to the Akatsuki leader, Naruto was closer to Enai-san than anyone else in his life. Madara stated that the girl knew the truth about Itachi from the very beginning. Sasuke couldn't deal with this. The Uzumaki always sang the praises of their strong friendship, which Sasuke would gladly get rid of, but no matter how he denied this fact, their friendship was still alive. Sasuke felt resentment and jealousy at the realization that Itachi had confided his secret to this Doba. Whom he was jealous of whom more, Enai-san to a girlfriend or girlfriend to Enai-san, Sasuke himself did not understand. To be honest, he was still trying to find an excuse for her appearance in the ruins of the hideout after the battle, her tears and despair. Any excuse other than the one Madara offered. Sasuke felt that she had betrayed him. Why didn't she tell the truth about her brother? Why did she let him die when she knew he was innocent? The Uchiha suffered from these contradictions until he was confronted by the Uzumaki after his battle with Danzo. She showed up as enchantingly as always, she saved Sakura from a fatal blow. Sasuke didn't remember what the golden-haired one spoke at the beginning, because all his thoughts were reduced to questions that had been tormenting him for several days. However, he did not have time to voice them before the Sharingan caught something in Naruto's Kirikuki eye that could not be there. The brunette saw a small piece of Itachi's chakra in the center of the girl's abdomen. It was tiny, barely noticeable, but definitely there. Sasuke didn't understand what that meant then, and Naruto redirected his attention to her words. A battle ensued between them. It only lasted a couple of seconds. One clash of Chidori and Rasengan. It seemed that this was an indispensable condition for any of their battles, there was no way without it, but there could be only it and nothing more. When the techniques came into contact, Uzumaki was with him in the subconscious. It didn't belong to her or him, just some kind of buffer zone where you can talk without witnesses. Naruto compared them to each other, saying that they were similar in many ways, but differed even more. She talked and then finally mentioned Itachi. She said that Itachi saved her from loneliness by becoming her first friend. And after that Sasuke became the second. But Sasuke himself did not care what kind of friend he was to Uzumaki, he wanted to get answers to questions from her. After the Uchiha voiced them, the girl was silent for several minutes. She retreated into herself and smiled sadly. There were no tears on her striped cheeks, but once again Sasuke could see that she was tormented by the same feelings as around Enai-san's lifeless body. For reasons unknown to himself, Sasuke did not dare to interrupt this golden-haired state. In the end, he waited for the answer, which he still remembered to a single word: "You ask why? But think for yourself." Would you believe me if I ran to you trying to explain that Itachi was innocent of anything? Be honest, would you believe me? Do you think I didn't want to? I was so happy when we got on the same team. I hoped that it would come out to explain everything to you, that you would listen to me. If you see a friend in me, you will understand that I want to help you. I waited, but nothing changed, and then, when you recognized me as equal, worthy of your attention, when you realized that my words have weight, Orochimaru came and spurred your hatred. I saw her devour you, and there was nothing I could do about it. Are you asking why I didn't tell you? But answer me. When should I do it? When should I have tried to get through to you, so that you would hear me, so that all this wouldn't happen, so that was he alive now? Tell me, Sasuke, when? What moment did I miss and let all this happen? Do you want to know why I didn't stop him if I knew? I'll tell you honestly, I didn't even try, and now I really regret it, Databeo. He was dying. Those damn eyes, Sasuke. I hate them. I was able to forgive Nagato even though he killed Jiraiya-sensei. Kakashi-sensei destroyed Konoha, but I can't handle my hatred of the Sharingan. It was his power that killed Itachi, not you, not Konoha, but the Sharingan. At the time of the battle with you, Itachi practically did not see. If the dojutsu was not activated, he often went into a bloody cough. He was constantly in pain. He didn't say, but I know. He tried to hide, but I saw. Why did I have to stop him? To keep him in pain? To slowly rot alive? He wanted to pay for the death of the clan. He wanted to receive his punishment at the hands of the Uchiha, and therefore he made you hate him. He thought that if you did not hate him, you would not dare to kill him. It became his mistake. Apparently, even geniuses allow them. He tried to direct you on the right path, but put false signs. Maybe you read them wrong, maybe they themselves contained flaws, but they led you into darkness, into the very abyss of hatred. I didn't stop him just because he would regret what he didn't do for the rest of his days. Even if the end was not so far away. On the contrary, he saw no reason to turn off the chosen path, since death awaited him anyway. He had been postponing the meeting for so long. I'm sorry that you didn't try to stop Itachi, but you were always first in his heart. She smiled and they were thrown back. Sasuke didn't have time to ask another question. What does it mean to be first in the heart? What does first mean? Who is second? Did she mean herself? From Naruto's story, the nature of her relationship with Itachi was not clear. Sasuke was convinced that Enai-san found in the smiling, restless Doba a person who was a great listener and a very sympathetic person. He assured himself that his brother's communication with the Uzumaki was provoked by the fact that Itachi just needed to finally speak out to someone, and the Dobe somehow turned out to be nearby. But what if? Sasuke remembered the drop of his brother's chakra that was in the girl, and he was struck by a hunch. He did not have time to ask her anything. Madara took him to the shelter along with a new pile of questions. What binds you? Sasuke was still able to catch up with Enai-san, and was now peering into his face. Us? Itachi raised an eyebrow slightly. He realized that the Ototo was asking about his relationship with Naruto, but was reluctant to discuss it. Don't pretend you don't understand. What connects you with the Uzumaki? Sasuke was annoyed that the growing number of questions didn't get any more answers. Why do you ask? Apparently, Sasuke did not learn this from the girl, and much of what he learned remained unclear to him. Why? Yes, she is pregnant by you. How could this even happen? He again felt that Itachi was just mocking him. Is it possible to accept the news that you will soon become a father with such an indifferent face? Naruto obviously couldn't tell him before he died, she certainly couldn't know for herself at that point. Itachi didn't care about Sasuke and Konoha, and apparently didn't care about the news about the girl he was sleeping with either. What if? Sasuke would never have believed that the two of them had a lemon without any feelings, but Dobe wouldn't agree to that. Was Itachi just taking advantage of the opportunity? Still, no matter how Sasuke tried to prove to everyone and, first of all, to himself, that he had nothing to do with Naruto, he was worried about her. This, of course, sounded strange in light of the fact that every time they met, he tried to kill her. Nevertheless, from the thought that the girl was treated like a bestial, having fucked and left herself to deal with the consequences, Sasuke wildly wanted to poke this beast Chidori in the ribs. And the thought that this was done by an Isan, for whom feelings were still ambiguous, surprisingly spurred this desire. Sasuke, you're already 17, Itachi turned around to face the Ototo, maintaining an indifferent expression. I think you already know how a woman can get pregnant without me explaining, and what role a man plays in this. He turned away from Sasuke again. In fact, this topic was very painful for the eldest of the brothers. And it was simply easier for him to hide behind a mask of indifference than to show his true feelings, but Sasuke did not know this. That's why immediately after Itachi's silence, thousands of birds chirped around the area. Sasuke angrily stabbed Anisan's chest with the technique. Itachi did not repel the attack, because he relaxed and allowed himself to drift away with his thoughts to the sunny girl. Well, you bastard, Itachi. Sasuke hissed like a snake Sannin. I don't know what happened between you, but this Dobe. She loves you, damn it, he broke into a scream. She is expecting a child from you. A pregnant woman went to war, do you understand? She didn't get rid of him, although he didn't give up on her now. Are you joking with such an indifferent mug? You know, Itachi, not only are you a disgusting brother, you're a human too. On the face of the older Uchiha, not a single emotion slipped through the whole monologue of the Ototo. At least that's what anyone but Naruto would have thought. She could always discern how Itachi felt, no matter how hard he tried to hide it. She would see guilt there, sadness, shock, despair. Almost the same bouquet that was on his face when he found out about her pregnancy, only this time covered with an insensitive mask. Where did you get that? He swallowed. It was hard to speak, not only emotionally but also physically. Sasuke's hand was still going through Itachi's body. Although he was resurrected, and it was impossible to kill him, and the pain from injuries was many times weaker than in life, but the hole in his chest brought tangible discomfort. Why is she indifferent to me? Are you serious? Yes, anyone in your place would have come off the branch if he knew that he would have a child, and you, Sasuke gnashed his teeth in anger. I knew. Itachi's face remained blank. Naruto always hid behind a smile if she was hard or hurt, and he was empty, he did not have the strength to force himself to smile. Yeah, she just had to find out. Sasuke was panting heavily, he was bursting with desire to make an Isan show at least some emotion. I wanted to see that he really did care, rather than hear it in a cold, expressionless voice. Whatever the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto, this Dobe did not deserve such a disregard from a loved one. For the sake of someone who is dear to her, she will not disdain to get into shit up to her ears and will make her way into the abyss of hell to bargain with the devil. Sasuke knew firsthand about the loyalty of Uzumaki, and therefore believed that she not only had the right to reciprocity, she deserved this reciprocity. Sasuke, Itachi closed his eyes wearily. I met her after I was called. It was she who told me that you were going to attack Konoha. He looked at the Ototo, asking him to understand that it was difficult for him to talk about this topic. I see. Sasuke finally deigned to pull his hand out of Anisan's chest. The hole immediately began to close. You know, Itachi, Dobe calls me her best friend even though I tried to kill her 4 times already. She will love you for the rest of her life, even if it is not so important for you. Let's go. He turned around again in the direction in which he had been moving before, and continued on his way. Itachi did not reply to the last sentence of the Itoto. And, actually, why? He didn't hear anything new there. Itachi had no intention of proving to Sasuke that he loved Naruto. And he loves so much that it is just right to call it addiction. Most importantly, Naruto knows exactly how he feels about her. And what others think is not so important. Now it was more important to deal with Edo Tensei. Love is confirmed by actions, not words. After all, stopping one of the strongest techniques is quite a speaking act, isn't it? Especially when you consider the fact that in order to escape from her control, it took the use of the strongest genjutsu in history. However, Naruto today called Itachi a genius. It would be unworthy not to live up to her expectations. In addition, he swore to himself a long time ago that he would never lie to her again, and he promised to look into it. Where? Sasuke decided that we could continue this conversation a little later. Interrupt Edo Tensei. About half an hour later, the brothers were near the cave system, which was in the rock. Itachi paused for a few seconds, surveying the area. He was trying to figure out exactly where Kabuto had taken refuge. There were no living beings nearby. But in one place, Itachi found traces of the use of a barrier jutsu. Before the Scarlet Susanu's massive fist hit the spot, the older Uchiha distracted the younger with his specific crow jutsu. Itachi stepped into the hole and saw a hunched figure in a burgundy robe. It was not difficult to guess that the figure belonged to Yakushi. You managed to track me despite the barrier. Not bad. Kabuto's voice was distorted to the limit. It acquired many hissing and rustling shades that were inherent in Orochimaru's voice. Being under control, you can easily track where your chakra signal is coming from. Perhaps this is the weak point of technology. But this knowledge will not help you in any way. Now Itachi had put aside all his personal worries. He was calm and cold to the point that he practically looked aloof and disinterested. It was the same Uchiha Itachi, a dangerous, insensitive killer of his own clan, at the sight of which the strongest shinobi rushed to flight, not being afraid of condemnation of their comrades and humiliation of their own pride. Well, this will be a lesson for me. It's just that I was sure that no one is able to overcome this technique, so I didn't care. By the way, you should also know something, Itachi-kun. Kabuto smiled extremely nastily. Itachi felt that smile without even seeing Yakushi's face. Edo Tensei won't stop even if I die. Only I can stop this jutsu. Simply put, if you kill me, you won't be able to stop her at all. He laughed quietly, venomously, but soon broke into the classic loud villainous laugh. Ahahaha. In the end, luck was on my side. The brunette closed his eyes tiredly. It's more complicated than I thought. He felt Sasuke's presence behind him. Well, it was naive to think that Ototo would back down so easily. Here I am. Orochimaru. Sasuke apparently decided that the appearance of the recently killed Sannin was more important at the moment than the appearance of the dead Enai-san. Not really, Sasuke-kun, not really. That voice, the younger Uchiha was in a state of shock. Kabuto. To be honest, I didn't expect that the reward for helping in this war would come into my hands on its own, and even so on time. I'm obviously lucky. Itachi's motivation to stop Orochimaru's self-proclaimed successor has grown to incredible proportions. Now I saw this as not only a way to protect Naruto, but also an Ototo. Of course, ending the Edo Tensei would save a lot of shinobi, but Yakushi's main targets were clearly Jinchuriki and Sharingan. What does it mean? What's going on here anyway? Sasuke once again felt that everyone except him, everything is known and understandable. Even though it's not easy, I'll try to explain it in a way that you can understand. Kabuto was clearly pleased with how things turned out. And what are you waiting for? Itachi spoke after a half-minute pause. He did not pursue the goal of rushing Yakushi. The main thing was to keep him busy while the plan was being developed, taking into account the fact that only the person who activated it could interrupt the jutsu. The elder Uchiha did not delve into the essence of the dialogue between the Ototo and the snake, but caught the fact that the latter was trying to force Sasuke to attack Itachi. However, by the time the plan in his head, in addition to general outlines, acquired fine detail, this dialogue had exhausted itself, and Sasuke clearly expressed his unwillingness to cooperate with a follower of the Serpentine Sannin. Ototo was, to put it mildly, outraged by the illogicality of Itachi's actions, because he protected Kabuto from the attack. In the end, it turned out that you need to win, but not kill. This alignment was not very pleasing, because Orochimaru's henchman was far from a weak opponent, and the stronger the opponent, the more difficult it was to defeat him without killing him. Itachi glared at Kabuto by laying out the plan. Surprisingly, Yakushi took the words of the Uchiha for faith and truth, deciding that he would have voiced his idea so recklessly. "You've laid out your plan for defeating me perfectly, Itachi-kun, but easier said than done. As I said, this technique has no weaknesses." He smiled smugly. "Any jutsu has weaknesses. And the weak point and the risk of using this technique." The smile on the snake-like face faded. Kabuto felt that Itachi was telling the truth at that moment. "I am." The Sharingan in his eyes transformed. Now, on a scarlet background, instead of 3 tomo, a 3-beam shuriken appeared. It was the highest form of the legendary dojutsu Mangekyo. "Itachi, you kept telling me, not today, Sasuke. Come on next time, Sasuke." In the end, everything turned out to be a lie. "At least for now, keep your word." He did not plan to participate in this war, but was about to enter the battle that would determine its outcome. "You know, Ototo, we are born with our own character and do not change until we die, but since I have already died, then, this time I will keep my word." The battle was fast-paced, jutsu were applied one after another, and their rank went through the roof. It was one of those battles that was bound to go down in the annals of history. Ninjutsu of all kinds and forms were used here, from elemental to those based on the use of yin and yang chakra. Taijutsu took place at such a speed that even the great dojutsu saw the movements of the battle participants blurry. Among other things, the Uchihas showed perfect mastery of kenjutsu, and Kabuto did not hesitate to use terrifying kenjutsu. Nevertheless, the art of creating illusions became the main thing in the battle. The genjutsu used in this fight was superior to any other known. The Izanami that Itachi had created surpassed all known illusory techniques with its power. It was applied without eye contact, which was unprecedented in history. Itachi's plan was as simple in concept as it was complex in execution. The whole idea was based on the use of only one jutsu Izanami. This technique was subject only to the owners of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and only a few knew about it. Luckily, Itachi was among their number and remembered the possibility of using this illusion just in time. However, this plan had 2 tangible shortcomings. First, Kabuto could break out of the illusory time loop that Izanami created, and even Itachi himself could not know for sure when this would happen. Secondly, catching Yakushi in genjutsu is a difficult task, to put it mildly, since he, like his mentor, was obsessed with the Sharingan, and therefore would not have fallen for the usual trick with eye contact. But Itachi decided to use the motto of one golden-haired girl: "Nothing is impossible for me." One eye had to be sacrificed as it became permanently blind, but Itachi didn't see this as a problem as he was already dead. All souls will rest when I interrupt the Edo Tensei. And, hopefully, the war will be close to ending. The elder Uchiha turned to his brother and smiled slightly. "So you, too." "I was able to protect the village once again, like Uchiha Itachi, a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. There is nothing left for me to do in this world." "But why? Why are you even now doing something for Konoha, after everything that happened?" "Even if you forgive them all, I won't forgive them. They laugh and rejoice at the cost of your life, throwing mud at you, not knowing the price you paid for their happiness. Self-sacrifice. A nameless shinobi who protects the world from the shadows. This is the essence of a true shinobi. This was once taught to me by my best friend, Ototo." I do not need fame and honors, I need the well-being of my village. Village? What about me? Are you saying there's nothing holding you back? So you don't care about me? It's you who made me who I am. Sasuke screamed. For the first time in so many years he had the opportunity to talk with Enai-san, but he again wanted to leave, and this time for good. You listen to me, but you don't hear. Itachi shook his head wearily. I said that I had nothing more to do here, but I didn't say that there was nothing keeping me here. There's only one person who can help you, Sasuke, and that's not me. He turned away, feeling all those regrets that had gnawed at him since death were now showing on his face. That's why I have to interrupt the Edo Tensei. It's the only thing I can do to help her somehow. He paused for a moment. She's already taken on too much. Itachi said it quietly enough that Sasuke didn't get the gist of the words, but he already knew his brother was talking about Naruto. The elder Uchiha began to manipulate the frozen Kabuto, who was in the grip of Izanami's time loop. He began to lay down the technique's abolition seals. It looks like my words won't change anything, no matter what I say. When I saw you, I followed you in the hope of finding out if Tobi and Danzo were telling me the truth. But the only thing I was convinced of. I remembered the past, emotions from childhood, the feelings of a child who spends time with a loving brother. That's why, the more time we spend together, the more we get closer, as we used to be. The better I begin to understand you, and the stronger my hatred for Konoha, which made you suffer, becomes. Now this feeling is even stronger than it was before. I perfectly understand how you would like to see me, because as an older brother, you have always tried to set me on the right path. But that's why nothing will stop me, not even your words. The meaning of your life was to protect the village. And the meaning of mine will be its destruction, because your life. He didn't see Enai-san's expression, but he felt it was sad. Suddenly, Kabuto froze, pausing before performing the seal that would be the final one to cancel the technique. Itachi spoke without turning around. I didn't suffer, Ototo. There was always a person next to me who gave me hope. You could hear in his voice that he was smiling. The meaning of my life was not to protect the village, it was only a goal that I always adhered to. The point was to protect the people I loved. Promise me you won't hurt her. So you love Uzumaki? Sasuke didn't know how that knowledge made him feel. In those few hours, he convinced himself that whatever the relationship between brother and girlfriend was, it was none of his business. He must have convinced himself for the sake of not blaming Itachi for not loving him. The older Uchiha turned to face the younger and gave that same smile again. She is my son, Ototo. Son? Sasuke was a little taken aback by the tenderness that filled Enai-san's voice. It seemed that this was not the same person who spoke about Naruto with a completely indifferent face just a few hours ago. She was a light to me, even when I went deep into darkness. She didn't turn her back on me even when I became a criminal. She returned after her friend died due to Akatsuki's fault. Itachi looked at his brother with a request in his eyes, hoping that he would understand the importance of this message. Sasuke, promise me you won't hurt her. We have a deal with her, I won't touch Konoha until I fight her. He turned away. I can't promise you that, because even if I decide to attack without fighting the Dobe, she will be the first to rush to protect the village. You said that my life is dearer to you than the village, and therefore you decided to destroy it. But what is more important to you, my life or the destruction of Konoha? Naruto is my life, literally and figuratively. I love her, and she carries my child under her heart. This child is an extension of my life. Are you ready to destroy her? Sasuke looked at his brother in shock. Such a statement of the question simply left him no choice. However, the realization that Itachi was right made him want to agree with the option chosen for him. No, he lowered his head. Can you promise me that you will protect Naruto? You know that she will find trouble even out of the blue, and only when. Even now, pregnant, she rushed to the war. I can't be there to keep her safe. Can I count on you? Itachi thought that if Sasuke was always next to Naruto, he would also see his son in her. Maybe the girl will eventually see in the Ototo someone who can take a place in her heart. It hurt to think that Naruto would be happy with someone else, but it was better that she would be alone all her life, cherishing the memory of the past. Either way, Naruto will never give up on his desire to save his best friend. Wouldn't it be better if Sasuke didn't resist and went to meet her? I will protect them, but that doesn't mean I won't hurt Konoha. Thank you, Ototo. He turned back to Kabuto, giving the command to continue. Yakushi folded the last seal. Itachi was enveloped in a dim light glow. He slowly walked towards Sasuke. It was necessary to have time to fulfill the last idea, the most important. Itachi was afraid that he would not have enough time, but his legs did not obey, and his consciousness began to float away. It remained clear, but went beyond the limits of the physical body. I feel like my powers are fading every moment. But before saying goodbye, I will tell you what you so want to know. There is no point in lying anymore. He used Genjutsu on Sasuke, showed him Shursui's death, receiving the order, and that night. Everything was like a bloody fog, just as Itachi himself remembered it. Only the death of Izumi, the death of her parents, and what happened after were clearly visible. The younger brother looked at these pictures and, together with Itachi, relived the pain of those moments. However, it hurt the most when a little golden-haired girl came running with tears on her striped cheeks. Sasuke felt that choking fear that she would hate, turn away, call her a traitor, disappear from his life forever. I have always said forgive me and lied to you. Didn't let go, keeping at a distance. I didn't want to involve you in all this, but now I'm thinking that maybe you could change the decision of the father and mother, and this would change the whole clan as a whole. If I had opened up to you from the very beginning. I had the same point of view, but I was honest with you. But I was mistaken, and I am only telling you everything now, when you are hardly able to understand. At least this way, I want to show you the truth, albeit a little. Itachi passed on his memories to Ototo. These were the individual moments that most influenced his life and the decisions he made. And at the end was his confession to Izumi, the biggest memory that he passed on to his brother. Itachi did not share it, because everything that was said there was important. I will always love you, Ototo. Itachi smiled, feeling that the end was already very close. Tell her, please tell her that I love them, both of them. His soul was freed and left as a column of light into the sky. And Sasuke remained standing, looking after the vanished soul. Now he was tormented by new questions, to which he could not find an answer. What is a clan? What is a village? What is a shinobi? What is love? And Itachi hoped that Sasuke would find the answers and choose the right path. After all, Naruto, like no one else, knows how to point the way to the light. She herself is the light. I will always love you. I have always loved you, Sasuke. I will always love you, Naruto. It hurts to part with a loved one, thinking that you will never see him again. And it hurts even more to see him after such a breakup and again be sure that this meeting will be the last. Fate seemed to mock Naruto and Itachi, pushing them together again and again, while not giving them even a single, but much-needed chance for happiness. They looked for him, but did not find him. They fought for him, but they were defeated. Maybe it was not necessary to search and fight, but simply? Itachi was in the dark again. He didn't know what was in store for him this time. Will he see Izumi again? Or will he finally enter a pure world? He was going somewhere to be sure to come. Where? It was not so important, I just wanted to get to this strange place, into which the darkness was pulling, and rest. After all, Itachi died a relatively long time ago, but he never found peace. Maybe this is his punishment for killing the clan to spend eternity in search of peace? Wherever Itachi's chosen path led, he was not destined to reach this place. At least not this time. He felt a familiar unnatural lightness that didn't bode well. Which was what Itachi thought. But was it really so? He was to find out very soon. As soon as the awareness of what was happening returned to the Uchiha, he realized that he was seeing with both eyes. This surprised him a lot, because after using Izanami, he lost sight in his right eye. Immediately, Itachi paid attention to what he had previously taken for granted. He generally saw much better than before his death. Apparently, Edo Tensei was arranged in such a way that the called person enters the impure world not as he was at the end of his life, but as he was at the peak of his abilities. Itachi was once again amazed at the genius of the Nidaime Hokage who created this jutsu, and his short-sightedness, because such disgusting techniques should be destroyed by the creators. The first person the Uchiha saw was the recently deceased Serpentine Sannin. It is important to note that Orochimaru looked much more alive than Itachi himself. The latter let out a loud sigh of martyrdom, because the serpent's pale face, embellished with a sickeningly contented smile, did not add any optimism. "Itachi-kun, don't tell me you're not happy to see me," the Sannin whispered cloyingly. "Okay, I won't." The Uchiha looked at his interlocutor with a look that read a colorful wish for eternal torment. "I see that you became less restrained after death." His smile took on a predatory character. "But death didn't change you at all," the black-eyed man said phlegmatically, simultaneously examining the rest of those present. The company was, to put it mildly, colorful: the four Hokage, Akai Chishio no Habanero, and Itachi's parents. He didn't look at anyone. All the madness that went on in his life and after it ceased to surprise him to the extent that it should have happened under any other circumstances. Face to face with his own killed father and mother was beyond his strength, and the other members of this company did not bother him much. Though there was a desire to give the Yondaime a good punch for what Naruto had to go through. Nevertheless, with the realization of this desire, one could wait until a more opportune moment, and Itachi had no doubt that he would realize it. He looked into Orochimaru's eyes again. "I'll take that as a compliment." He narrowed his amber eyes unkindly. "What are you, Orochimaru-san? Don't be deceived. My statement did not contain even a drop of positive meaning." Itachi also narrowed his eyes, but for a different reason. He could not see those who were standing in the far darkened corner of the room. He activated the Sharingan in order to understand who the faces he had not seen before were. To his own surprise, he found an Ototo and two other youths Sasuke's age. Sasuke himself was looking at Mikoto and Fugaku, and periodically his eyes drifted to Itachi. The presence of the Ototo and the lack of control over his body made Itachi realize that he had misjudged the situation initially. This understanding caused a ghostly smile that hardly anyone present could notice. "Apparently, you are not very pleased with the fact that you were pulled out of the other world with enviable regularity?" Orochimaru mockingly condescendingly looked at the recognized genius of the Sharingan. "You are amazingly perspicacious." He literally spat out this phrase. For unclear reasons, no one interfered in their dialogue. Everyone recognized the snarky young man as Itachi Uchiha, but no one knew how to respond to his behavior. The Hokage, who were called before the rest, knew in general terms how his fate had turned out. His parents and Kushina, called along with him, did not quite understand what exactly was happening. However, Kushina was the most confused, who remembered Itachi, albeit a little closed, but a kind boy. He silently turned 180 and headed towards the exit. "Itachi-kun, have you really decided to leave us?" Orochimaru didn't get a response as the Uchiha walked towards the exit. "Where are you going?" He stopped, turned around to face the Sannin, and raised an expressive eyebrow, as if to say, "It's like you don't know." The others present were still silent. Some were trying to understand what provoked such a significant change in Itachi. Others were studying the unrecognized hero of the village, and still others simply did not know what to say. On the battlefield. "What makes you think you're here for this?" Orochimaru didn't dispute the fact that all those called were here to participate in the war. Nevertheless, he was extremely interested to know how Itachi understood this, because it would be logical of him to assume that the Sannin pursues far from peacekeeping goals. "Orochimaru-san, don't be embarrassed. You yourself have already noted the fact that this is not the first time I have been under the influence of this technique. Ah, yes, the serpent licked his lips carnivorously. You saved everyone again. Unknown war hero who interrupted Edo Tensei. But, in this case, you must understand that I am able to limit your actions or even subjugate your own will. All those called, except for Shodai, felt the impossibility of moving, as if they were paralyzed. It was a demonstration performance for Itachi, a way to convey to him that you shouldn't be overconfident. More precisely, it should have been him, but he calmly, without any hesitation, turned to the stairs and took the last step towards it. Itachi himself was not sure that Kotoama Tsukumi still had influence on him, but, apparently, luck decided at least after death to please the Uchiha with his presence. Before leaving the impromptu gathering of the strongest, he turned around. If I were you, I would emphasize that in order to interrupt this jutsu, I had to find a way to break out of his control. As I said earlier to Kabuto, any technique has weaknesses and risks. In the case of Edo Tensei, it's me and, he paused for a couple of seconds, looking at Hashirama appraisingly, Shodai-sama. Alas, I thought that with the second call, your trick would no longer be relevant. But, apparently, my conclusion was wrong. The research interest in the amber eyes began to give way to the unhealthy passion of the psychopathic scientist. As our mutual friend says, I won't know until I try. The mention of Naruto awakened in the Sannin some emotion that Itachi did not like at all. He instantly realized his mistake, but it was too late to do anything. You value her opinion a lot, don't you, Itachi-kun? I think you learned a lot from communicating with her. Orochimaru again stretched his lips in a sugary smile. Shortly before he was killed by Sasuke, the serpent suggested that Itachi and Naruto's relationship is much closer than the public thinks. And he was frankly glad of the opportunity to test the correctness of this assumption. Don't think too much, Orochimaru-san, it's fraught with unfortunate consequences. Trust my experience. Nevertheless, you don't deny that you were close. The Sannin pointed out what interested him more than anything else. Itachi didn't reply to that. He saw no reason to deny it, but it was not in his interest to tell anything on his own. He had already stepped onto the first step of the stairs, but turned around again. And by the way, Minato-san, Kushina-san, you might be interested to know that the war was started to capture Hachibi and Kyubi. He stepped outside and the others followed him. The yondaime was talking to Kushina, and Itachi heard the mention of Naruto in their dialogue. But Fugaku and Mikoto remained silent and looked gloomy at the same time. Orochimaru seemed pleased with everything. Sasuke was in conflicting feelings. On the one hand, he was glad to meet his parents, but on the other, he understood that it was they who led the clan to the coup d'état, and it was their decisions that provided him and Enai-san with such an unenviable fate. How did you get out of control? Tobirama, as the creator of the jutsu, was extremely interested in understanding how the Uchiha was able to escape. In addition, Senju would have been much calmer if he had not been controlled by the untrustworthy Orochimaru. I think this conversation can be postponed, Naidame-sama. Now there are more important things, for example, the war. It seems that Tobirama was not satisfied with such an answer, but this topic did not receive further development. Minato-san, Tobirama-sama, Itachi turned around and called out to the two Hokage. Is it possible to enter the battlefield with Hiraishin? No. All my marks after my death were gone. Senju's answer was categorical. I have to understand exactly which marker I am moving to or where exactly it is located. Right now, I don't know either one or the other, so the possible maximum is moving to the border of the Hai no Kuni. But there's something else. Minato ruffled his hair the way Naruto always did in moments of awkwardness. Itachi thought that she was now again in the thick of the battle and did not even think to take care of herself, but now she needed to take care of more than just herself. The thought made him frown in displeasure. I can only move 3 at a time. Kagebunshin? Itachi didn't understand why Minato didn't come up with such a simple solution himself. The clone will dissipate in the process of using the technique. Itachi closed his eyes wearily. It's more complicated than I thought. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. If Naruto were here. Naruto? Tobirama had heard that name several times this evening. She owns Hiraishin? MMM? Itachi focused his gaze, coming out of deep thought. Yes. And she is able to combine Hiraishin and Kagebunshin? Tobirama asked this with no small amount of skepticism, because for such a trick you need a lot of chakra. Only one person Senju knew possessed such stocks. That person was Hashirama. Yes, Itachi himself realized what exactly the essence of the problem was, so he did not react to Nidame's mocking look. Kushina noted that Itachi had already mentioned her daughter for the second time. It would seem that the context in which the Uchiha spoke about the girl did not arouse any suspicion. Nevertheless, Uzumaki felt something in his tone that betrayed a special attitude towards Naruto. In addition, no one remained indifferent when the mysterious mutual acquaintance of Itachi and Orochimaru was mentioned. The banal "what if" once flashed through my head, for unknown reasons, again made itself felt, and this time the theory seemed very plausible. Can someone finally explain what's going on here, Databane? Kushina was frankly tired of the state of incomprehension. In short, Kushina-chan, now Daioji Ninkai Tyson is coming, and her goal is to capture the Kyuubi and Hachibi, who are still in their carriers. At that moment, the blonde-haired boy from Sasuke's company decided to make his legs. Probably, he was not attracted by the prospect of participating in the war. He failed to escape, because a formidable scarlet-haired something flew at him. Damn it, Sasuke. I already thought I was imagining. But no, I can recognize your chakra anywhere. Yelled a girl in a prison uniform, continuing to methodically beat the failed fugitive. Karen? In the voice of Sasuke there was a strong surprise, as if he had seen a dead man. Although recently it was difficult to surprise with the living dead. The girl was shouting something about how she would never forgive the younger Uchiha, but at the same time she looked as if she would move mountains for him, and get the moon from the sky. As a result, her emotional monologue came down to the fact that Sasuke stabbed her with the Chidori sword, and then left her for dead. To this accusation, the Uchiha threw a laconic, but sincere, sorry, which melted the heart of an already fiery girl. I should probably go, Itachi informed the nearby people. After that phrase, he was going to finally go to the battlefield no matter what happens next. However, the possibility of unforeseen circumstances should always be taken into account. Such an unforeseen circumstance was a golden-haired girl, smeared with dirt and soot, in a wild orange tracksuit that looked more like a tattered rag, breathing heavily, but with joyfully sparkling eyes, in which Itachi, as always, saw the sea. Come on, don't worry. Naruto placed a friendly hand on Karen's shoulder. He pierced my lung, you. There was a hole in the middle of my chest, count. You? The crimson-haired girl jumped a good 5 meters away from the blonde. Apparently, she was not very happy to meet. I am, she rubbed her ear, making a painful grimace. Why yell like that? Who else is this? Muttered the underdog. I am your transport, the girl said proudly, puffing out her chest. She looked around and fixed her eyes on Hashirama. I just need help. My? Senju was very surprised. How could he, in fact, help? Yeah, you're Tsunade Bachan's grandfather, right? Bachan? What are you, her granddaughter? He asked with a happy, slightly goofy smile. Eh? No. I just always call her that. True, she often beats me for this. The girl scratched the top of her head, as if she felt where exactly Tsunade's blow most often hits. Can you pump me with chakra? Not to the eyeballs, just enough to move you all. And then I have enough for a maximum of 3 people, and I will unwind. The original ran out of steam, so I don't have much chakra. Hashirama nodded. The girl immediately plopped down on the ground next to Shodai. He began the process of transferring the chakra. You have chakras for 3 teleportations, and you say that this is not enough? Tobirama was surprised, to say the least. Immediately I remembered his dialogue with the Uchiha 2 minutes ago. What, a lot, or what? She was genuinely surprised. For a shadow clone, yes, Naidame realized that the girl was similar to his older brother not only in terms of chakra volumes, but also in childish naivety, bordering on stupidity. Oh. Oh no, she smiled, and despite her shabby and disheveled appearance, it was charming. Half of those present had no idea who the cheerful blonde was, but everyone felt that by her appearance she was able to weaken the oppressive atmosphere that had spread around the area. She was like the sun peeking out from behind the clouds. Itachi just stood behind Naruto, not daring to get her attention. He really wanted to do this, but he realized that he could not resist the open display of his feelings for her. And here, not only were there too many strangers, but also parents from both sides. Itachi was not afraid of judgment from either one or the other. After all, Minato and Kushina had no idea how their daughter's life had turned out. And it didn't work out very well, and because of their decision, so it's not for them to condemn her for anything. And Itachi tried not to think about his parents at all. Although after he killed them, it was difficult to imagine anything more discrediting him in their eyes, to put it mildly. In addition, his love for Naruto, even with a strong desire, cannot be called the word discrediting. However, the observant Naidame and Orochimaru did not miss how much the Uchiha's face softened at the sight of the golden-haired woman. And although Itachi did not allow himself to completely relax, but, apparently, death really changed him, the perfect stone mask of indifference now rested somewhere on the far shelf. Probably, only a blind man would not notice the obvious love of a man for a girl when looking at him, but not everyone cast this look. Mikoto and Fugaku redirected all their attention to Sasuke, who remained silent and continued to stand slightly apart from them with his comrades. Everyone else studied Naruto, oblivious to the changes in Itachi. Team. Itachi. Absolutely everyone paid attention to the older brother, since no one could know who the girl had in mind when she said team. Why didn't you tell me that you had monsters in your family? It's like that. It's like that. That's it. She spread her hands to the sides, trying to show the size of this monster. And this damn thing has a Sharingan in a Lobschnik the size of the Hokage residence, think about it. And how it stinks from the mouth, the girl grimaced, expressing a feeling of disgust. Speaking of monsters, Orochimaru. She turned sharply in the direction of the named, which nearly broke her neck. Did you die or not? Somewhere Xanacalcia after you did the topic? Or did he die? And how was he resurrected? Or are you still dead? Is it even possible to kill you? Naruto-chan, do you know the concept of tact? The serpent raised his eyebrows, expressing bewilderment. And how did such a personality attract the attention of two Uchiha geniuses? Naruto? Minato and Kushina thought in unison. In fact, the girl had already seen her parents, but they did not see her, since the casts of their chakra, with which she communicated in the subconscious, simply dissolved when the time was up. They looked at their daughter and did not understand how to communicate with her. They did not hope to see her as an adult when they died, but when they were called, they realized that such an opportunity would be. Only this is not how they imagined this meeting, not at all like that. Nah? Concept of what, you? She scratched her head in puzzlement. From the side where Sasuke was standing, he heard a martyr's sigh, a quiet slap of the palm on his face, and an indistinct dobe. The girl immediately jumped up, and instantly began to drill the younger Uchiha with an unkind look. Team, you were a bastard as a child, and now you are, she smiled happily. How are you talking to Sasuke-kun, yelled Karen. I liked you better in a half-dead state, the blonde muttered gloomily. What? I say, be quiet, you. There are no deaf people here. How are you? The scarlet-haired woman was about to pounce on the offender, but she was held back by a tall red-haired guy from Sasuke's company. Team, is that why you left Konoha? Sakura-chan, by the way, hasn't yelled like that in a long time. Or do you like it? I think for you she can start back. You know very well why I left Konoha. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest. Have you left the village? Mikoto spoke for the first time since she was summoned. She asked with sadness, and before that she had an assumption that the youngest son had become Nuke-nin, but now it was confirmed, and this did not please. Sasuke was silent. His parents themselves did not care much about the well-being of this village. So why then be so sad that he left her? You became a Nuke-nin, Fugaku stated, not asked, and there was clear condemnation in his voice. And whose fault, you ask? Naruto jumped up, interrupting the chakra transfer process. No matter how difficult her relationship with Sasuke was, she always took his side. Maybe it happened because Itachi loved his Ototo very much. Maybe because Naruto herself was extremely dear to her friendship with this topic. And, most likely, influenced altogether. What do you mean by that? Outwardly, Fugaku remained completely calm, although Itachi knew that his father was a very short-tempered person. It's just that his temper was expressed in extremely harsh statements, which, even in a calm tone, destroyed any self-esteem to the ground. It's your fault what happened to Itachi and Sasuke. What a big statement. What made you think so? What makes you think differently? Naruto, that's enough. Dobe, stop it. Itachi and Sasuke shouted at the same time. If your friend has something to say, then I would like to listen to her, Fugaku said calmly. I'm bursting with the desire to stick a Rasengan between your eyes, but this will not return Sasuke's childhood and Itachi's life. I don't know what happens to people after death, but I sincerely hope for some kind of eternal afterlife, Databeo. I hope, because if it is, then eternity shines on you with the realization that you ruined the lives of your children, but they still love you. Mikoto recoiled in fear upon hearing those words. It seemed that they were imprinted in the mind with a red-hot iron. The woman cried without tears. The body of Edo Tensei did not allow salty drops to appear, but everyone saw them. Fugaku didn't say anything in response, just waited for the girl's speech to continue. Naruto clearly had a lot to say, and a lot. However, she only glared at the two brothers with displeasure and, listening to their mute plea to stop, flopped down on the ground next to Hashirama again. Sasuke. Itachi. Mikoto didn't ask for forgiveness. She pleaded guilty, and that was more important in this situation. Then there was a tense silence for a couple of minutes. Naruto. Kushina said softly. You may not know, but, she trailed off, not sure if she should throw such information outright. I know. She smiled softly. I have already seen you. Did you reach the 8th tale? Minato quickly remembered exactly under what circumstances a cast of his chakra should have appeared. Yes, it was, she giggled nervously and tousled her hair at the back of her head again. I got a little desperate. A little bit? Namikaze asked in a hoarse voice. Well, I have a busy life. In addition, that mess ended very well, in fact, no one was hurt. Trouble, Yubane? There was obvious doubt in Kushina's voice. Yeah, it's nothing serious, Naruto smiled radiantly and brushed off the questions like an annoying fly. She was embarrassed to tell the details of that battle. There was too much personal content in these details, and too many outsiders were present now. That crater just appeared, Orochimaru threw in the direction of the village, which was being rebuilt inside a huge crater. It's nothing serious, right, Naruto-chan? And you also asked me about tact? The girl grimaced in displeasure under the surprised looks of others. So do you know what this term means? The snake raised an eyebrow mockingly. Naruto grunted something supposedly insulting in response, and was about to sit back down beside Shodai when she caught Itachi's expressive gaze, miraculously beside her. For the first time, he wanted to yell at her. Screaming for her frivolity, for her neglect of her own and their child's lives, for the damn propensity for self-sacrifice, for all the qualities that he had noticed in her for years, listening to her stories, in which she always found herself on the verge of life and death. Although there was something else Itachi wanted a lot more. He wanted to hold her close to him and never let go. There was a bitter lump of regrets in his throat, and before his eyes pictures from his dream, pictures of their unfulfilled happiness. The Uchiha knew about the girl's fight with pain, but only in general terms. So general that the news about the nature of the origin of the crater made him horrified. For so many years he limited himself in the manifestation of any kind of feelings that, apparently, his nervous system ceased to take these restrictions seriously. One look at him made it clear that the Uchiha was afraid. He was not just afraid for a second for the sunny girl from the realization of the danger in which she had been. He was afraid that something would happen to her. His feeling was not limited in time, because it was only the result of something equally constant, but much larger. Naruto understood him without words. It was always enough for her to just look at him to see what others could not see. She had access not only to his emotions, but also to his thoughts. She often said, laughing, that Itachi had everything written on his forehead. Only she alone knew the language in which these inscriptions were made. Maybe because the inscriptions themselves were intended for her? Naruto smiled softly at him and did her usual pointless manipulation of her bangs. He absolutely did not want to make their personal grief public domain. And yet, he himself had just provoked a situation that showed everyone present the nature of their relationship. Naruto, on the other hand, was not at all tormented by the fact that someone would understand something. She loved Itachi and considered it something completely natural, took it for granted because it could not be otherwise. She was accustomed to condemnation and hostility, and therefore she was extremely indifferent to how others would react if they found out about their feelings. And the response was very varied. Orochimaru was jubilant that his theory was correct. Naidame also experienced inner satisfaction, because he managed to assume that the Uchiha loved this girl, and he was right. Hiruzen was surprised and only. The runaway and Karen grimaced like little children who have seen their parents kiss. The red-haired tall guy reacted in no way. Shodai smiled happily, he always knew how to rejoice in someone else's happiness, and the man considered the mutual love that Naruto and Itachi clearly had as happiness. Kushina also smiled, but her smile came out very sad. The woman was glad that her daughter had found a man she sincerely loves, and received reciprocity from him, but Itachi was dead. Behind the tenderness and warmth that were obvious, their personal grief was visible. The woman saw that they were both in pain. Naruto was hurt that he left her, and Itachi was hurt for the same reason. Namikaze felt desperate. He would be happy for his daughter, of course, if her loved one was alive. Minato didn't see as much as Kushina, but enough to know that Naruto was unhappy with what she had to go through. Despite the fact that she was almost 17, Minato saw in her the crumb that she was on her birthday and whom he sacrificed for the sake of the village. Fugaku's face twitched. His equanimity, which seemed indestructible, was showered with ashes. The girl's words about his guilt that Itachi and Sasuke's lives were broken hurt him, but nothing more. Now he felt really ashamed, the guilt pounced on him and began to gnaw furiously. Why? Probably because that behind the sharp statements of the girl were not indignation or a thirst for justice, but love. Fugaku suddenly realized that he had never been close enough to his sons to fully understand the reasons for their actions now. Mikoto's feelings largely coincided with those experienced by Kushina. They coincided in many ways, but not in everything. Both women were choked with guilt. However, if Kushina blamed herself for never being with her child, Mikoto blamed herself for killing her child. It was impossible to say that some of them suffered more from their guilt, and some less, because their guilt was completely different, but equally criminal. And Sasuke looked at Enai-san and his best friend and realized that he had found the answer to his last question. Love is what they felt for each other. Sasuke didn't know. Itachi knew he wouldn't be yelling at Naruto now or later. It will not, because there is no trace left of the desire to do so. She already knew about all his experiences, so there was no point in trying to convey them by shouting. Also, Itachi knew that he would not hug her either now or later. It won't, because now is not the time and place, and then they will have to part again, and Itachi understood that this parting would be the last. He thought again and again that they were not destined to see each other again, but there was always a place for if, which gave inexplicable hope. This time, he clearly realized that there was nothing to hope for. The idea that if is no longer appropriate here seemed alien and imposed, but it was too convincing to involuntarily disagree with it. Naruto didn't know how to let Itachi know that the thought was only convincing as long as he allowed it to exist. Just trust me, Itachi. Is it so difficult? Have I ever cheated on you? Never. But it was still hard to believe. She knew the reason, because she herself was afraid, because there was too great a chance that this belief would be unjustified. Still, Naruto believed. Whatever she had to face in life, and she had to face a lot, Naruto always continued to believe that everything would work out. She didn't do it because she was strong. Maybe now she was strong, but not before, not at the time when her life attitude "nothing is impossible for me" was born. The Uzumaki always believed because faith was sometimes the only way to achieve the goal. It was she who was that thin barrier between unshakable determination and despair, walking hand in hand with her, which was afraid of only one thing: faith. Naruto slyly narrowed her eyes and poked Itachi in the forehead, just like he did in those moments when she said some outright stupidity or nonsense. She wanted to tell him that his fear was stupid, and she knew Itachi would understand her message. She laughed out loud as she saw a submissive smile bloom on her beloved face, saying that he would believe. He will not believe in a future meeting, but again unconditionally believe in it, in his personal Sunday. When did he forget that Naruto Uzumaki always keeps his word? It didn't matter anymore, the main thing was that he could remember. Let's save this world, you. The girl spread her arms to the sides and spun around her axis. So, you, she pointed to Orochimaru, Karen, the white-haired guy, and the tall redhead, we will send you to the Kage, they need help. Everyone else is on the main battlefield. And there we will navigate according to the situation. Ready? No one expected that all romance would be so ruthlessly destroyed, and by the very same girl. Well, no one but Itachi. Apparently, he even showed his genius here, having learned to predict the actions of Naruto, who deservedly bore the title of the most unpredictable shinobi. The parents of the couple could not move away from the realization of the fact that their children not only grew up, but also experienced a lot. And it was not clear what was more shocking, their adult happiness or their adult grief. And everyone else was simply not mentally prepared to rush off the bat. Naruto did not make it clear before that she was already ready to perform the jutsu. In the meantime, everyone was digesting what they saw and heard. The girl created 4 clones, giving one of them an order of magnitude more chakra than the others. You will also go to the main battlefield, she looked at the redhead. Otherwise, I'll have to send 2 clones to the Kage. I don't want to sound greedy, but right now, chakra is a time we don't have. The cheerful blonde became surprisingly serious. Naruto combined features so different and opposite in their essence, which succeeded each other so abruptly and unexpectedly for those around him, that it was quite possible to think of a split, if not a breakdown, of the girl's personality. However, it was undeniable that these shifts were always appropriate and optimal. Let's go, you, she slammed the fist of one hand into the open palm of the other. Each clone quickly took 3 people and went where it was planned. Only 2 remained standing near the ruined temple of Naka. Naruto wrapped her arms around Itachi, nuzzling her grubby nose into his shoulder. It's probably stupid to do it now, but on the other hand. When else? He finished her thought. I'm glad to see you, and parents, and the topic. Perhaps I am glad to see only you. But what about Sasuke? The sea eyes twinkled with interest. Sasuke wants answers to tough questions. What do you think my parents will say if they find out I'm pregnant? Naruto suddenly realized that Minato and Kushina's opinion really did matter to her. I have no idea. But I am glad that Minato-san, even with a strong desire, will not be able to kill me for this. He buried his nose in the golden crown. Learn to see positive aspects in your death? Something like that, he smiled. Went. I don't want to. Itachi shook his head weakly. Somewhere out there, a battle was going on that would determine the fate of the world, and he didn't care. Time, which they always lacked before, did not indulge them with its abundance this time. And who would have known how difficult it was to come to terms with this? Me too. Naruto pressed closer to him. I wanted to stay here, because there were enough fighters even without them, but personal desires, as always, helplessly receded under the yoke of the notorious sense of duty. Both felt it, and both senselessly tried to fight it. And why did they suffer from hypertrophied responsibility for other people's lives? Did they develop it on their own? Went. Sounded doomed and reluctant. The answer was in the tone of the question. In a moment they were at the base of a huge crater. Itachi no longer hugged the sunny girl, he was just there. They arrived only a minute later than the others, but that was enough for Naidame and Sasuke to throw meaningful "you couldn't make love to yourself at any other time" looks. Minato looked tense, and his gaze was ambiguous. He couldn't decide what he wanted more: rebuke the impudent Uchiha who had encroached on his baby, or smile condescendingly, saying that we were all once young. Kushina, Mikoto, and Hashirama gave out just such smiles. The rest did not express their attitude to the delay. As Sasuke-kun? Sakura yelled, finally recovering from her shock. Nearby were all those who graduated from the academy in the same year as Naruto. All of them were silent for a minute, unable to figure out where the Hokage and, most importantly, Uchiha Sasuke came from. The clone transporters dispersed immediately upon arrival. So no one figured out how a squad of terrifyingly strong Edo Tensei appeared. The clone that delivered Itachi also dissipated before the guys noticed him. And Uchiha Itachi, Sakura looked at the named one with undisguised hatred. It just so happened that the brothers were nearby, and therefore it would be very convenient to attack them, which everyone was going to do, if only. If the real Naruto had not jumped out to protect them, which everyone seemed to have already forgotten about. Hey! Slow down, guys. She held her hands out to the sides, covering her lover and friend. These Uchihas are good. They've come to help us. She smiled, trying to make a joke of it. Uzumaki, are you completely crazy or what? Shouted the boy from the Inuzuka clan. Those two tried to kill you. Well, firstly, only one of them, and, secondly, he is my best friend. I can't be angry with him for a long time. She tousled her hair at the back of her head. Hashirama. How long have I been waiting for this? Madara must have noticed the new arrivals. But this Uchiha is bad. Naruto yelled, pointing at Madara. Let's kill the bastard. What happened next, Itachi remembered only in general terms, clearly retaining only certain moments in his memory. Immediately after Naruto's call to action, Shodai said that the bastards could be killed later, but the monster needed to be dealt with now. The Hokage quickly imprisoned the Jubi in a powerful barrier, after which Hashirama added seals created with senjutsu. While the Hokage created the most complex techniques, Naruto's friends tried to at least somehow clarify the situation, which they did, to put it mildly, badly. After the girl's words that Orochimaru called all and that he did not come with them because he went to help the Kage, everyone nearby realized that trying to find common sense in what was happening was a waste of time. Hashirama abruptly interrupted the lively conversation of the Konohates, reminding them that there was a war going on, not a reunion of graduates. When openings appeared in the barrier, allowing the army to launch an attack on the Jubi, Team 7 immediately created a sensation with their giant summons. Despite the tense atmosphere, which was not conducive to conversation, discussions began to be heard from all sides about the emergence of a new generation of Sannin. Themselves called the Great, these discussions were of little concern, because they were completely immersed in the battle. Itachi entered the fight a little later than Naruto and Sasuke. This created a new sensation, as no one expected to see Itachi Uchiha. And even more so, no one expected that he would help the alliance. And it was worth recognizing that his help was very significant. He alone destroyed more opponents than the number 17 destroyed together. True, the guys were more eager to get close to the main body of the monster than to defeat its copies. Sakura generally took on the role of a medic and began to rebuild the army, so the damage she inflicted on the enemy was only collateral. When Madara did not insist on a fight with Senju, he decided to be just an outside observer for some more time. However, he changed his mind after seeing the Scarlet Susanoo. Itachi did not wait for anything and immediately attacked with his most powerful weapon. Thanks to his amazing skills in shurikenjutsu, he dealt simultaneous damage in several directions. Not even a couple of minutes had passed since Itachi entered the battle, when he received an offer to fight from an impressed Madara, and there was no option to refuse. The two Uchihas were a little further away from the main scene, but were in no hurry to start the fight. Itachi sensed the approach of Kushina and his parents, who apparently decided to harm Madara while he was inactive. Madara felt the same way. However, the two continued to simply stand opposite each other. "So this is your child," he spoke when Mikoto, Fugaku, and Kushina were close enough to hear him. Itachi just raised an eyebrow. How did his fatherhood relate to combat? That's right, none. In that case, he did not see the slightest point in answering this question. The Jinchuriki Kyubi is an interesting choice for an Uchiha. And as soon as the village authorities allowed you to get together? But Madara was clearly amused by this lack of dialogue. You do not want to answer? It's a pity, but I was really interested. What is he talking about, the Bane? Kushina knew that most likely no one would answer her question, but even so, she couldn't help but ask it. The Sharingan gives amazing powers. The girl skillfully leads everyone by the nose, hiding behind the Bija chakra, but she cannot deceive the Sharingan. Even in this, the Uchiha are superior to everyone else. It was pride that brought the clan to ruin, Itachi spoke, although not on the topic that Madara expected. So the clan really doesn't exist anymore? He did not look upset, on the contrary, it seemed that this news pleased him. And who was able to destroy him? Me. Itachi knew the battle had already begun. The enemy was trying to find a weak point, a gap in the defense that would allow him to be destroyed morally, since physically they were both now immortal. So my justice was done by your hands? The village was saved by his hands, these were Fugaku's words. Itachi couldn't help but look around. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Did the father really think so? Oto-san believed in what he said. It was clear from his expression, from his look, from the intonation with which the words were uttered, which miraculously gave Itachi freedom. He felt free from the guilt that had been destroying him all these years along with the Mangekyo. So you saved the village? Noble, but how did she repay you? I'll be surprised if you say that you were called a hero, and not a parricide. I have nothing to surprise you with, he replied in a flat voice. This reality has treated you cruelly, hasn't it? Why would you fight for her? You don't belong to her anymore. Mugen Tsukuyomi will give everyone the world they dream of. What do you think it will give you? Maybe happiness with your girlfriend? Peaceful life in the village without clan uprisings, murders and hatred for your dearest Jinchuriki? Everyone hates her too, right? Amazing girl. She is ready to give her life for each of these people. He shook his head towards the battlefield. You care about that, don't you? Not even like that. You're afraid she'll get hurt. And not only her. Just think, you will find yourself in an ideal world where she won't even be a shinobi. You will always be able to protect her, and you will not have to suffer from the thought that she rushed to cover her careless comrade and suffered. In that world, she won't have to be pregnant. Kushina and Mikoto sighed loudly in surprise. Go to war. She will always be there. It is foolish to consider Mugen Tsukuyomi evil, because it gives real happiness. You are smart enough to understand this. And you are strong enough to help me activate this technique. Madara found Itachi's weak point, Naruto. Naruto was his weakness. His speech was remarkably well constructed. He voiced Itachi's desires, even those he didn't realize himself. But was it worth agreeing to the world described to him? Are you suggesting that I not only volunteer to go into the illusion, but help you create it? Itachi abruptly switched to you, emphasizing his dismissive attitude towards this sentence and the person who voiced it. Not an illusion, but a new reality. There is a fundamental difference here, and you must understand it. Frankly, Madara didn't need Itachi to activate the jutsu, but the desire to enlist him in the action was surprisingly strong. It was a kind of excitement, because Itachi was clearly not the type of person who can easily impose his point of view. I will rephrase my question. Are you suggesting that I help you kill your real girlfriend and my real child, so you can have a happy life with someone else? He raised his eyebrows, emphasizing his bewilderment at such a dubious proposal. Kushina swayed and took a step back. Child? Naruto is pregnant? Will she have a child? Itachi's baby? Naruto becomes a mother? Thoughts were monotonous, confused, and revolved around the same topic. They, like bees, buzzed and flew into each other. The scarlet-haired woman was not happy or upset. She did not understand at all how to call what she felt. Itachi caught her eye, and it didn't contain the judgment that Naruto was afraid of, it was incomprehension. How did you get to this point? Why was she left alone pregnant at her incomplete 17? And it turned out to be much worse than the expected condemnation. The sunny girl has always been able to persuade people, even if she did not set out to do this. She could ask a simple question out of sincere incomprehension, such as Kushina was now experiencing, and make a person realize the horror of what he had done. Apparently. How did he get to this? Itachi himself would like to know the answer to that question. It would probably be better for Naruto if he disappeared from her life the same day he appeared in her. But was it possible? He should have admitted to himself that, even knowing everything in advance, he could not refuse her. Naruto became his son the first time they met. The moment when the little abandoned and hated girl gave him a smile. She had no reason to smile, but that smile was the most genuine smile Itachi had ever seen in his life. No one but Naruto could smile like that. He saw the faces of people in moments of sincere happiness and understood that even they looked sad in comparison with the grubby face of a little abandoned and hated by all girls. Only Naruto knew how to find a reason to really smile when the whole world thought there was no reason. Itachi lowered his head, bangs covering his eyes. Could his feelings be called selfish? Is it possible to blame a person for wanting to be happy? Because he was happy? Itachi thought it was possible. It is possible if his happiness brought grief to someone, and therefore he blamed himself. But in whose grief did he consider himself guilty? If anyone had asked him, he would have said Naruto was in grief. If anyone heard his reply, he would say that Naruto is happy thanks to Itachi. And he wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it even if she said she was happy thanks to him. They will be real, just like the world you enter. You won't kill them because they will stay with you. Madara was not originally going to fight Itachi in the direct sense of the word fight. He already appreciated his strength and understood that he was dealing with a genius, but even so Itachi was no match for him. Madara has long lost his taste for battles, because he has always been a winner. It was only with Hashirama that the outcome remained truly unknown. There was no interest in fighting also because both of them were immortal, no, even the slightest, risk either for someone else's or for their own life. Where will it be, this confirmation of the victory won, if there is not even a scratch left on anyone? However, Madara wanted such a battle verbal. This is where it was still difficult to predict the outcome. He wanted to make Itachi believe what he believed in, to open his eyes to the truth, which was beautiful in its simplicity. Ideal reality in a global illusion, what could be more logical to achieve true peace? But what is simple and logical for one is difficult and incomprehensible for another. Madara sought to convey his understanding of the truth to Itachi, and this was seen not only as a sporting interest, but also as an attempt to gain the upper hand in the ongoing war. The legendary Uchiha was sure of his victory. It could come in 10 minutes, it could in 2 days. In any case, the wait was not long. But was it interesting? He understood that the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi were the core of the alliance on which he rested, the engine of the army, which pulled it to an unattainable, but seemingly real victory. To break this rod, to destroy this engine, that was what was really interesting. However, it turned out to be not so easy. Truly an amazing girl. Anyone in her place would have plunged into the abyss of despair. She continued to shout that she would save everyone and firmly believed in her words. People were dying, but she continued to believe that she could save them, and infected others with her faith. Was it worth noting that this belief was frankly stupid and meaningless? Madara understood what exactly Itachi was attracted to this girl. She was quite weak physically by the personal standards of an Uchiha leader, but physical strength is a skill that can be developed. But she had amazing fortitude. The only pity is that she was frankly stupid, according to the same Madara. But the blonde had such an unbending will that he admitted defeat in trying to break her. Nevertheless, the chance to win the war by resorting to the power of the word was still real. And the key to that victory was Itachi. He could convince her to stop fighting. She would really listen to him and believe in the perfection of the idea of Mugen Tsukuyomi, if it was expressed by Itachi. It all sounded good, but it was much more difficult to implement than to say, because it was necessary to first convince Itachi of his idea. Real ones? Itachi chuckled oddly. I wanted to blindly believe in the exhortations about an ideal world with an ideal life. But Itachi had a different faith, which he was not going to renounce. The one that Nagato turned to before he died, and the entire army is on the battlefield today. Faith under the name Uzumaki Naruto. If Naruto doesn't rush to cover up a careless comrade, then it's anyone but not the real Naruto. Kushina smiled softly at Itachi. In his words, and more importantly, in his actions, she saw love for her daughter. The woman quickly realized one simple thing: if they did not want them to have a child, then he would not have appeared. If Naruto didn't want to leave the baby, it wouldn't be there anymore. The scarlet-haired girl really wanted to know their story, which was undoubtedly interesting, definitely sad, but very beautiful. Kushina realized that she couldn't blame Itachi for just wanting to be happy, for being happy around her daughter. It can't, if only because Naruto was happy next to him. Nevertheless, what you dream about is that your Naruto would be a quiet, homely, and contented peaceful life. Who doesn't want the safety of their loved ones? She will be safe in that world. Why cling to this world? Rotten with hypocrisy, decaying with cruelty, disgusting with viciousness? It can no longer be corrected. It is impossible to bring to perfection what is inherently created to be imperfect. It is impossible to sleep on the ceiling, the blanket and pillow fall, and everything else. Perhaps you just need to make an effort on yourself to make it happen. Are you kidding? Madara raised an eyebrow. He realized that Itachi chose the girl to match himself, so talking with him is also useless. I am quoting our mutual friend. I think our battle is over. Madara knew how to admit defeat, which, in fact, he did. In addition, something very interesting was brewing on the main battlefield. It seems Obito intended to become the Jubi's Jinchuriki. Already? I was sure we were just getting started. Itachi wasn't eager to fight Madara, but engaging him in the fight was far more sensible than letting him continue to be an observer, leaving him free to intervene at any moment. I'm not interested. He didn't even turn around. You shouldn't have written me down as a loser ahead of time. Itachi switched to you, emphasizing the fact that he is aware of the strength of the enemy. Why? Madara turned around to face his interlocutor again, as he really wanted to hear the answer. Our chances of winning are the same. I'm really inferior to you in jutsu skill, but we are equal in experience, and I surpass you in intelligence. Madara laughed as if he heard something very funny. Huh. What a self-confident statement. And how can you justify it? The conversation was really interesting. For example, the fact that I was able to see much more of you on the Uchiha stone tablet. So you saw her? I wonder why, in that case, you are opposed to launching the Mugen Tsukuyomi. Maybe because you didn't see as much there as you say? The power of my eyes is one step higher than yours, so I doubt very much that you could see more than me. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I saw less, but I understood more. What do you mean? Madara tensed, he didn't like the way the dialogue was going. Mugen Tsukuyomi is just a technique, no matter how perfect it may seem to you. And any technique has weaknesses and risks, and this rule has no exceptions. Are you saying this genjutsu isn't perfect? I want to say that you do not realize the risk of using this technique. Did you see it on the tablet? It's not on the chart. But there is an understatement on it, behind which it is hidden. Consider my words, Madara-san. You still have the opportunity to refuse the role of a toy in the wrong hands. After these words, he disappeared from Madara's field of vision. Itachi walked over to Naruto, and he showed up there very opportunely. He repelled some absolutely monstrous jutsu with the Yato mirror. However, it must be admitted that if Obito controlled the Jubi even a little better, then this would not have saved them. Itachi looked around, taking stock of the situation. Next to him, under the protection of his Susanoo, were Naruto, Sasuke, and Yondaime. 20 meters away from them stood the girl's still undispelled call, and a little further, on the sides, Shodai, Nidaime and Sandaime were recovering, who, apparently, did not escape the collision with Itachi's reflected technique. I already thought we were done, Naruto smiled cheerfully. The Uchiha brothers had the same left eyebrow twitching in annoyance. How the hell can you take your own life so lightly? Naruto, please stop making a fuss. Itachi looked at her with a very expressive look, which she very skillfully ignored. I didn't climb. He attacked himself. She blinked her eyes innocently, knowing that Itachi would just give up after that, realizing that it was useless for her to push anything. Meanwhile, Minato attacked Obito. Unfortunately, this attack, like all the previous ones, was unsuccessful. Itachi barely had time to pull Namikaze out from under the Gudadama. A little later, he explained that he sees a lot of destructive energy in these balls, that is, they destroy chakra, and therefore ninjutsu. His theory was quickly confirmed, but this did not cause any joy. With all hope of finding Obito's weak spot nearly gone, Naruto's summons aimed his technique at the newly minted Jinchuriki and dissipated. At the same time, the Kage and Orochimaru appeared with the company. The Kage took command of the army, the two young men got lost among the fighters, and Orochimaru instantly found the place where all the fun was happening and went there, that is, to the company that fought against Obito. By this point, Naruto had figured out exactly how to effectively attack the seemingly invincible Jubi's Jinchuriki. With her discovery, she made a positive impression on all the Hokage. She performed a successful combination with Nidaime and at the same time made an enthusiastic speech in defense of her father, regarding whom the Uchiha had previously spoken derogatorily. And she ended her sentimental speech with the words to Obito, pitiful piece of shit. Naruto. Minato, of course, was pleased that his daughter appreciates and loves him no matter what, but, you're a girl. Well, yes, she was already taken aback, because she did not understand why she should be engaged in ascertaining such an obvious fact. What's yes? How do you express yourself? It's fine, she didn't understand the gist of the complaint at all. This was generally new to Naruto, who had never been brought up by anyone. Naruto-chan, your father is trying to convey to you that girls shouldn't be so rude, whispered Orochimaru, whom no one had noticed before. When I speak rudely, port workers' ears wither, but now I just clearly articulated my attitude towards a particular person," the blonde replied directly. Minato's eyes widened in horror. It was hard to come to terms with the fact that instead of a lady, his daughter had grown into a girl of her own. Although Naruto was a very kind and cheerful person. In addition, she has already surpassed him in many ways. Obito then tried to destroy the entire army at once, but Naruto, as always, was able to find a way out of the stalemate. She, along with Minato, moved every one of them outside the barrier erected by Obito. Shodai and Nidaime, impressed by the girl's resourcefulness, asked her about exactly how the jutsu was performed. She gave them very confused explanations while smiling stupidly, and ended by asking Nidaime how he knew about the Kage Bunshin, which Tobirama himself had invented. After that, Naruto made another stupid move by going to attack Obito without using senjutsu. Looking at the little circus the girl had put on, Itachi just smiled. His smile was not mocking or condescending, it was loving. He looked as if he had listened to his favorite joke for the 100th time, every word of which he knew by heart, but once again was glad to hear it. Itachi knew full well that Naruto was able to explain the minute details of the technique she used, and that she certainly didn't forget that without the Senchakra, there was no point in attacking. She did not try to make herself look stupid or narrow-minded, she was simply amused by the bewilderment that appeared on the faces of the strongest of this world when she gave out another reprise. She loved to smile herself and loved to encourage others to do the same. And when else to do it, if not on the battlefield, where people tend to have the most gloomy and tense faces? What attracted you to her, Itachi-kun? Orochimaru guessed a lot, but still could not see the full picture, and therefore asked this question. If I were you, I'd ask what drew her to me, Orochimaru-san. Minato, who was standing nearby, listened with interest to the dialogue. It was hard to accept right away that your child is already an adult, and his feelings are adult, and his problems, too, like life in general. As far as I remember, you have always been popular with the opposite sex. Ototo too. Nevertheless, she always sought to fight with him, and not fall in love with herself. Did she fall in love with you? The serpent raised his eyebrows, surprised at his own suggestion. No, Itachi smiled a little sadly, peering into the fragile silhouette. And yet, how did it happen? Are you really that interested? The Uchiha raised an eyebrow. I understand that, apart from me, this information is known only to a few, if we take living people into account. It's nice to have rare and entertaining information. You, as always, do not change yourself. That's not a compliment, is it? This time, decide for yourself. But you didn't answer the question. I just feel good around her, Orochimaru-san. All the best moments of my life happened when she was around. That is a banal coincidence? If she wasn't there, these moments wouldn't be so wonderful. An interesting relationship. With it, it's good, but without it? And without it, it's bad, Itachi replied simply. This is an addiction, Itachi-kun. It was not clear whether the snake was serious about this diagnosis or said it in jest. I know, but I don't want to be treated, Itachi smiled, remembering the day they confessed their love for each other. And I'm better with you. It would seem that such a simple phrase, but expressing the whole essence of their rather complex relationship. No, their relationship was as simple as that phrase. Difficult were the circumstances that did not allow them to be together. How did you meet? Minato couldn't just be a listener anymore. It's a very unpleasant story, Minato-san. Although I think you should hear it, but let's deal with it a little later, Minato did not argue. Then there were several failed attempts to harm Obito. The Shinju then revived, causing several thousand deaths within 5 minutes, hitting Naruto very hard. And then there was the most difficult moment of this war. Few people would say so during the battle, but later, after this battle was over, many admitted that there was nothing more difficult in this war. Each shinobi of the alliance saw what Naruto lived with all his life. They opened her pain, they felt her despair. Just feelings, and her ordinary memories that made up her life. First, there was a hopeless childhood with a crushing sense of loneliness, followed by regrets that she did not save Itachi, did not help Sasuke, did not protect her friends. Another picture morally broke the fighters more and more, because they felt that what the girl herself felt in those moments of her life. Who seemed to everyone and everyone cheerful and carefree. The apogee of the whole action was the moment of Itachi's death, who no longer seemed like a villain to anyone. Everyone knew his real story. The fighters in the midst of the war stood and shed tears, and none of them was ashamed, because only one person could experience this and not cry. Only Naruto could shake hands with grief and smile at him. The shinobi was utterly ashamed of the fact that here and now she had repeatedly put her life in danger to protect them, although only a few of them deserved her protection. After that, Naruto stood up just like she always did, smiled cheerfully with her unique smile, and said that she had never given up before, not going to now. As a result, it turned out to extract the bijou from Obito. Nobody understood what exactly happened, but Naruto began to shed tears. As far as Itachi could make out, there was a dialogue between Goldilocks and Obito at the time of the extraction. What were they talking about? Why did this upset Naruto so much? He immediately appeared nearby in an attempt to calm the crying girl. She was not hysterical, but salty drops rolled down her striped cheeks, which now were completely unnecessary and inappropriate, because they could cost her her life. Itachi, she smiled brightly and widely, which did not match the wet streaks on the bronze skin of her cheeks. Looks like we won. What? Itachi reeled in surprise. Kachan and your parents sealed Madara away. I can't feel his chakras. She was sitting on the ground in a huge funnel, smeared with dirt and soot, covered with bruises and abrasions, with a completely happy face. It was like a mirage. How could it have ended so simply? That's right, it couldn't. Kakashi-sensei. She rushed towards the teacher who had just appeared near Obito. Stop Zetsu. In an instant, the seemingly real victory, which no one even had time to learn about, shattered into fragments. Kakashi and Minato tried to prevent the Zetsu from taking over the weakened Obito's body, but the humanoid creature proved to be more cunning and resourceful than Hatake and Namake's. At the same moment, Kushina, Mikoto, and Fugaku appeared nearby with Madara tied with chakra-blocking seals. He apparently underestimated the power of the Sharingan of Itachi and Sasuke's parents, and did not take into account the power of Uzumaki's Fuinjutsu, which was his fatal mistake. In general, the greatest Uchiha in history was doomed to defeat by his self-confidence. Databane. Can you imagine, Bija helped us to tie him? Kushina said smiling. However, when her eyes fell on Obito's captured Zetsu, her smile faded and slowly faded into tight lips. And what is this miracle? And this is the main villain, Kushina-san, Itachi commented on the situation. Then a new theater of the absurd began. Zetsu began to water Madara with accusations of worthlessness and lament that the plan was once again not carried out. Itachi explained to everyone that, based on what was written on the Uchiha tablet, a person who activated the Mugen Tsukiyomi would become the owner of all the chakra in the world. But it was clear to everyone that such volumes are not subject to any person, but in mythology a certain Kagaya is repeatedly mentioned, which initially possessed all the chakra of the world. Also, Itachi found a single, but very entertaining mention of Kagaya's third son, who was the embodiment of her will and consisted entirely of chakra. There was an obvious relationship between the terribly interested in activating Mugen Tsukuyomi Zetsu, which consisted solely of very strong chakra of unknown origin, and an implausible at first glance legend. Then Naruto and Sasuke suddenly lost consciousness for everyone, and it was impossible to bring them to their senses. It's hard to describe Itachi's state at that moment, but even looking at him was painful. This was probably the first and last time in his life when he looked really pathetic. Near the unconscious guy and girl, Sakura and Tsunade poured over, who did not allow them to die. Kushina and Mikoto continued to control Madara, torn from worrying about their children. And the Hokage was not allowed to leave Zetsu, who managed to be kept within the same funnel, but could not be captured. The ancient vile creature was too smart to give up so easily. Meanwhile, on the surface, a fierce battle continued with the white clones from Hashirama's cells. Itachi sat over the unconscious body of a sunny girl and realized that the sight of her blue lips and pale face was driving him crazy, but he couldn't look away. He knew that somewhere very close, behind him, the same thing was happening with Sasuke. For some reason, it seemed, albeit very scary, but completely insignificant. Itachi was ashamed of this, but if the world could exist without Sasuke, then without Naruto, it could not. The world cannot survive without its star, and Naruto was the sun not only for Itachi, but for everyone who lived in Konoha, in Godaikoku, on the continent. How will they live if their sun goes out? She just couldn't die. She couldn't, because the world needed her. Itachi realized what he had long ago taken for granted, but did not fully understand: Naruto was much stronger than him. He knew that he could not live without her, because he depended on her. Itachi was no longer anything if she wasn't around. For many years she was his only companion, his only motivation to live, his only reason to smile. He knew it wasn't normal, that it shouldn't be like this, and yet he never tried to fight it. And Itachi knew for sure that Naruto loved him just as much, if not more. All her emotions and feelings were always brighter and larger than others. If Naruto considered you a friend, then she was substituted for the technique intended for you. If she considered you an enemy, then she openly said this to your face, and then punched him, and if Naruto loved, then she made her beloved happy. Naruto loved Itachi, and she probably loved him more than he loved her. It wasn't because he didn't give all of his feelings to her, it was because Naruto was able to feel more than other people did. Maybe that's why, even in the absence of joy, she, having found the smallest grain of it, was able to kindle it to immense proportions and share it with others? And despite the fact that Naruto's feelings for Itachi were strong, she was able to live on, she was able to live without him. And he could not, because he was weaker than the girl, whose eyes always seemed to him the sea. Than other people did. Maybe that's why, even in the absence of joy, she, having found the smallest grain of it, was able to kindle it to immense proportions and share it with others? And despite the fact that Naruto's feelings for Itachi were strong, she was able to live on, she was able to live without him. And he could not, because he was weaker than the girl, whose eyes always seemed to him the sea. Than other people did. Maybe that's why, even in the absence of joy, she, having found the smallest grain of it, was able to kindle it to immense proportions and share it with others? And despite the fact that Naruto's feelings for Itachi were strong, she was able to live on, she was able to live without him. And he could not, because he was weaker than the girl, whose eyes always seemed to him the sea. How long did he sit, squeezing her narrow palm and mentally begging to wake up? Naruto often did impossible things, and many of them were dedicated to Itachi in one way or another. Now he has done something impossible. The body of Edo Tensei cannot shed any blood or tears, such a feature of the technique. Nevertheless, a tear of blood rolled down the Uchiha's cheek, which could not be. That damned dojutsu seemed to be mocking. So it made it clear, if there was room to grow, evolution would definitely take place. Zetsu was captured. Kushina placed a containment seal, but it wasn't enough. A sealing jutsu so powerful was needed that it could handle the wiggle and Zetsu's dodgy chakra that eluded the bonds. The Hokage went to help the shinobi of the alliance, only the yondaime approached the unconscious Naruto, over which Tsunade poured over. Minato sank to the ground next to Itachi. The Uchiha had a broken look, and the blood on his face completed the depressing picture. He carefully squeezed an unusually pale palm in his hands. Minato saw as much tenderness in this gesture as only a sincerely loving person could put into it. At that moment, he managed to accept that his daughter is already an adult, and her feelings are adult, and her problems, too, like life in general. The main thing is that this life is now unreasonably cut short. Itachi spoke softly. He didn't turn towards Namikaze. If the Uchiha hadn't turned to him, one would have thought that he hadn't even noticed his appearance at all. The brunette told the story of their acquaintance, told how they met for the second time and for the third. For some reason, it turned out to be much easier to tell this now than in the past. However, Itachi paused. He was silent for a few minutes, after which he asked a question. You don't know yet, Minato-san? If I don't know something, then I can't know about it, Minato replied just as quietly. It seemed that if you spoke a little louder, then the hope that she would wake up would die out completely. She's pregnant. How? Minato shot a shocked look at the Uchiha, who didn't even notice. Just like Kachan was pregnant, Tebeo. Naruto sat up, leaning against Itachi. The Uchiha and Namikaze went into a bit of a stupor because the girl woke up too suddenly. So unexpected that even Tsunade didn't realize when it happened. The eyes of Goldilocks looked unusual because of the cruciform pupils and the golden iris. Dobe, you too? Sasuke, who also came to his senses, immediately got down to business. Yes. Let's seal it, and then we'll do the rest? Yeah. Uzumaki and Uchiha jumped up fully prepared for battle, as if they had not died a couple of minutes ago. The Rinnegan appeared in Sasuke's left eye, and Naruto acquired Gudadam's. It all ended as suddenly and quickly as it began. The boys grabbed a barely restrained Zetsu, disappeared with him in Hiration's flash, and returned 2 minutes later. And everything would be more or less normal, if in the distance, from the side where the Valley of Completion was located, a rapidly growing ball did not appear, which consisted of fragments of earth attracted to it. When the guys returned, the girl did the following. We won. She raised her hand in a greeting gesture, and then with a swing collapsed flat on the ground. No one even had time to twitch in her direction to prevent her falling. True, to everyone's surprise, there was no sound of a collision of a rather fragile body with a burnt solid earth. In addition, the pacification on the grubby, but pretty face made me think that the girl did not experience any discomfort. She continued to lie in the starfish position, panting heavily, ignoring the presence of others. It's already the 5th day. I've been dreaming of doing this, she said, rising. Naruto remained seated in the center of the funnel with her legs outstretched and leaning on her hands, still unable to catch her breath. It turns out, so little is needed for happiness, she smiled widely and contagiously. And just as Sakura was about to ask what was going on, Minato, whom everyone had forgotten about, took the floor. What does pregnant mean? You're only 16. It's already 17, she waved her hand toward the horizon, toward the rising sun. That's it. Just turned up today. Namikaze tore the hair on his head, but they immediately grew back thanks to the effects of Edo Tensei. Minato, Databane. Kushina hit her husband so as not to panic, scooped him up in an armful until he came to his senses, and dragged him a little to the side for a preventive conversation. Naruto, another forgotten one, spoke up. All this time, Obito sat a little to the side and did not shine, but the moment came when it was time to be in the spotlight again. Will you help me? Will it work for sure? She bit her lip in excitement. I don't know, but I can definitely give you a chance. Chance? Itachi was fed up with the state of not understanding anything. At that moment, he realized how Sasuke felt. You didn't even get a chance, did you? Obito smiled weakly. He was already dead anyway. It is impossible to survive the extraction of one bijou. And jubies were extracted from it, that is, all 9 at once. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Don't you deserve some happiness? What do you mean? Itachi took a step forward, shielding Naruto just in case. Naruto saved my soul. I want to do something to thank her. For example? Itachi didn't trust Obito, and he was understandable. She took Itachi's hand, showing that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. I can give you a chance for happiness. Naruto Uzumaki always keeps his promises, right? She promised that she would return you, and I will help her with this. Itachi looked at the Goldilocks in disbelief, who was very worried but was confident in this adventure. Old man Rakuto said you can. She turned to Sasuke, who must have understood better than Itachi for the first time in his life. Friends approached Obito and began to transfer chakra to him, the nature of which was very strange. Sasuke gave Purin, and Naruto gave Yang. Obito folded a series of seals, and in the center of the funnel in which they were located, a huge head of some kind of deity appeared. Itachi saw her just recently. She was part of a technique used by Nagato. The creature opened its giant mouth, and thousands of green lights soared into the air. It was a fascinating act with amazing meaning. At some point, the lights stopped appearing, and the technique decreased in size, but did not disappear. Obito let out a convulsive sigh, because performing this jutsu, even with such significant support, was incredibly difficult, and there was one more person who definitely needed to be brought back to life. A new light appeared. It was smaller and dimmer than the others, as if it had almost died out, but they managed to rekindle it. The flame slowly approached Itachi, growing brighter and brighter until it passed into his chest. Itachi's legs buckled. He felt how blood began to spill over his body, how oxygen began to fill his lungs, how the wind chilled his skin, how loudly his heart beat. Itachi felt his life returning to him. Obito. Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder. He smiled. When Nagato, at the cost of his life, resurrected the inhabitants of Konoha he had killed, Obito called him a fool and a traitor, and now he himself did the same. There was a sea of regrets in his life, but now, before his death, all of them gave way to a strange joy that the Sunny Girl gave him. Thanks, Naruto. And Kakashi, don't rush to die. Let me and Rin be alone, okay? He turned to Hatake, who was quietly standing next to him. Okay, Kakashi made an eye smile as he said goodbye to his best friend again. Obito Uchiha is dead. Before his death, he, together with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, resurrected all the dead on Daioji Ninkai Taisen. Everyone who was in the funnel got to the surface. Itachi and Naruto held hands, but still didn't say a word to each other. Up there, the people rejoiced. With the help of the Hokage, they managed to defeat all the white Zetsu, and after that a real miracle happened. Everyone who died came back to life. Friends, comrades in arms, brothers, sisters, lovers, everyone who left their loved ones returned to them. People greeted their heroes with enthusiastic shouts, applause, and tears of happiness. Inexplicably, the company found itself in the very center of the jubilant crowd. Itachi raised his hand, urging everyone to silence. Silence spread like a wave across the former battlefield. The Uchiha turned to face Naruto and got down on one knee and gently took her narrow hand. You know, I don't have a ring with me, but I'll ask anyway. She opened her eyes wide from the guests that visited her. Naruto, will you be my wife? The female part of the army exhaled softly, and the male part smiled approvingly. Yes. Her eyes twinkled brighter than usual. Yes, Dadabeo. Under a new portion of jubilant cries of the crowd, they kissed. And it was so strange, for so long they were hiding from everyone, and now they showed their feelings in front of an army of thousands. At that moment, a new moon rose in the sky, which people, in memory of such a romantic story, gave the name Ashtar. At some point, there was a new explosion of joy in the crowd. It was Sasuke who had lost sight of and kissed Sakura. It was not a proposal or even a declaration of love, but for them this was quite enough for a start. Parents appeared nearby, who carefully hugged their children. Minato calmed down after talking with Kushina, and after Itachi's act, he didn't want to kill him. Fugaku felt proud of his sons, which he told them about. For the first time he directly and openly voiced to them what he felt. If it didn't work out in life, then why not do it now, right? And Kushina and Mikoto were just happy without any extras. Itachi, Naruto said in a low voice so that only people nearby could hear her. Yes? Itachi knew that look. She was about to say something that should have added gray hairs to his head. I thought if you proposed to me, Then you better find out right away. She tousled the strands on the back of her head from embarrassment. To learn what? So, I was in jail. And there was a riot. And she killed her boss. And, Itachi stopped her confession by placing his fingertips on his lips. Naruto, if you haven't forgotten, I'm an internationally wanted criminal. Of course, he was shocked by the news that she still managed to get into prison, and, of course, he was going to shake out all the details of this incident from her, but it looked so insignificant against the background of everything that had happened that it even became funny to him. I'm afraid to imagine what my grandson will grow up to be. Minato just got tired of being surprised. Granddaughter, Naruto smiled broadly. Granddaughter? Tired of being surprised, but still surprised. There will be a girl, Soku said. A new wave of joy swept through their small company. Fate seemed to mock Naruto and Itachi, pushing them together again and again, while not giving them even a single, but much-needed chance for happiness. They looked for him, but did not find him. They fought for him, but they were defeated. And, it turned out that it was not necessary to search and fight, it was enough just to ask. Thank you for finding me. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for not having the word impossible for you. Thank you for always loving. Thank you for the happiness. This is where the story ends, guys.